A ti tó ọdún mélòó tẹ́ ti wà ní iṣẹ́ yìí?
Ọ̀gá mi ti wà ńbẹ̀ ti pẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ tèmi ṣe join wọn 2 years.
2 years. Kí ló dé tó fi jẹ́ pé eléyìí lẹ́yọ̀ láyò láti máa ṣe?
Kárí bá wí ó sọ̀jà láì bá rí bẹ́ẹ̀t tí yóò bá ṣiṣẹ́ ní ayé kò dáa. A lọ dúpẹ́ pé nǹkan ṣe náà àárí tọ́rọ́ kọ́bọ̀ lórí ẹ̀ tàbí ń bọ́yàwó tàbí bọ́mọ.
So ẹ kọ́ṣẹ́ ìlọ́wọ́ ọ̀gá yín tó ń ṣe tẹ́lẹ̀ ni?
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Ọdún mélòó lẹ fi kọ́?
Gbogbo tí mo lò mí lójú 6 months lọ.
Ok, kí wá ní àwọn ìpèníjà tó wà nínú iṣẹ́ yìí tẹ́ ń ṣe?
Ìpèníjà tó wà ń bẹ̀ ó pọ̀ gan-an torí ẹni tí ó ṣiṣẹ́ yìí tí ò bá ní jẹnẹrétọ̀ tí ò ní físà iná òjò mọ́ iná rẹ́gúlà but iná jẹnẹrétọ̀ ní kókó pẹ̀lú físà tá a fi ń ṣiṣẹ́ yìí. Ọjà náà kẹ̀dẹ̀ kò gbé lójú kan ó máa ń lọ máa ń bọ̀ ní ìṣèrí mi.
So tẹ́ bá fẹ́ yan sin process wo lẹ máa ń go through?
Iṣẹ́ tó pọ̀ gan-an ká tó yẹ kó tó jiná kó tó ṣe é jẹ wàhálà wà ń bẹ̀. Tó yẹ pé ọ̀tọ̀ lálọ́ta ọ̀tọ̀ ni ká tó ra ọjà ọ̀tọ̀ ni ká tó là á ọ̀tọ̀ ni many things ló pọ̀ ń bẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ bá ṣe lówó lọ sí mo ṣe máa gé nìsí. Irú ọ̀gá mi ń sìn kò sẹ́ pẹ́rẹ́ kẹ́gbẹ́sẹ̀ fún ó máa ń yan nígbà tí yan lọ́nà kọ́sọ́mọ̀ dìde la máa ń ṣe. Orúkọ ọ̀gá mi jẹ́ Mórí Anímọ̀ṣáò.
Ok, tó bá ṣẹ́kù sí báwo lẹ ṣe máa ṣe?
Ọjà wo kí n kú ọjà wo kí n kú torí a máa ń ṣe náà ìtìmọ̀júmọ́ táwọn kan wá máa ń kó lọ́dọ̀ wa tó máa ń tà fúnra wọn táwọn kan máa ń dispose.
Kí ni ìdí tí ẹ fi fẹ́ràn ọjà Ọlálẹ́yẹ Ultra Modern Market wà nínú ẹ̀?
Ibẹ̀ mo bọ́ ọ̀gá mi ibẹ̀ ni mo bá ọ̀gá mi tó ti ń ṣiṣẹ́ tèmi náà dé bá ń bẹ̀ tèmi náà jọ rẹ̀ tèmi náà ń ṣiṣẹ́.
Kí ni àwọn nǹkan mèremère tẹ́ ti wá gbé ṣe nípasẹ̀ òwò yìí?
Mo ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀ ni èmi náà ṣe fẹ́ yàṣẹ́ kí èmi náà ṣe lọ́mọ tajà fúnra mi.
Because behind every smiling trader is a journey the eye cannot always see. Let's hear from more of the people whose lives have been shaped by this market. At first glance, Olaleye looks complete, clean, organized, peaceful. But spend a little more time here, and another story begins to unfold. The trader told us that despite the transformation, their daily struggles continues. Sales are no longer as predictable as they once were. The cost of transporting goods continue to rise. Traders dealing in meat and poultry battle on stable electricity, forcing many to depend on generator and freezer just to keep their business running. And then there is sanitation. Ironically, one of the cleanest markets we have visited is struggling where to dispose of its waste.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
How are you?
Fine, sir.
What is your name, sir?
My name is Akorede Yakin.
So what do you do in this market?
Oh, I'm a meat seller.
Salah, for how long have you been selling meat here?
I started from 1993.
Since 1993?
Yes.
So what's that thing you can tell us about Olaleye Ultra Modern Market?
Olaleye is a good market because they are just do this meat in a modern way. Because before, around 4 years or 3 years to this time. So I'm still there. Before that, I'm still there, but it's now, thank God I'm still there.
So how is market moving?
The market is moving small. The especially of Nigeria, now for the.
We can see that most of you people have something that you use to cover your meat. Is there a reason why you created this?
Because of the fire, you know. They said you want to do net here, and put it there. So because of the fire.
So walk me through the journey, how you started this business. How did you start this business? Báwo lẹ ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀ ọjà ẹran títà?
I'm not understanding.
How did you start this business? This business that you are into? Walk me through the journey of how you start this business.
We are starting before this market. Our market no cost up for this one, but now it's too expensive. It's the what I purchase now, no see by sales. So because at times they cut shortage too much self. It's too expensive.
Where did you buy your meat from?
We have bought it about over the Agege.
So how do you transport it from there down here?
We get motor now. We get motor regulation motor for within the government approve for us. And they used to come and carry and come here.
So you don't have to pay. It's you guys
We are paying. Even the transport cost of the transport is too much. Everything. I cause all this thing now. We buy the money where they carry cow come this Lagos. It's too expensive. The money we have because of the expensive petrol. That's why everything costs. That's why we are selling it. No, we are charging too much on it.
So how are you moving? How are you now moving? How are you moving since there's issues? How do you cope with the challenges that surround this meat?
We are just managing it. The what one the government will do for us is to make it, let's say, fuel expenses of fuel come down. So now it costs all these things.
So I can see one big meat there. What type of meat is that?
This is on goat meat.
Goat meat.
Goat meat. This is goat meat. Goat meat. The lab. This is a cow. All this one are sharp. For more, everything, everything they deliver.
Okay, so what makes you like this market? What makes this market different from other markets?
It's different because this market is very clean. Seagate, everything is okay there. But the problem of this market is not so expensive. Too expensive. You have to sell them that before you take money to it's a problem because it's too expensive.
So do customers still come in to buy meat?
They are coming one by one because in Nigeria itself, we now cost all this thing now. If you buy me like this, you go sell it, get gain there. But now, no gain on it at it.
Well, what thing go happen if you no sell and finish? How will you preserve the meat?
You get freezer now. You get freezer, they put it inside. Yeah.
Markets are often measured by the number of shops they have or the volume of goods they sell. But perhaps the true strength of a market is measured by what it believes or what it survives. Olaleye has survived time, it has survived change, it has survived fire, and through it all, its people chose not to give up. The story reminds us that building can be rebuilt, businesses can begin again, but resilience is what truly keeps a market alive. And this is in the marketplace.
So the next time you come to Olaleye Ultra Modern Market to get things for your soup, you might notice that the building might be new, but the story of the people therein is deeper than what you think. So I grace your skin again. I am Elizabeth Abepe, and this is in the marketplace on ConsumerHallaTV. Bye for now.
Right, my name is Corey Debitas and I am a product manager. So this is a very innovative idea, and first off, everybody is a consumer. And so this is the voice of the consumer. And this is a voice that is going to be heard. For the first time, the consumers in this country are going to be able to express their ideas and to get to know your rights, to know what belongs to you. And it's going to change a lot of branding. It's going to change a lot of things, because everybody knows that we're not just getting things out for the consumers. The consumers have a right to accept. As they say, the customer is always right. So the customer is the consumer, and the consumer is always right. So, when there is control, when there is feedback, there is bound to be change. So so I said, I'm a product manager.
It is a bright, sunny afternoon right here from ConsumerHallaTV studio. I am Kike Lomo Ajibola, and welcome to the news at 12 on ConsumerHallaTV. And right now, the first news story talking about the federal government of Nigeria is set to earn about $40.64 million from MTN Nigeria, $406.37 million dividend payout to shareholders. MTN Nigeria is expected to distribute approximately 545.9 billion naira in dividends. Following strong financial performance, a portion of the payout will accrue to the government through withholding tax on dividend, providing additional revenue to the country. The dividend distribution also benefits shareholders, including institutional and individual investors, by giving them returns from their investment in the telecommunications company. The development highlights the growing contribution of major Nigerian companies to government revenue through taxes, while also demonstrating the financial returns available to investors in the country's capital markets. The payout comes as MTN Nigeria continues to expand its telecommunications and digital services business amid changes in the Nigerian economy and increasing demand for connectivity. Well, the federal government spent 9.39 trillion naira on minimum wage increases, salary adjustments and other allowances for public workers between June 2023 and December 2025. The Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Taiwo Oyedele, has said this. The amount was higher than the federal government share of the savings generated from the removal of a petrol subsidy during the 31-month period. Oyedele disclosed this at a media conference on Nigeria's reform scorecard, and the revelation offers a new perspective on the debate over subsidy removal proceeds, showing that the federal government's additional spending on workers was higher than the 5.4 trillion naira it received at its share of the 15.8 trillion naira mobilized through subsidy removal and foreign exchange reforms. It also comes as the federal government prepares to begin fresh negotiations with the Nigerian Labour Congress next year over a new minimum wage for civil servants. During the briefing, Oyedele said the federal government generated 20.4 trillion naira in incremental resources during the period from subsidy-related savings and increased revenue. He said 9.39 trillion naira, the largest single expenditure item, was spent on wage adjustment and increases in the national minimum wage. The Minister of Finance explained that the resources were deployed to meet rising government obligations rather than left idle. He stated that the government remained committed to fulfilling its agreement with workers while maintaining fiscal discipline. And also, the federal government has said the Dangote Petroleum Refinery would not have been able to commence operations under the petrol subsidy regime, arguing that subsidy removal was necessary to create a viable market for private refining investment. The Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Taiwo Oyedele, disclosed this on Wednesday in Abuja while presenting the government reform scorecard. Oyedele said the removal of the petrol subsidy and unification of the foreign exchange market had come with high cost but had also prevented a much worse economic crisis. He specifically linked the survival of the Dangote refinery to subsidy removal, saying the plans could not have been commercially viable if petrol remained at the heavily subsidized price of less than 2,200 naira per litre. Oyedele noted that Nigeria was importing refined products and the Dangote refinery would not have been able to start because it could not sell at 200 naira per litre, while waiting for the government to pay the balance of over 1,100 naira. He argued that keeping petrol at about 200 naira would not have meant cheap fuel. Rather, the country would have been faced a situation where petrol remained officially cheap but become increasingly unavailable, with consumers forced to source from the black market at about 3,000 naira per litre. The minister said that on the pre-reform path, petrol would likely be simultaneously unavailable at official prices while trading in the black market. He maintained that investments such as the Dangote refinery to operate and contribute to the economy. For many Nigerians, dining out is about more than just the food. Taste, cleanliness, consumer service, and affordability, and the overall dining experience increasingly influence where people choose to eat and whether they return. Our reporter Elizabeth Abefe has the detail.
Busy schedules and the convenience of eating out continue to draw customers to restaurants, while food quality, cleanliness, and the dining environment also influence their choices. Beyond the food itself, the quality of service, ambience, affordability, and consistency can determine whether customer returns or choose another restaurant.
Okay, first thing is cleanliness. Like sometimes some restaurants that have entered, you start seeing flies, and anytime I see this blue light, you see that blue light that has to happen. Okay. I don't like going there. Also, I always check anytime, if I check the service, how am I received over there? Also, the quality of the food, the taste, yes, because I know the difference between fresh and frozen food, yes.
Why good food attracts customers, taste, flavor, and convenience are key factors that influence the choice of one restaurant over another.
Their customer service and the taste of the food, because the flavor that I get from the food, if I prepare it at home, I'm definitely not going to get it. Okay, if I want to eat at a restaurant, they should have what I want to eat, like what I'm craving. And then I look at the sitting, decor, the ambience, exactly, like how aesthetic is this place, something like that.
Good food may attract customers, but consistency and value for money are important in building loyalty. Poor service and long awaiting times can, however, determine whether customers return.
Firstly, the quality of the food, because not everybody that has branding has quality. So I'll say the quality of the food and the waiting time too, because I consider waiting time a lot. Once I say a lot of people, I'll just go outside.
Like sometimes when you get there, like there'll be too much customers. So some people, like instead of them to attend the quality, like 2 people can be attending to 1 person instead of 1 per person. So you just be there waiting
As competition in the restaurant sector continues to grow, maintaining high food standard, providing excellent customer service, and creating a positive dining environment are essential to attracting and retaining customers. Elizabeth Abefe, ConsumerHallaTV.
All right, thank you so much, Elizabeth Abefe, for that beautiful report. Petroleum marketers have thrown their weight behind President Bola Tinubu's determination to revive the nation's moribund refineries, rejecting former President Olusegun Obasanjo's position that the facilities will never work again. the Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria and Petroleum Product Retail Outlet Owners Association of Nigeria supported Tinubu's position that the refineries would work again. The national president of Petron, Billy Gillis-Ari, has said he believed Tinubu would succeed in restoring the refineries, arguing that Nigeria should not abandon strategic national asset because previous rehabilitation efforts failed. The marketer's position comes amid a renewed debate over the future of the Port Harcourt, Warri and Kaduna refineries, following Tinubu's recent declaration that the facilities would return to operation and would be made profitable. The president had, while receiving the leadership of the Nigerian Union of Petroleum and Natural Gas Workers at the presidential villa, said the refineries would be revived but stressed that more operation will not mount to success. Tinubu stated that an ordinary flame and smoke of a refinery does not mean it is working until it becomes profitable. The president also said he would not dwell on the circumstances surrounding previous rehabilitation efforts, accepting responsibility for the inherited assets. He voted and he noted that the government was building a very firm research and structural reworking of the economy of the refineries. The marketers expressed confidence in the administration's commitment to ensuring the refineries operate profitably and contribute to national energy security. The federal government has commenced the construction of 250 units of two-bedroom bungalows for federal civil servants under the renewed Hope Civil Service Estate in Gwagwalada, Abuja. The Minister of Housing and Urban Development, Mutaka Darma, said the project was part of the federal government broader housing intervention across the 36 states of the Federation. Speaking at the groundbreaking ceremony on Wednesday in Abuja, Darma said the civil service estate was designed to provide affordable housing for civil servants while improving efficiency within the public service. Darma stated that the ministry has projects in all the 36 states of the Federation and that this particular one represents one of the many projects in Abuja. He noted that the civil service estate has a unique character as a wider housing intervention with a focus on the people who are providing these housing units. The minister emphasized that the government was bringing efficiency into the civil service by providing cheap and affordable housing to civil servants. He called on consultants, supervising teams, contractors and stakeholders to ensure that what they are providing today stands the test of time. Darma said the project would contribute to making the civil service corruption-free by improving living conditions for workers. The housing estate is expected to enhance productivity and morale among federal civil servants. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's new tax incentives for deep offshore oil and gas projects could unlock about $50 billion in investment and add nearly 1 million barrels per day of crude oil and condensate in Nigeria's production within the next 4 to 5 years. The Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission has said. The Executive Commissioner for the Development and Production at the NUPRC, Norisa Amadasu, disclosed this during an interview on NTA where he represented the Commission Chief Executive Orisema Eyison, according to a statement issued by the NUPRC's Head of Media and Corporate Communications, Eniola Akinkuochu. Amadasu said the executive order could accelerate investment decisions on major projects. The deep offshore oil and gas project incentives Executive Order 2026, recently signed by Tinubu, has the potential not only to unlock $50 billion in investment, but can also create an additional 1 million barrels per day of crude oil and condensate from deep offshore fields. The executive order, also known as Executive Order 9, is designed to improve the economics of deep offshore oil and gas projects by providing tax incentives and a more predictable framework for investors. Amadasu said the reform could open a new phase of investment in Nigeria's offshore petroleum industry. He noted that as of today, Nigeria has mined over 4.6 billion barrels from deep offshore assets, which is in cargo terms is about 5,000 tankers. The commissioner stated that the country is on the right path thanks to the government, to the president. He also explained that deep offshore projects typically require billions of dollars and several years to move from discovery to production, making the incentives crucial for attracting investment. The demand for foreign exchange by end users in Nigeria fell by 35.23% to $3.42 billion in April 2026, easing pressure on the dollar market as the Naira recorded modest gain. Data from the Central Bank of Nigeria showed that foreign exchange utilization across economic sectors declined during the month, while the Naira strengthened at the official market. The monthly average exchange rate improved 1.38% to 1,361 Naira per dollar in April from 1,379 Naira in March. Visible imports accounted for 41.92% of total foreign exchange utilization, while invisible export utilization, imports represented the remaining 58.08%. Industrial activities were the largest users of foreign exchange among visible imports, accounting for 37.44% of total utilization, followed by manufactured product with 21.85% and all imports with 20.11%. Food product accounted for 14.47%, while transport-related imports, minerals, and agriculture represented smaller shares. Within invisible imports, financial services dominated, accounting for 91.51% of total utilization. Business services represented 4.37%, transport services 2.58%, and communication services 0.84%. The decline in demand was accompanied by weaker activity in the official foreign exchange market, with average FX turnover falling 26.97% to $442 million in April from $605 million in March. Thank you so much for joining us for the news this afternoon. Once again, on ConsumerHallaTV, to stay connected, to listen to more news updates, please follow us across all our social media platforms: Instagram, Facebook, X, YouTube, ConsumerHalla, and also head over to our TikTok account at ConsumerHallaTV. I am Kike Alomo at Chibola. Good afternoon.
Hey there, do you know in the world today, everyone is a consumer, and as consumers, we all have the right to be heard.
In Nigeria today, as a consumer, you have all right to product information, right to fair pricing, right to return goods, right to product labeling, right to fair dealings, and a lot more.
Well then, have you heard about the new media channel?
ConsumerHallaTV.
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 At ConsumerHallaTV, our goal is to inform and educate consumers in Nigeria with insightful news alongside development within the fast-paced world of consumers through well-researched, specialized, and analytical content.
Our vision at ConsumerHallaTV is to create an engaging platform that provides right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria, thus creating a more caring world for consumers where business thrive.
And guess what? Our ConsumerHalla brand is the first consumer complaint resolution portal in Nigeria, powered by a 72-hour feedback mechanism. We offer consumer advocacy, informative talk shows, branding promotions, advertising, and lots more. Connect with us via our YouTube channel at ConsumerHallaTV. Follow us on our Facebook page, ConsumerHallaTV, our Instagram page, ConsumerHallaTV, and do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Subscription is free. ConsumerHallaTV. At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard. At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard. Hello consumers, you have the right to be heard, absolutely. So join us on the conversation, share your brand experience, where you tell us all your experiences about brand on the outer world via our YouTube channel every Wednesday from the hour of 4:20 to 5:20. You can watch us via our YouTube channel, ConsumerHallaTV, and subscription is free. Follow us on all our social media platforms, ConsumerHallaTV. Share your brand experience. It's about storytelling. It's about experiences.
Hello consumers, you're welcome to another exciting episode of Consumer Voice on ConsumerHallaTV. I am Matilda Omenai. As you already know, Consumer Voice is a show where we'll be visiting different places in Lagos to check out people's preferences, hear what the consumers have to say about different leading brands that they make use of.
Hello, it's your boy here, Iremofe Koforola, and you know what? They call me the AWUF General Overseer. Every day is a blessing and it is meant to be enjoyed maximally with AWUF packages that put a smile on our faces. And guess what? That is why this show AWUF is for you. You can get to know about trendy market slashes, promos, offers and juicy deals that put a smile on your faces, and you can always enjoy them maximally. And you know one thing that is so interesting about this show? It is a blend of English and Pidgin. As I dey run you English, now I go dey marry am with Pidgin, make am spicy. So catch me every time on the show to enjoy more about trendy AWUF packages. Peace.
Public service announcement. Hello consumers, I am Kikelomo Ajibola and welcome to the Scam Alert segment on ConsumerHallaTV. Scam Alert educates viewers about various scams affecting consumers. We learn tips on how to identify fraudulent activities and provide advice on protecting our personal information. We aim to raise awareness and empower viewers to avoid falling victim to scams. We cover various topics such as phishing, identity theft, fraudulent investment schemes, and many more. You want to catch up on how these scammers invade our lives? Join us every Tuesday by 12:30 p.m. for Scam Alert on our YouTube channel at ConsumerHallaTV. Subscription is absolutely free. And in case you're not following us across all our social media platforms, follow us on Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok at ConsumerHallaTV. Don't say I didn't do anything for you this 2025. Bye.
Welcome to In the Marketplace. We are taking you on a journey behind the scene of Nigeria's most vibrant market, from the sight and sound of the market to the stories of the people who makes it thrive. We will be sharing the untold stories that brings this market to life. Join us as we explore the history, challenges, and triumphs of the market vendors. We will dive into the daily lives of the people who call market home and uncover the secret that makes this market special. You will get to see the passion, energy, and dedication that goes into making this market success. Tune in to the In the Marketplace on ConsumerHallaTV on Thursday by 11 a.m. to experience the sight and sound. Don't forget to follow us on all our social media handles on ConsumerHallaTV. I am Elizabeth Abefe.
Hello fellow consumers, are you looking for a program where we give analysis about brand and a program where we project the voice of the consumer? Join my team and I on Consumer Analytics and Resolution Box by calling on the program to get your issues resolved.
And in case you are wondering where Consumer Analytics and Resolution Box will be showing, please join us on our YouTube channel at ConsumerHallaTV. Subscription is free by 2 p.m. to 4 o'clock p.m. every Mondays and Wednesdays. Consumer Analytics and Resolution Box will be airing and will be here to provide you any information on brands and also issues that you have pending for us to resolve. Also follow us across all our other social media platforms, Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok at ConsumerHallaTV. And that is why at ConsumerHallaTV,
you deserve to be heard. Hi everyone, I am Iri Ayomikunle Eke. Join me live on Perspective every Mondays to Friday from the hour of 9 to 10, where we have meaningful and engaging conversations about all the burning and pressing issues making the round. Issues related to our economy and consumers. It's conversing, it's relatable, it's beyond interview. We have expert analysts who gives updated analysis about all aspects of a conversation. Join the moving train by subscribing to our YouTube channel, ConsumerHallaTV, and do well to follow us on all our social media platforms, ConsumerHallaTV. Stay informed
Thank you.
I am Matilda Omenai. As you already know, Market Today is the show where we visit different markets across Nigeria, Lagos, to check out the price of different things, ranging from household items to foodstuffs to cosmetics, electronics, every other thing.
In a world of hustle and bustle, entertainment keeps us alive, and that is why at ConsumerHallaTV we ensure you enjoy all around 360-degree entertainment program. Screen Time is the show for you, where you enjoy top 5 countdown, celebrity of the week, exclusive interview, and other segments.
Don't mind him, he's just a jealous person.
Oh,
His new movie release, update, and screen time. I'm going to enjoy myself because this is my favorite time on the program. I get to recommend good movie for you, and I'm also waiting for you to recommend movies to me also in the comment section. Screen time is not just all about entertainment, it is relaxing and also educational. So that is why we are bringing to you Screen Time on ConsumerHalla TV. And in case you're wondering where to join us every Mondays by 5 p.m. at ConsumerHalla TV on our YouTube channel. Subscription is very, very free. And in case you have not followed us across all our social media platforms, please do so. We are begging you, on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and also TikTok at ConsumerHalla TV. What are you waiting for? Click on that follow and subscribe right now.
And from the I to the R to the E to the M to the F to the E, my name is Iremofe Koforola, the man always clothed in wealth and strength.
And I am Kikelomo Ajibola. Toodles!
Hello, consumer.
Every time a building is marked for demolition, the same questions follows. Could this have been prevented? What did the owner do wrong? And could the same thing happen to any property owner? Hello and welcome to another informative edition of Real Estate Today, where we simplify property matters and help you make informed real estate decisions. I am Elizabeth Abefe.
And I am Iremofe Koforola. On today's program, we are discussing demolition in Nigeria, why buildings are brought down, and also we get to know how property owners can avoid costly mistakes. We explain to you the common reasons buildings are demolished, what every landowner and developer should understand before construction begins, and the practical steps that can help reduce the risk of enforcement actions. And in today's edition also, our real estate updates, will bring to you the latest developments shaping Nigeria's real estate sector. So later in our word of the day, that is another segment, we explain to you important property developments, the term, and every property owner should get to know this. Is very important. And also in our consumer corners, we share practical steps that can help you protect your property before and during development. So let's take a short break, and when we return, we begin with today's real estate news update. Stay with us.
And welcome back, still on Real Estate Today, your trusted source for the latest developments in Nigeria housing and property sector. And here are today's top real estate stories. The rising cost of building materials is putting additional pressure on Nigeria housing sector, with industry players warning the higher construction expenses are affecting housing delivery. Reports indicate that key construction inputs have recorded significant price increases compared with previous year, increasing the cost of projects for developers and contractors. The impact is being felt across major housing markets as developers adjust project budgets, review pricing strategies, and explore alternative construction methods to reduce expenses. For prospective homeowners and tenants, industry experts says the increase in construction costs could further contribute to higher housing affordability challenges in the housing market.
Housing affordability remains a major concern in Lagos as rising land prices, construction costs, and maintenance expenses continue to put pressure on the property market. Industry stakeholders says the increasing cost of accommodation is affecting low and middle income earners, forcing many residents to consider locations outside traditional city center where housing is relatively cheaper. Expert says while landlords are also dealing with rising maintenance costs, tenants are increasingly searching for affordable alternatives as housing expenses takes a larger portion of household income. The federal government says Nigeria housing and real estate sector contributed more than 77 trillion naira to the nation's economy in 2025, highlighting the sector's growing importance to economic growth. Speaking at a stakeholder validation workshop on the National Housing Data Program and the National Housing and Built Environment Regulation Policy in Abuja, the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, Mutak Dama, disclosed the real estate service alone accounted for about 41 trillion naira, representing 13.4% of the country's gross domestic product. The minister said despite the sector's impressive contribution, challenges such as weak regulation, inadequate mortgage financing, poor housing data, and fraudulent hinder growth. He noted that the federal government is proposing reforms, including the licensing of developers and estate agents, stronger consumer protection measure, improved mortgage financing, and establishment of a National Housing Industry Regulatory Commission. The government also revealed that Nigeria core housing deficits currently stand at about 15 million housing units, underscoring the need for sustained investment and reforms to improve access to affordable housing. And that's today's edition of Real Estate News Update today. For more updates on Nigeria housing and property markets, stay with us. Thanks for watching. Now moving on, we'll be showcasing a short video for you. Let's take a look at this short video.
When you have a construction professional, it's easier to rule out many buildings before you now get to the one that they will first confirm, then tell you to do non-destructive test or full building assessment on top of. For example, you see a house, your agent sends the house to you and like, wow, this house is beautiful, and you just send it to your construction professional and you look at it and like, this house don't enter ground, leave this house a big, and you move on. You get to the next one and like, see water they come up for the wall, this one is very expensive to fix, so, and you're like, next. You understand? So when you have, apart from your lawyer, your surveyor, and all the other professionals you need in order to make sure that the decision you make is perfect. Now, people that are wise and people that have money and know how to use their money usually try their best to reduce their risk as much as possible. And the way they do that is with hiring people that know better than them in that field. So be safe out there. Make sure you check and check and check and rule out all risk factors so that by the time you pay for that property, all is well. Did you learn anything today? Let me know in the comments. I've been Folajomi. See you on the next one.
Thank you, Sir Folajimi, for that. I know you'll be asking what is running through your mind is what's the need of that video. We are just getting started. Building safety remains one of the biggest concerns in Nigeria real estate sector, as cases of building collapse and demolition of unsafe structures continue to raise questions about construction standard and regulatory compliance. Over the years, several buildings across the country have collapsed across the country due to issues ranging from poor construction practices to structural defects. In Lagos alone, emergency agency and regulators have continued to respond to building failure with multiple collapse incidents recorded in recent years. The Council of the Regulation of Engineering in Nigeria, COREN, has maintained reported building collapse cases across the country. Beyond collapse, authorities have also carried out demolitions of distressed buildings
considered unsafe. The Lagos State government disclosed in 2026 that hundreds of distressed buildings have been removed as part of efforts to reduce the risk of structural failure and improve safety compliance. Most recently, in June 2026, building safety concerns came into focus again following two major collapses. A 3-story building collapse in Alakija, Lagos, recorded multiple casualties with reports confirming at least 9 deaths. Let's take a look at a short video that explains more information. That is 3-story building and another 5-story building under construction collapse along the Dr. Peter Odili Road in Port Harcourt, Rivers State, leading to rescue operations in Lagos. Authorities also demolished a distressed 6-story residential building in Parkview Estate, Ikoyi, after identifying structural defects and possible risk of collapse. Experts say this incident highlights the need for proper planning, professional supervision, quality material, and regular building assessments. So now the main question is, why do buildings fail, and what can property owners do to protect their investments?
All right, thank you so much, Elizabeth, because you cannot undermine the fact that we have a lot of building collapse in Lagos State, and I think government is trying their best to ensure that yes, there is safety. All right, so those are some of the latest developments making headlines in the real estate when it comes to building collapse. And you know, if you want to know why we have so many building collapse in Lagos, so for many Nigerians only a property, it means that a lot of investments and hard work go into all of this for you to own a property. But when construction standards are ignored, that investment can become a serious safety risk. Experts say building collapse is often not caused by one single factor. It is usually the result of several mistakes, from poor planning to weak construction practices. So today we examine 10 common causes of building collapse in Lagos, not just in Lagos, in Nigeria generally, and how they can be prevented. Reason 1, poor foundation, design and soil investigation. If you're very familiar with this show, we always bring experts. We talk about, you know, the need for you to employ the services of professionals. So if you do not do your foundation right and you do not test your soil, there could be any form of collapse. So the foundation carries the weight of every building. So when the foundation is weak, or the soil condition is not properly assessed, the entire structure can become unstable. And it brings to the saying that if the foundation be faulty, what can the righteous do? So if the foundation of the building is faulty, what can any developer do?
Exactly.
What the developer needs to do is to ensure that the foundation is not faulty.
So before construction begins, developers should conduct proper soil tests and ensure the foundation design matches the type of building and location. Ignoring foundation requirements can result in cracks, sinking, and eventual collapse. And if you're very familiar with us on this show, we've brought different kind of experts that even someone talked about the soil of a thing. You have to test the soil, the surveyor, and he said it is very, very important. For us to understand this better, another video will be played for you to understand more about what we are talking about.
The building collapsed again. Despite using the right concrete, the right reinforcement, and even the right amount of labor, vibrations and everything. What then happened? It's quite simple. Because you have all the materials correctly does not mean you executed correctly. I'll give you a simple example. A slab transferred load to a beam, and that beam transfers the load to the column, and that column transfers the load into the foundation. Now, instead of one beam transferring the load to another beam before it transfers it to the column, they put the reinforcement on top instead of at the bottom, because the one that is supposed to carry it is the one at the bottom, because gravity, of course. So at the end of the day, what happened? They put the load that was supposed to be transferred downwards, they put it up. So instead of the thing resting on where it's supposed to rest, it was under it. So what happened? He had nothing to rest on, so he fell to the ground. Same example again. They said use 8 bags of cement per cubic meter of concrete. At the end of the day, you use 8 and the building still collapsed. Why? Because the water was too much. Do you understand? So you can do everything right in regarding materials, but when you do not do inspection correctly, design correctly, and everything else correctly, your money has entered the bush. Or rather, your money just caught fire. It doesn't end at good materials. Good brains, good minds, good hands to come into play. I've been Fola Jomi. See you on the next one.
Thank you so much, sir, for Jimmy. May our money not enter our bush. I mean, because it's a whole lot when after you've invested so much, and at the end of the day,
just because you refuse to do the necessary inspection.
Yeah, inspection is very important. You know, sometimes just like a student who has actually read for the exams and eventually fails. Probably it was the way the questions were answered. That could be one reason such students fail. But like I read. So you can use the right proportion of materials, still not
getting the right,
on
how to go about it.
The inspection, because if you use 8 bags like he said, but you are saying like I use 8 bags, I use concrete, but what if the water was too much, like he explained? So sometimes we begin to think, oh, we've done the best thing, but inspection matters. All right, so moving away from inspection. Oh my goodness, what happened today? Moving away from that, let us talk about the use of standard materials. That is another reason buildings collapse. So the quality of materials used during construction directly affects the strength of a building. We've seen cases of like that, not using the right materials, and not just the right material, quality materials in this sense.
So using inferior cement, weak reinforcement materials, or poor quality building components to cut costs can compromise structural safety. Experts advise property owners to prioritize quality material over short-term savings. Another video will be showcased so you can understand more better.
Here is the thing we hold as settled. Doing it right is always cheaper than fixing it wrong. Everybody proper feels expensive. The soil test, the real engineer, the correct lawyer to check the title. Until you meet the alternative, the crack, the land in dispute, the case in court. Then you give anything to go back and spend that small money you saved. The worst part is that some people cannot even join the consequence to their former action. Anyways, education is cheaper than litigation. A soil test is cheaper than collapse. The shortcut was never the cheap option. It was the most expensive one, hiding in a corner. We do not take it. We pay the small price on purpose every time. The small price that looks expensive today. I've been Fola Jomi. See you on the next one.
All right.
Thank you so much, Sir Folajimi. So for Sir Folajimi is trying to explain that you are trying to cut costs right now, forgetting that later on when the issue warrants, the money that you refuse to spend at the beginning, initial beginning, you will spend times 2 of it.
Yeah.
So it is very, very important for you to do the necessary thing at the right time. Do not say because, oh, someone else is selling it at a cheaper rate and all of that, you're getting a weak this thing. The way you're getting a weak inferior material for your building now, it will later affect you later in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's look at another reason we have building collapse. When we have buildings without proper design and approval, every building project requires proper planning, architectural designs, and structural calculations.
Constructing without approved plans or ignoring professional design can result in unsafe structures that cannot withstand the intended load.
All right, let's go to another reason we have building collapse: engaging unqualified professionals. This cannot be overemphasized. Another major cause of building failure is the involvement of unqualified workers or contractors.
Registered architects, engineers, builders, and surveyors play important roles in ensuring that construction meets safety standards. Cutting corners during construction can have serious consequences.
All right, so let's look at another reason there could be building collapse: overloading the building. We've seen cases of this. Our buildings are designed to carry specific loads. Exceeding those limits can weaken the structure.
Adding extra floors, installing heavy equipment, or changing the purpose of a building without proper assessment can increase pressure on the structure. Just like the video one that explained better that when you are not following the beam of the building, the one that is supposed to carry load is the foundation. But rather than putting the load on the foundation, you are putting it on the top one. What will the foundation now rest on when the load is sinking?
Yeah, so it's very important you use the right things and proportionately the right way. All right, failure to follow approved plans. Sometimes approval is obtained, but construction does not follow the approved design.
Unauthorized changes such as removing structural elements, extending beyond approved area, or adding extra floors can put buildings at risk.
All right, in case you are wondering what number are we about to give you right now, this is reason 7. We have building collapse, poor supervision during construction. Talk about inspection the other time. Thank God I got it right now. So we talked about inspection the other time. So it's very important that the required supervision is needed. Construction requires proper monitoring at every stage.
Without professional supervision, mistakes in materials, measurement, and construction method may go unnoticed and affect the safety of the building.
It's very important. So poor maintenance and water damage. A building requires poor maintenance. A building requires proper maintenance, but if you get to maintain it poorly, that can affect the construction and it becomes complicated.
Water leakage, corrosion, cracks, and other warning signs can weaken a structure over time. Regular inspections and timely repair can prevent major damage. But sometimes we see some cracks, we see some drainage, and we just overlook it. Oh, it's the wet, it's the season, rain. But there are sometimes all these things are showing us signs, but we refuse to just take a look at it. Like all those buildings that sink, not suddenly a building will just sink. They would have been like
warnings
and
some ignored signs,
exactly. The signs will be there, but then we always choose to ignore. It's just a small crack, it's just a small this, it's just this, it will go eventually. There is a building at Ogba whereby the people is a school, but because they were able to, they saw the sign and they were able to react instantly, they evacuate the student and all of that. That is just one of the things that you could actually see and just take caution to. But most of the time we are always waiting. I don't know what we are always waiting for, but like they say, prevention is better than cure. So most of the time we just have to be, we have to notice things ahead and take the proper means?
All right, I just believe it's all about maintenance culture in this part of the world. Just like the other episode of Healthy Living, talking about the fact that there are some dangers, some health risks that we experience, but gradually, before you know, the body shuts down. It's not as if it just happens in a day.
Exactly.
So if your body, if your body could shut down, you know, from gradual ignorance of you not paying attention to your health, the same thing can happen to building, to machineries, to different things. So no problem just starts overnight.
Exactly.
It's a gradual thing you ignore. So this is just a call on everyone involved in building sector, in the built industry. Please, it is very important that we pay attention to all of this. Another reason we have building collapse is building on unsuitable land. We've talked about on soil testing is very important. So the location of a building is also important. So it's safety.
Developing on unstable soil, wetland, drainage channels or restricted areas can expose buildings to serious risk. Proper land investigation should come before construction even begins. Very important. Proper land investigation. That after your proper land investigation, that is when soil testing comes to on board. Everything works hand in hand. Don't skip one and move to level 5. It's going to tell on the building later on.
Absolutely. So we've highlighted 9 reasons we have building collapse in Nigeria. So let's go to number 10, which is very important. And we mentioned a bit of it in our discussion, and that is ignoring warning signs. Finally, many buildings show signs before failure occurs.
Crack, tilting walls, sinking floors, and unusual structural movement should never be ignored. Early professional assessments can help identify problems before they become disasters. So for you to understand more better, because I know some of you are like, okay, what after saying, in case you're just joining, this is still Real Estate Today on ConsumerHalla TV, and we are trying to guide you 10 things you need to look at why buildings are brought down or demolished. What happens to building? Why do they fail? So for you to understand more better, in case you're joining, you're still on the show, let's play this video so you can understand better.
Imagine waking up one day to see that your house has been marked for demolition. What will you do? Let's see this video.
Look at that machine in front. They have removed the fence. That's some of the staff and the community. They said they must bring it down today. Look at the house. Initially, they told us that the house matches with their design, and so they will not demolish it. Instead, we will pay another money for the land. But if you cannot pay the money that they want for the land, then they will sell the house, they will give me something, and then I will move elsewhere. All of a sudden now, they came back and said not anymore. They don't want that again. They want to demolish it.
Sadly, this is a harsh reality for many property owners in Lagos and beyond. Today, let's talk about why this happens, how to prevent it, and what to do if you ever find yourself in this situation. Why do people lose their properties to demolitions or building collapse? 1. Land ownership issues and disputes. When you buy land or houses with defective title, or you are buying without doing proper land documentation, you are going to lose your land. When you buy land from unauthorized sellers or omunile who claim to have land in government scheme, as it was in the case of this video we just watched above. 2. Government-related demolitions. When you buy properties overriding public interest, these are land that are designated for road, for railway, for schools, or public infrastructure. A good example is the demolitions of houses along the coastal highway because they override public interest. When you build on drainage systems and waterways, which can lead to flooding or structural damage, you will lose your land. 3. Paperwork and compliance issues. When you fail to obtain approvals from the regulatory bodies like the LASPA, which is the regulatory body for issuing building approval, LAFSCA, and other regulatory agencies within the built industry. When you ignore building codes or ethics and compromising on standard practices that may lead to building collapse or subsequent demolitions. Or you choose to ignore the use of professionals because you felt it's expensive. How do you prevent property loss? 1. Verify land titles before buying. Never assume. Always confirm with the land bureaus. It's very, very important. 2, ensure that your property is not under government committed acquisition. You need to check with your urban planning blueprints to confirm this. Number 3, get the proper approvals before building. Town planning's approvals are not optional. Then 4, avoid cheap, questionable deals. If a deal sounds too good to be true, then don't deal. Okay, what if your property is being marked for demolition? What do? 1, act fast. Once you see that your property is marked for demolition, don't wait. Consult a property lawyer to review your documents and you engage the right authorities. Check for possible settlement in some cases. Fines or paperwork corrections can resolve the issue. And lastly, if the land is truly under government acquisition, explore a location option instead of fighting a lost battle.
Thank you so much for that, Chief Coach of Lagos. You've had from him directly. So in a nutshell, from poor planning to lack of maintenance, many building collapse can be prevented. Safety must remain the priority at every stage, from land purchase and design to construction and maintenance.
All right. So it's now time for Words of the Day, where we explain important real estate terms every property owner should know. So let's look at some of these being displayed on the screen. That was Consumer Corner right there, and I believe you've been able to learn one or two from that. In summary, all of these discussions today, they are intertwined, so just pick one or two and learn from it. Alright, so building safety begins with making the right decisions from the beginning. Proper planning, quality construction and regular maintenance can protect lives and investment.
A building is more than just bricks and concrete. It represents homes, business, and years of investment. So protecting that investment starts with prioritizing safety and following the right procedures.
We hope today's program has helped you understand the causes of building collapse and the steps you can take to prevent them.
I am Elizabeth Abefe. This is the period time I hate saying all the time on the show, because the show is finally coming to an end. For more information, do not gatekeep. Just like we always say, follow us across all our social media platforms at on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, X, everything. ConsumerHallaTV. Share, tell a friend to tell a friend. At ConsumerHallaTV, we have educative shows inside that you can pick one or two on.
And I am Irimofe Kofoworola. Thank you so much for watching Real Estate Today. See you next time. Bye.
Bye.
Hello, consumers. You have the right to be heard. Absolutely. So join us on the conversation, share your brand experience, where you tell us all your experiences about brand on the outer world via our YouTube channel every Wednesday from the hour of 4:20 to 5:20. You can watch us via our YouTube channel, ConsumerHallaTV, and subscription is free. Follow us on all our social media platforms, ConsumerHallaTV. Share your brand experience. It's about storytelling. It's about experiences.
Hello, consumers. You're welcome to another exciting episode of Consumer Voice on ConsumerHallaTV. I am Matilda Omenai. As you already know, Consumer Voice is a show where we'll be visiting different places in Lagos to check out people's preferences, hear what the consumers have to say about different leading brands that they make use of.
Hello, it's your boy here, Iremofeko Foworola, and you know what? They call me the AUF General Overseer. Every day is a blessing and it is meant to be enjoyed maximally with AUF packages that put a smile on our faces. And guess what? That is why this show AUF is for you. You can get to know about trendy market slashes, promos, offers and juicy deals that put a smile on your faces, and you can always enjoy them maximally. And you know one thing that is so interesting about this show? It is a blend of English and Pidgin. As I dey run you English, now I go dey marry am with Pidgin, make am spicy. So catch me every time on the show to enjoy more about trendy AUF packages. Peace.
Public service announcement. Hello, consumers. I am Kikelomo Ajibola, and welcome to the Scam Alert segment on ConsumerHallaTV. Scam Alert educates viewers about various scams affecting consumers. We learn tips on how to identify fraudulent activities and provide advice on protecting our personal information. We aim to raise awareness and empower viewers to avoid falling victim to scams. We cover various topics such as phishing, identity theft, fraudulent investment schemes, and many more. You want to catch up on how these scammers invade our lives? Join us every Tuesday by 12:30 p.m. for Scam Alert on our YouTube channel at ConsumerHallaTV. Subscription is absolutely free. And in case you're not following us across all our social media platforms, follow us on Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok at ConsumerHallaTV. Don't say I didn't do anything for you this 2025. Bye.
Welcome to In the Marketplace. We are taking you on a journey behind the scene of Nigeria's most vibrant market. From the sight and sound of the market to the stories of the people who makes it thrive. We will be sharing the untold stories that brings this market to life. Join us as we explore the history, challenges, and triumphs of the market vendors. We will dive into the daily lives of the people who call markets home and uncover the secret that makes this market special. You will get to see the passion, energy, and dedication that goes into making this market success. Tune in to the In the Marketplace on ConsumerHallaTV on Thursday by 11 a.m. to experience the sight and sound. Don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle on ConsumerHallaTV. I am Elizabeth Abefe.
Hello, fellow consumers. Are you looking for a program where we give analysis about brand and a program where we project the voice of the consumer? Join my team and I on Consumer Analytics and Resolution Box by calling on the program to get your issues resolved.
And in case you are wondering where Consumer Analytics and Resolution Box will be showing, please join us on our YouTube channel at ConsumerHallaTV. Subscription is free by 2 p.m. to 4 o'clock p.m. every Mondays and Wednesdays. Consumer Analytics and Resolution Box will be airing and will be here to provide you any information on brands and also issues that you have pending for us to resolve. Also follow us across all our other social media platforms, Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok at ConsumerHallaTV. And that is why at ConsumerHallaTV,
you deserve to be heard. Hi everyone, I am Iri Ayomikunle Eke. Join me live on Perspective every Mondays to Friday from the hour of 9 to 10, where we have meaningful and engaging conversations about all the burning and pressing issues making the round. Issues related to our economy and consumers. It's conversing, it's relatable, it's beyond interview. We have expert analysts who gives updated analysis about all aspects of a conversation. Join the moving train by subscribing to our YouTube channel, ConsumerHallaTV, and do well to follow us on all our social media platforms, ConsumerHallaTV. Stay informed. Thank you.
I am Matilda Omenai. As you already know, Market Today is the show where we visit different markets across Nigeria, Lagos, to check out the prices of different things, ranging from household items to foodstuffs to cosmetics, electronics, every other thing.
In a world of hustle and bustle, entertainment keeps us alive, and that is why at ConsumerHalla TV, we ensure you enjoy all around 360-degree entertainment program. Screen Time is the show for you, where you enjoy top 5 countdown, celebrity of the week, exclusive interview, and other segments.
Don't mind him, he's just a jealous person.
Oh,
His new
damn.
movie release, update, and screen time. I'm going to enjoy myself because this is my favorite time on the program. I get to recommend good movie for you, and I'm also waiting for you to recommend movies to me also in the comment section. Screen time is not just all about entertainment, it is relaxing and also educational. So that is why we are bringing to you Screen Time on ConsumerHalla TV. And in case you're wondering where to join us every Mondays by 5:00 p.m. at ConsumerHalla TV on our YouTube channel. Subscription is very, very free. And in case you have not followed us across all our social media platforms, please do so. We are begging you, on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and also TikTok at ConsumerHalla TV. What are you waiting for? Click on that follow and subscribe right now.
And from the I to the R to the E to the M to the F to the E, my name is Iremofe Koforola, the man always clothed in wealth and strength.
And I'm Kikelomo Ajibola. Toodles!
Hi people, my name is Mo Fakorede and I am a filmmaker and a film director, and you're watching ConsumerHalla TV. ConsumerHalla TV is everything consumer advocacy, consumer rights, everything that has to do with consumers. On this TV, you'd watch, you'd learn, you'd be educated, and you'd be entertained. Keep watching ConsumerHalla TV.
My name is Olubukola Ozone, a photographer and a social media enthusiast. You're watching ConsumerHalla TV. It's a consumer advocacy TV. If you have a problem, anything, any consumer related problem, just holla at them, just like their name implies, and they're going to get it sorted for you. Keep watching, stay tuned. Thank you very much.
Hi guys, my name is Joba Jalabi. I'm a marketing communications professional. I currently lead marketing at Flash Change, a fintech startup. Keep watching ConsumerHalla TV, a consumer advocacy channel.
Hello, my name is Sharon Rotimi. I'm an actor and I am on ConsumerHalla TV. Now, ConsumerHalla TV is a consumer advocacy channel. So if you have any issues, consumer-related issues with brands and services, you can reach out to them and they will be sure to handle it or to cater to you. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Iyebiye Adeton. I'm a film poster designer and illustrator. This is ConsumerHalla TV. It's a consumer advocacy channel. We show content on consumers-based news, entertainment, and all of that. So I urge you guys to stay tuned to ConsumerHalla TV.
My name is Anoluwapo Alao, a sales consultant for Star Times Nigeria. This is a ConsumerHalla TV, where they discuss anything consumer needs and get knowledge about anything about consumer. So keep watching.
Hi, my name is Adebola Ogushino. I'm a filmmaker and you're watching ConsumerHalla TV. Any consumer related issues, they've got you.
Hi, my name is Stephen Olorunshisi. I'm a strategy and sales professional, currently working with Obey, and you're watching ConsumerHalla TV. I mean, this is one of the channels that you don't want to but stay on. Consumer advocacy, brand promotion, everything consumer, what you need to learn for your business to grow. This is a channel where you learn, where you experience entertainment to but it's good for businesses, for brands, and for an entrepreneur. If you want to know more about businesses, want to know more about brands, please stay watching. Alright, thank you so much, ConsumerHalla TV. Keep watching.
Hello, good day. My name is Tunde Balogun. I'm the lead pastor at the Kingsborough Church in London. And you're watching ConsumerHalla TV, which is a new initiation into the TV industry in Nigeria, the first of its kind in Nigeria. And I know that it's going to bring value and quality into the service industry. ConsumerHalla TV is here to offer value to service industry and to give a voice to consumers, bring awareness to the brand industry, and also bring education to what it is to have quality for what you paid for. I know that through ConsumerHalla TV, you are going to be able to get what you have paid for quality-wise and also give a voice to you in wherever it is that you do. I am here to support and give a shout out to say that keep watching ConsumerHalla TV and we'll have a better quality for value in Nigeria and in the global space. Please continue to watch ConsumerHalla TV because it is here to make things work better for you. It is on this note that I would like to say a big congratulations to the chairman and CEO of ConsumerHalla TV, Pastor Tunde Olufowora, and all the staffs of this great organization. Thank you for what you do. You are making things happen for us, and I pray that God bless you. Thank you.
Hello. So whenever that happens, the market becomes less efficient. It is another beautiful Tuesday afternoon and welcome to Mind the Gap, the program where we bridge the gap between businesses and consumers through facts, analysis and practical solutions. I am your host, Iremofe Koforola, and today is going to be slightly different because I do not have a guest in the studio, but I am joined by
a co-host today who is going to be helping out with, giving insights on this discussion, because today's discussion is what concerns every one of us. You as a consumer, myself as a consumer, my co-host as a consumer, every one of us generally. So, Kekelomo Ajibola, we have you joined us in the studio today. How are you doing today?
Thank you so much, Irimofe. Thank you so much for having me to join my recap this afternoon. It's always a very beautiful program to watch. So it's very important that we are here to actually educate consumers on what to do and their rights, and also things that they need to know when in regards to consumers and manufacturers in Nigeria.
Absolutely. And today we are looking at the price transparency problem. Before we dive into the discussion, have you ever had any experience whereby you want to get a product, you get to the shelf, you see a different price, and when you want to pay, you are told it's a different price?
Yeah, I think as Nigerians, you must have experienced that 1,000 times, not even once. When you go to supermarkets, especially when it comes to supermarkets, it's not common in the local market. It's much more common in the supermarket, and you go there, probably like a product that's about 1-2 is already, that's the price tag, and you go to the counter to make payment, and then you are saying 1,500 from your receipt, and you're asking them questions. Why is the one on the computer different from the one on the shelf? They'll be like, oh, they've not put a new price tag, which is very ridiculous. That is the first thing you should do if you are bringing in new product. The price has changed. So as a Nigerian, obviously I've experienced that countless of times.
So and you must have been disappointed, at the end of
oh my God, yes, I've caused a scene. Why is this? Yes, I have asked them question. Why do you do that? Just for you to, you can't just make us look like we don't know what we are doing. You can't begin to play us. I feel like that's just like you are playing with your consumers. You are not taking them seriously. I can't be at a particular point and I know, or I've already confirmed that the price that you've told me at the shelf is 1,2, and I'm here. I already calculated my money, boiled everything, and I'm there. I'm already seeing a hike in price. So it is very, very painful. So sometimes it can trigger, especially when you already plan for those things, you already calculated those things. Ooh. So that is one of the issues that we have in this country.
I relate to the later part of your conversation, because if you look at it, sometimes when I want to get something and I go to the shelf, I see the price. In my head, I calculate, okay, this is 1,500. How much do I have? Can I get another thing? Then if I've done the calculation and I get to pay and you're telling me it's different, so I get frustrated and angry, like, why would you have a different price? Sometimes I even believe that you are not transparent enough. I might think, oh, probably the attendant is trying to add to it, because because
that's why I raise the alarm, and that's why it's always good. I think a lot of consumers do not even realize that there is a hike in price until they are back home, because they don't even check the receipt. They just hear the price that have been set to them, and they pay. It's when they get home, they're like, but this thing was this one, or this thing was that. That's why it's, for me, I always go back to them when I see that some price is old already and say, okay, please scan this, how much is it? And when you get there, you scan, it's a different way. Ask them question, why is it this way? The regulations and the way they take consumers in Nigeria, they take it with like it's not, they're not that serious
just
to them.
With a pinch of salt.
Like, you guys are just here to pay your money and then get out of my supermarket, which is not so, because consumers are king, so you don't treat them like they are not.
Absolutely, absolutely. So today we are asking a simple but important question: why should anyone have to ask how much is it before paying for something, or before buying anything? Whether you're in a supermarket or a boutique or a pharmacy, a restaurant, or even shopping online, many Nigerians still encounter products without visible prices. Even online is kind of worse.
Yes.
Sometimes you see vendors, they don't even, most vendors don't attach price. It's until when you slide into their DM, like, how much does this cost? And you're like, okay, because it was once I saw a vendor that actually attached a price to it, and I was like, wow, already. And I think that is a serious-minded person.
Yeah, I feel like you're not attaching a price to something you're selling for people to actually, see, is quite shady. Are you saying that a consumer can buy at most consumers can buy at different prices, because sometimes the shelf says one thing while the cashier says another. Sometimes you are already told the cost after you have already committed to buying. Is that just a business, or is it unfair to consumers? It's very, very important that we ask these questions.
Yeah, very important. So let us look at it. Let's begin. what is price transparency? In case you are wondering, okay, what does it mean? So price transparency simply means consumers know exactly what they are expected to pay before making a purchasing decision. That sounds basic, all right, but transparency isn't just about displaying a figure. It means the displayed price should be accurate, easy to understand, and match what the consumer eventually pays. Without transparency, comparison becomes impossible, competition weakens, trust disappears, and you see this at many cases in whereby you see that there's no transparency, like we highlighted earlier on. So it affects so many things.
And this isn't actually merely good business practice. It's also recognized under Nigeria's Consumer Protection Framework. The Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Act gives consumers the right to clear information and full disclosure of prices. Businesses are expected to display prices adequately and should not charge more than displayed amount. If different prices are displayed for the same product, the lower price should apply. That's what the FCCPC has said.
Absolutely. Last week we are aware the FCCPC, in conjunction with LASCOPA, the agency responsible for consumer protection in
Lagos State.
Yeah, they had a stakeholders meeting and they talked about it that if you want to buy any product and you get to the shelf, you see 1.5 and you want to pay, they tell you 1.8, you have the right to pay the 1,500 naira because that is what is on the shelf.
Yes.
So whether they refuse to update it or not is none of your own business. You just have to pay the lower price. That is just it, absolutely. So why does this matter now? Let us look at it. Let's think about it. Imagine entering a supermarket, you fill your trolley based on prices you see on the shelves, then you arrive at the checkout. Suddenly several items cost more. You either abandon them or pay more than you budgeted. That isn't simply convenient for you. It changes consumer behavior. Economists call this information asymmetry because when one party knows much more than the other, and it shouldn't be so in case in relationship with consumers in this sense. So businesses know the real price, consumers don't. So whenever that happens, the market becomes less efficient.
And research consistently shows that transparent pricing strengthens competition because consumers can compare options easily. Even inconsistent pricing reduces confidence and discourages informed decision making. Instead of rewarding businesses with the best value, consumers can end up making decisions based on whoever controls the information.
Absolutely. It's all about competition at the end of the day, because if I can trust your brand, I know that whenever I go to this supermarket or wherever I'm getting it from, I know that they are transparent. The price I'm getting
is what is.
So nothing is changing. So at the end of the day, it matters so much. So let us look at the Nigerian reality. When I hear Nigerian reality, it's always like Nigeria is a different.
It's a different ballgame.
We live in different planets. But let us see. Now let's be honest. Many Nigerians have experienced situations like this where no price tag on product at all. I've seen cases like that.
Yes. There's even a supermarket at the top of my head right now that if you go there are usually no price attached to their product.
You can imagine.
Yes.
Wow. FCCPC needs to look into
that. Yes.
So you ask the attendant, okay, you see different prices for different customers. Absolutely, I've experienced that. The price Mr. A pays is different from Mr. B. Chef price doesn't match checkout price. Eating service charges revealed as payments, and restaurants without prices on menu. So social media businesses keep saying DM for price, which we highlighted earlier on. So each of these creates uncertainty, and uncertainty cannot benefit the seller more than the buyer. So it's a whole lot.
And in 2024, the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission took enforcement action against a retail outlet after investigations found shelf prices lower than the prices customers were charged at checkout. According to the Commission, charging above the displayed price violates consumers' rights and undermines market fairness. So you've listened to it, you've heard it yourself. Just in case you have any issue like this, please make sure the appropriate authorities are aware of this so that those particular retail outlets can get what they deserve.
Absolutely, because if you do not report, if you do not know your rights, you just keep paying. There are so many things you think is normal in this part of the world. You think when I go to a supermarket to buy anything, if they don't put the price tag there, I'll go and ask the cashier, how much is this? Anything she tells me.
And I think it boils down to how we think of our leaders, in our political leaders. Everything is not just about the political leaders. It also comes down to us as consumers to research and understand our rights better and find ways to make sure our rights are being exercised correctly. Don't just say Nigeria doesn't work until you've tried it. Some people have tried it, and people like these retail outlets are being brought to book. So you can also try it for yourself so that this awareness can be bigger and people can have an eye-opening for what is actually going to be right in the country. So these are things that as consumers we need to be very, very, very,
yes, exactly.
buttress and explain these things.
That it's wrong.
It is totally wrong. You cannot say because, and a lot of people do it, you know. Prices is not even high already. There are rumors that even fuel consumption is not even as high as we think it is. But then some retailers, some sellers,
yes,
you know, keep their inventory. They keep their products for when it is high, and they create scarcity because they want to make more money. How much did you buy that fuel at that particular time when you are about to sell it? So it's very, very wrong because you just are not just considering you're not considering consumers' feeling. You're not considering the amount of underprivileged people living in the country, which is very, very wrong.
And to add to your point, sometimes you see cases whereby, okay, I bought this product for 1,500 last month. Then this month it is now 1,000 naira.
Yes.
On your shelf it is already 1,500. Then what stress are you going to undergo to change it back to 1,000?
They want to make money.
They'll just leave it at 1,500, and you know, at the end of the day, I don't really know what it takes to change prices. I don't know because I don't understand. So another point is psychology. If customers fall in love with a product before seeing the price, they are more likely to buy it, and that is a marketing strategy. But transparency requires honesty at the end of the day.
That's actually, I agree with that particular point, because sometimes you would be like, okay, let me buy because I really, really like this product. But there's also another issue. Some businesses fear competitors. The really visible prices make comparison easier. Ironically, that's exactly how competitive markets are supposed to work. Competition should reward efficiency, not secrecy.
Absolutely, so true, so true. Now let's look at the cost of poor price transparency. Let us look at that for this conversation. Before we look into that, it's very important that you as a consumer, you know that you need to be heard and there's need for fair pricing, and this segment is something we should look into. But before that, let's go on a quick break, and when we come back, Mind the Gap returns and with more insights and more education on this particular topic. Go nowhere. Alright, welcome back. In case you are just joining us, you are watching Mind the Gap, and this conversation is something you should not miss. Alright, before the break, we are trying to look at purchase an item. So that is something that everybody has experienced one way or the other. So we are looking at the cost of poor price transparency. And before we go into this please, in case you've not subscribed to our channel, that is very important. Do it to subscribe across all social media platforms, yes, so that you can get updates concerning different topics or discussions you would want to know about. All right, so let's go into this. So the consequences go beyond inconvenience. Poor price transparency can lead to loss of customer interest or trust, reduced competition, more disputes at checkpoints, like Kike rightly said.
Exactly.
You know, sometimes some
consumers that will not have it, they will be very angry.
Exactly. So
because it's so wrong. You can't use like you're deceiving people.
Exactly. So that's happened. Impulse spending, something they don't even plan for at the end of the day. Reduced customer loyalty. Eventually, businesses lose repeat customers, and they will not come back. Consumers lose confidence, and the economy loses efficiency. So everybody's affected one way or the other.
Yes.
Yeah. So now, what does the law say? Let us look at that.
Well, the FCCPC states that consumers have a right to full disclosure of prices. Displayed prices should correspond with the amount paid at checkout. Consumers also have a right to information presented in plain and understandable language. In 2026 draft Consumer Protection Regulations proposed even stronger standards, including displaying the total amount payable clearly, separating mandatory extra charges such as delivery or installation fees, charging the lowest price where multiple prices are displayed, not charging above the displayed price without the consumer's express consent before completing the transaction. It's very, very important that we have these things at the back of our mind, and if in case these things are not being implemented, do a video, have your evidence and send it to the FCCPC, and you will see how they can help. And if you're in Lagos, you can also reach out to LASCOPA, so they can also help in tackling this issue that you're having.
All right, so let us quickly look at these. If you look at it, sometimes we have different cases whereby you have price on request, whether as you are buying or you are purchasing that product, they ask you, okay, do you want it at that point? And that is not good enough.
It's not.
Yeah, so another thing, hidden service charges.
I disclose them up front so that consumers can be aware.
There are different prices for different customers.
Transparency actually builds trust. What you think is a strategy for you to make more money can damage your business in the wrong work, because guesswork destroys it.
Absolutely. So you just have to put it right. So putting price transparency into perspective. Before we wrap up the show, let us put today's conversation into perspective. Nigeria's economy has experienced persistent inflation in recent years, with food, transport, healthcare, and housing costs all putting pressure on household budgets. When prices are changing rapidly, consumers depend even more on clear and accurate price information to make informed decisions. The problem is this: inflation may explain why prices change, but it does not justify hiding prices or changing or charging more than the amount displayed. We mentioned that inflation is not an excuse.
Yes.
Yeah. So if the FCCPC comes or LASCOPA, you don't tell them it's because there's inflation. You just have to be accurate with your pricing. Then transparency becomes even more important during difficult economic times.
Absolutely, and this goes beyond supermarket. Think about airline tickets, absolutely, restaurants, hotels, ride-hailing services, online stores, pharmacies, and even neighborhood shops. Many consumers only discover additional charges at the point of payment. Those unexpected costs may be delivery fees, convenience charges, service charges, or processing fees. When mandatory charges are not disclosed upfront, consumers cannot accurately compare prices or decide whether they are putting value they're getting their value for their money. This is why the FCCPC 2026 drafts Consumer Protection Regulations place strong emphasis on consumer information, price transparency, and full disclosure before payment.
Absolutely. So everything has been said. You just have to know that as a consumer, it is no big deal that you should know about the price tag.
Yes.
Once this is the price on the shelf, trust me, if another price is brought,
reject it.
Just reject it. Now this is consumer takeaway, something you should get to know. So what can consumers do? Because you matter in the grand scheme of things. First, always check the displayed price before paying. Then second, if the amount at the checkout differs from the shelf price, politely ask for an explanation. Third, request a receipt. which is your evidence at the end of the day. It is one of your stronger pieces of evidence if there is a dispute. And also, where you believe your consumer rights are being violated, report the matter to the appropriate consumer protection authority. But remember, asking questions is not being difficult. It is being an informed consumer. And once they know that, yes, you are informed, definitely they will not just want to toy with you.
Yes.
You know that this person
knows what they are doing.
Is educated, he knows his rights, he's informed. Because when you are informed, you make informed decision when buying and also paying. So that is just
and also teach them how to do their job. So this is a business takeaway. And for businesses, transparency isn't a cost. It is a competitive advantage. Consumers are more likely to return to businesses they trust. Clear prices reduce disputes, improve customer satisfaction, and strengthen brand reputation. In today's digital economy, one disappointed customer can share the experience with thousands of people online. That's why I say where mouth can reach, your leg cannot reach there.
Absolutely.
But one transparent business can earn thousands of loyal customers through trust. Price transparency isn't just about compliance, it's good business, it's smart business, and ultimately it's the right thing to do.
Absolutely, it is the right thing to do. It is good business. It is not just all about compliance, because like the stakeholders meeting they had last week, it is not just it's not just to ensure compliance. It is to show transparency. It is to make consumers trust your brand.
Yes.
And it is for your own competitive advantage at the end of the day. If I can trust you, I'll definitely want to come back and get more from you. So that is just it. So the real issue isn't whether prices change. Of course it happens, market change, exchange rates, it changes as well, cost change, consumers understand that. The real issue is whether businesses communicate those changes honestly before asking customers to pay. Price transparency is not just about numbers, it is about trust. It's about fairness. It's about giving consumers the information they need to make informed decisions. Because every consumer deserves to know one thing before reaching for their wallet. Exactly how much will this cost me? And that is the gap we must continue to close.
And that's where we will leave it today. Thank you for watching Mind the Gap. I'm Kike Lomo Ajibola. Thank you so much, Umufe, for bringing me on the program today.
Yeah, thank you so much for giving us more insights on this discussion. And I believe this would be something that, yes, every consumer would hold on dearly to know that their voices need to be heard and their voices are being heard. So in case you have any complaints or you need resolutions and you've tried, some appropriate channel or portals you think that you've not been attended to, ConsumerHallaTV is here for you to help you with issues, even as far as you going for price, the transparent pricing when it comes to products you want to get. So absolutely we'll be here for you, and do not forget to subscribe across all our social media platforms on Facebook, X, TikTok at ConsumerHallaTV. And I am Umufe Kuforola. Until next time, remember, know the price, know your rights, and make informed choices. Bye for now.
My name is Tunde Olufowora. I'm the CEO of Bandai Communications. We are what we call the publisher or the owner of the new initiative called ConsumerHallaTV. ConsumerHallaTV is actually Nigeria's first consumer-centered, or call it consumer-centric television platform that aims to bring voice to the over 220 million Nigerians. It was a vision that came to my heart about 10 years ago. I remember that I was traveling. I traveled out of the country, on airline. And I had this unpleasant experience. There was a trip to an African country from Nigeria, and
I actually went with a local flight from Nigeria. I wouldn't want to mention the name of the airline. And then it was to South Africa. And we landed in South Africa. And let me just paraphrase it. When I was coming back, I had some money, some dollars, and that someone had given to me to hand over to another person in Nigeria. So I wanted to help out. I didn't want to carry the cash on myself. So for whatever reason, I opted to. I had a small case, and I felt that it was safer for me to put the money in my luggage. So I put it in a safe place in my luggage, got everything intact, and I checked in my luggage. My arrival in Nigeria, I was standing and was waiting by the carousel just so that I could pick up my luggage, and then I was there for 1 hour and waiting for my luggage. I didn't know that my luggage already arrived, and it was one of the luggage that was moving around on the carousel. So after about 1 hour wait, I looked to my left and my right. Almost everybody had gone. I think there were just about 2 or 3 left. So I beckoned on the woman that was on my side, and I noticed she was really in tears. Madam, what happened? She said, her bag has just been torn and a lot of things stolen. So I said, well, I've also been waiting for my own. She said, you better go and check those, those luggages there. Maybe yours is one of them. And lo and behold, I went around there. Mine was one of them. By the time I got it, everything inside my luggage was gone. All the valuable things there were gone. To cut the long story short, we felt there was need for us to report the case, at least to the airline. It was in the night, about 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock. We went in to go and see the officer that was in charge. As soon as we got in there, the officer said, "Oh, so sorry, but you will have to go to our head office in somewhere in Victoria Island, to lodge a complaint." Okay. So the next day we went to the Victoria Island and we lodged a complaint, and that was it. And since that day, I'm talking a story of over 10 years ago, I didn't get a call, not even a call from that airline to talk to me about what happened to my luggage. Now, about a month after that trip, I had another opportunity to travel out of the country. This time around it was to US, and it was an official assignment. And I flew on, I will mention the airline this time around. I flew on a BA. I really didn't like BA. I usually go with Virgin Atlantic and things like that. But my protocol officer convinced me and said, "Okay, you will love BA. Why don't you go on BA?" Anyway, so I went on BA to US. And of course, when I returned from US to Nigeria, we had to do, of course, there'll be like a connecting flight, from Heathrow. So we got into London Heathrow, and then because it was through Heathrow that we went, and then so they changed since it was BA, they changed the aircraft this time around to a bigger one. I mean, clearly because there were more Nigerians, or more people that were planning to come to Nigeria, and then we boarded. Not quite 10 minutes into the flight, in the air, the aircraft started malfunctioning. The air conditioning compartment were not functioning very well. I was on what we call business economy. The whole of that business economy, all the way to economy side, the ACs were not working well. It was hot. And then I was watching. And then from that moment till we got to Nigeria. From that moment till we got to, I'm just trying to paraphrase. From that moment till we got to Nigeria, I could remember very well how many times the pilot
broken into conversation and had to apologize and say, we're really very sorry about this. He was giving us almost every 10, I could almost say almost every 30 minutes. There's always a kind of update. So sorry, this is what we're doing now, this is what we're doing. While we were on that journey, I also remember an incident. So they came, the crew apparently couldn't resolve it. They couldn't manage the crisis or what was going on about it. They couldn't fix it. So they came up and said, we're so sorry, but for all the inconvenience, we're declaring, free lunch, free whatever it is you want, you can get. So trust Nigerians, you need to hear how everybody was jubilating, But something struck me. The experience I had just about a month before, and this experience, somehow I started comparing them. I was trying to see how this matter will be managed. Again, to cut the story short, we landed in Nigeria on the BA. Before we landed, the pilot announced and said that for the inconvenient, they will be giving a voucher of £50 to everyone that flew on that aircraft. I thought it was a joke. I mean, it was my first time with BA, but for what I knew or know of the British man would never even play with his 1 penny, talking of £1. So I felt that must be a joke of the year. So we left. I got back to my office. I think it was just about a week after. Our officer, our guys in our mail room came up and said, "Oh, you have a parcel." So I said, "Parcel? Yeah." So they brought this parcel wrapped. I opened it and boom, I brought the document out. It was the £50 voucher from BA. So what's the tenor of this story? An experience with one airline was terrible. No apology. An experience with another one, even though it was a bad experience, but it was very well managed. So managed that even if we have suffered anything in that aircraft, you probably, for the sake of how they manage it, will have forgiven them. So that was how this journey started. So I started thinking, my mind, this is what we go through in this country. But are we different from other nations? So God put in my heart the idea of ConsumerHalla. That's why the Hala came with consumer. And we started that journey about 10 years ago. We started by creating a platform called ConsumerHalla, where consumers, so I discovered that Nigerian consumers don't have a voice. So things happen, and that's it. We live with everything. So we've started the journey from creating the platform. We have an app, we even have a magazine, and we thought we could move it from that to the next stage, which is the television. So the TV today, has come. So I would say precept by precept, line upon line, we have been able to build on our aspiration, to finally bring to birth this unique and exciting platform, So it's a digital telecast, and our goal is to further connect consumers in Nigeria to brands with insightful news, development within the fast-paced world of consumers. The world of consumers is growing at a very fast pace, So we want to inform Nigerians. We want to get them educated about their rights, So our role is that we're going to educate consumers in Nigeria, all right? So by bringing them specialized and what you call analytical, research-based content generation that will inform, educate, sensitize the audience, So that's ConsumerHalla TV. So I call it an offshoot of our ConsumerHalla brand. ConsumerHalla brand actually was the first we call it the first complaint consumer complaint resolution portal. When we started it about 10 years ago, or about 7 years ago, it became the first complaint resolution portal. We created it so that Nigerians can actually lodge complaint on that portal. We spent a lot of resources to build a very robust platform where today, if you have any complaint, about any brand, any leading brands in Nigeria, and you go on that platform, you can actually click, just a click, you can find the brand, you can actually lodge your complaint, and once you submit it, that complaint will be routed to that organization, and within 72 hours, we will obtain feedback for you. We build it in such a way that we have connection to almost all the organizations, and it's been working. We've resolved several complaints for people without having to charge them any penny, because the idea is not to charge. So what we have done with ConsumerHallaTV is to take it to the next level. So we hope to change the narrative. We want to give the right direction. Nigeria has the largest consumer market in the world, with a population of over 220 million people. Why should we be the one that is suffering the most? Everywhere you turn to, it's as though Nigerian consumers don't have a voice. You're traveling, you buy a ticket. For whatever reason, an airline will wake up middle of the night, delay the flight for whatever reason, and then you'll be waiting at the airport for hours. You'll be there for 2 hours, 3 hours, no any explanation. Then while you're there, they can even wake up and say, oh, flight has been cancelled. So everybody carry their luggage and go home. Nothing happened. Of course, things are changing. We must commend government because government is beginning to wake up, but there's still a lot to be done. And we believe that we can help to make, bring about those right changes. So we offer deliberately, part of what we do is that we also offer advocacy, all right? We're not just an advocacy organization, but we offer advocacy. We have a legal team, we have lawyers that are registered on our platform, all right, that can also take up cases, okay? So, and we've taken up many cases like that, and won those cases. So, ConsumerHalla is a platform to help consumers to, we're not fighting brands, but rather we say we're bringing about an amicable, resolution of conflict, such that it will be beneficial to the consumers and also be beneficial to the brand. I remember the word of Jeff Bezos. Bezos is the founder of Amazon. He said that the most important single thing, all right, for an organization is to focus obsessively, use the word obsessively, on the customer. We often say that customers is a king. They should sit at the top of the ladder. In our environment, customers are the ladder. A brand wakes up today, decide what product to produce. They wake up today, decide how much the consumer should pay. They wake up to decide everything for consumers. So consumers are just at the receiving end, and yet they are milking the consumers. There's no price regulation in this country, none. People just wake up and fix prices. Look at the power. Government wakes up, we change policy, we wake up and we get people to pay more. We think it's time for consumers to begin to speak out. In speaking out, in engaging, we can get the brand to begin to do what is right. And of course, I know that the consumers themselves need to be educated. So our role, our vision also is to ensure that we educate consumers, we bring awareness. A lot of Nigerian consumers don't even know about their rights. You buy a product from a supermarket. I've had this experience. You buy a product from a supermarket, all right? For whatever reason, you take that product back to your house, and maybe something went wrong somewhere. By the time you take that product back to the shop where you bought it from, and you say, Oga, this thing, you know what's going to tell you? Oga, na me make am. Na me make am now. That's why I buy am. Meaning that there's nothing I can do to the product. So you lose the product, then you lose your money, because the money is not refunded. The product you can't use. Only in Nigeria. Only in Nigeria. Let me give you another experience I had. In the course of this, because I did a lot of, I went around, you know, in doing this. I was in US, I was in UK, I was in South Africa, I was in Germany, just because of this, to just study the environment. You know, I was in a friend's house in UK, in London, you know, and then what happened? We were going to go out, and he was going to dress up. So he said, oh, to me, I was seated in his sitting room. So he said, oh, wait a minute, I picked up an iron, that's the pressing iron, 2 days ago or so from a store. You know, oh, let me try this, let me just try and use that to iron my shirt and we can go out. So I was seated, the TV was on, I was watching. While I watched him, he brought out the pressing board, you know, spread it out, brought the iron out in my presence, plugged in the iron, and then as soon as he switched on the power button, we just had a spark. Boom! Ooh. The guy was raged. Then he goes, what just happened? So he said, no, these guys are in trouble, they're in soup. I was thinking, what are you going to do? You know, I was trying to compare that experience to what would have happened in Nigeria. In my presence there, he opened the pack, there was a card inside it. Inside that card was a call, number to call. And they called the shop or wherever he got the thing from. I was hearing the conversation that was going on. And all he said to them on the phone was, look, you know, by the time he even called, you know, clearly because they already, through the call, they could trace where he was calling from and who was calling. He said, yeah, I picked up this number, I picked up this iron yesterday, and guess what? I just plugged it to power, and then this thing just, you know, didn't work. At the other hand, I could hear the voice, oh, we're so sorry. We're sorry about that. And they said, this is your address, yeah. Don't worry, we'll get you a replacement. All right. So my friend ended the call and dropped the. So I said, so what's going to happen? He said, don't worry yourself now. Shabi, we're here. They will bring a replacement. I said, they will bring a replacement. He said, yes. I said, they won't even try to check whether it was your fault, because it could have been your fault. Maybe you didn't do something well about the first. No, it can't be his fault. Shabi is a brand new item that he bought. While we were still talking, in fact, I'm not even sure it was up to 30 minutes or so, we had a knock on the door. He himself said he must be the dispatch person. By the time he opened the door, it was a dispatch man that was on the other side. And then the dispatch man was at the door. Just watch this. Was at the door. I was seated in the sitting room. The guy was at the door to meet with the dispatch guy. The dispatch man that brought the replacement iron, you know, I heard him say, we're so sorry. So I was so shocked. I mean, a dispatch man, this guy is a dispatch, so also apologize. I was so touched by that. Even a dispatch man was so trained, you know, to tell the guy, we are so sorry. And guess what? He brought the replacement iron. By the time my guy opened the iron, it was a bigger size iron. So they replaced with a bigger size iron. The guy never asked for the one that went bad. He didn't say, okay, where is the other one that we gave to you, so that he could take it back. No, he just bought a new one and gave it back. So I asked my friend, I said, can you interpret this to me? He said, here in London, if they didn't do this, They know the next thing I will do. Say, I'm just going to grab a lawyer. And I'm going to tell them they've destroyed something in my house. By the time I'm done, they will pay through their nose. Because the consumers are conscious of their rights. In Nigerian consumers, even those who are aware, won't even take the battle up. Everybody just go, what can we do now? Today they wake up and ban this. What can we do now? So we're going to change the narrative. We have to stand up. So the vision of ConsumerHalla TV is really to create an engagement.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the news on the Hawa and ConsumerHalla TV. I am Kike Lomo at Chibola, and this is the news for you. The federal government of Nigeria is set to earn about $40.64 million from MTN Nigeria's $406.37 million dividend payout to shareholders. MTN Nigeria is expected to distribute approximately 545.9 billion naira in dividends following strong financial performance. A portion of the payout will accrue to the government through withholding tax on dividends, providing additional revenue to the country. The dividend distribution also benefits shareholders, including institutional and individual investors, by giving them returns from their investment in telecommunications company. The development highlights the growing contribution of major Nigerian companies to government revenue through taxes, while also demonstrating the financial returns available to investors in the country's capital market. The payout comes as MTN Nigeria continues to expand its telecommunications and digital services business amid changes in the Nigerian economy and increasing demand for connectivity. Also, the federal government spent 9.39 trillion naira on minimum wage increases, salary adjustment, and other allowances for public workers between June 2023 and December 2025. The Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Taiwo Oyedele, has said this. The amount was higher than the federal government's share of the savings generated from the removal of the petrol subsidy during the 31-month period. Oyedele disclosed this at a media conference on Nigeria's reform scorecard. The revelation offers a new perspective on the debate over subsidy removal proceeds, showing that the federal government's additional spending on workers was higher than the 5.4 trillion naira it received as its share of the 15.8 trillion naira mobilized through subsidy removal and foreign exchange reforms. It also comes as the federal government prepares to begin fresh negotiations with the Nigerian Labour Congress next year over a new minimum wage for civil servants. During the briefing, Oyedele said the federal government generated 20.4 trillion naira in incremental resources during the period from subsidy-related savings and increased revenue. He said 9.39 trillion naira, the largest single expenditure item, was spent on wage adjustment and increases in the national minimum wage. The finance minister explained that the resources were deployed to meet rising government obligations rather than left idle. He stated that the government remained committed to fulfilling its agreement with workers while maintaining fiscal discipline. The federal government has said the Dangote Petroleum Refinery would not have been able to commence operations under the petrol subsidy game, arguing that subsidy removal was necessary to create a viable market for private refining investment. The Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Taiwo Oyedele, disclosed this on Wednesday in Abuja while presenting the government reform scorecard. Oyedele said the removal of the petrol subsidy and unification of the foreign exchange market had come with high cost, but had also prevented a much worse economic crisis. He specifically linked the survival of the Dangote Petroleum Refinery to subsidy removal, saying the plants could not have been commercially viable if petrol had remained at the heavily subsidized price of less than 200 naira per litre. Oyedele noted that Nigeria was importing refined products and the Dangote refinery would not have been able to start because it could not sell at 200 naira per litre while waiting for the government to pay the balance of over 1,000 naira per litre. He argued that keeping petrol at about 200 naira would not have meant cheap fuel. Rather, the country would have faced a situation where petrol remained officially cheap but become increasingly unavailable, with consumers forced to source from the black market at about 3,000 naira per litre. The minister stated that on the pre-reform path, petrol would likely be simultaneously unavailable at official prices while trading in black market. He maintained that reform created conditions for investments such as the Dangote refinery to operate and contribute to the economy. And for many Nigerians, dining out is about more than just the food. Taste, cleanliness, customer service, affordability, and the overall dining experience increasingly influence where people choose to eat and whether they return. Our reporter, Elizabeth Abefe, has the details. Let's take a look.
Busy schedules and the convenience of eating out continue to draw customers to restaurants, while food quality, cleanliness, and the dining environment also influence their choices. Beyond the food itself, the quality of service, ambience, affordability, and consistency can determine whether customer returns or choose another restaurant.
Okay, first thing is cleanliness. Like sometimes some restaurants that have entered, you start seeing flies, and anytime I see this blue light, you see that blue light that I used to have it. Okay. I don't like going there. Also, I always check anytime, if I check the service, how am I received over there? Also, the quality of the food, the taste, yes, because I know the difference between fresh and frozen food, yes.
Why good food attracts customers, taste, flavor, and convenience are key factors that influence the choice of one restaurant over another.
The customer service and the taste of the food, because the flavor that I get from the food, if I prepare it at home, I'm definitely not going to get it. Okay, if I want to eat at a restaurant, they should have what I want to eat, like what I'm craving. And then I look at the sitting, decor, the ambience, exactly, like how aesthetic is this place, something like that.
Good food may attract customers, but consistency and value for money are important in building loyalty. Poor service and long awaiting times can, however, determine whether customers return.
Firstly, the quality of the food, because not everybody that has branding has quality. So I'll say the quality of the food and the waiting time too, because I consider waiting time a lot. Not like I say a lot of people, I'll just go outside.
Like sometimes when you get there, like there will be too much customers. So some people, like instead of them to attend the quality, like two people can be attending to one person instead of one per person. So you just be there waiting and.
As competition in the restaurant sector continues to grow, maintaining high food standard, providing excellent customer service, and creating a positive dining environment are essential to attracting and retaining customers. Elizabeth Abefe, ConsumerHalla TV.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth Abefe. And right now, petroleum marketers have thrown their weight behind President Bola Tinubu's determination to revive the nation's moribund refineries, rejecting former President Olusegun Obasanjo's position that the facilities will never work again. The Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria and Petroleum Product Retail Outlet Owners Association of Nigeria supported Tinubu's position that the refineries would work again. The national president of Petron, Billy Gillis-Ari, said he believed Tinubu would succeed in restoring the refineries, arguing that Nigeria should not abandon strategic national asset because previous rehabilitation effort failed. The marketer's position comes amid a renewed debate over the future of the Port Harcourt, Warri, and Kaduna refineries, following Tinubu's recent declaration that the facilities would return to operation and would be made profitable. The president had, while receiving the leadership of the Nigerian Union of Petroleum and Natural Gas Workers at the presidential villa, said the refineries would be revived, but stressed that more operations would not amount to success. Tinubu stated that an ordinary flame and smoke of a refinery does not mean it is working until it becomes profitable. The president also said he would not dwell on the circumstances surrounding previous rehabilitation efforts, accepting responsibility for the inherited assets. He noted that the government was building a firm research and structural reworking of the economy for the refineries. The marketers expressed confidence in the administration's commitment to ensuring the refineries operate profitably and contribute to national energy security. The federal government has commenced the construction of 250 units of 2-bedroom bungalows for federal civil servants under the renewed Hope Civil Service Estate in Gwagwalada, Abuja. The Minister of Housing and Urban Development, Mutaka Darma, said the project was part of the federal government broader housing intervention across the 36 states of the Federation. And speaking at the groundbreaking ceremony on Wednesday in Abuja, Darma said the civil service estate was designed to provide affordable housing for civil servants while improving efficiency within the public service. Darma stated that the ministry has projects in all the 36 states of the Federation and that this particular one represents one of the many projects in Abuja. He noted that the civil service estate has a unique character as a wider housing intervention with a focus on the people who are providing these housing units. The minister emphasized that the government was bringing efficiency into the civil service by providing cheap and affordable housing to civil servants. He called on consultants, supervising teams, contractors and stakeholders to ensure that what they are providing today stands the test of time. Darma said the project would contribute to making the civil service corruption-free by improving living conditions for workers. The housing estate is expected to enhance productivity and morale amongst federal civil servants. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's new tax incentives for deep offshore oil and gas projects could unlock about $50 billion in investment and add nearly 1 million barrels per day of crude oil and condensate on Nigeria's production within the next 4 to 5 years. The Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission has said. The Executive Commissioner for Development and Production at the NUPRC, NRSA, Madasu, disclosed this during an interview on NTA where he represented the Commission Chief Executive, Orisemeyiwa Eyisan. According to a statement issued by the NUPRC's Head of Media and Corporate Communications, Eniola Akinkuotu, Amadasu said the executive order could accelerate investment decision on major projects. The Deep Offshore Oil and Gas Project Incentives Executive Order 2026, recently signed by Tinubu, has the potential not only to unlock $50 billion in investment, but can also create an additional 1 million barrels per day of crude oil and condensate from deep offshore fields. The executive order, also known as Executive Order 9, is designed to improve the economics of deep offshore oil and gas projects by providing tax incentives and a more predictable framework for investors. Amadasu said the reform could open a new phase of investment in Nigeria's offshore petroleum industry. Demand for foreign exchange by end users in Nigeria fell by 35.23% to $3.42 billion in April 2026, easing pressure on the dollar market as the Naira recorded modest gain. Data from the Central Bank of Nigeria showed that foreign exchange utilization across economic sectors declined during the month, while the Naira strengthened at the official market. The monthly average exchange rate improved 1.38% to 1,361 naira per dollar in April from 1,379 naira in March. Visible imports accounted for 41.92% of total foreign exchange utilization, while invisible imports represented the remaining 58.08%. Industrial activities were the largest users of foreign exchange among visible imports, accounting for 37.44% of total utilization, followed by manufactured products with 21.85% and oil imports with 20.11%. Food products accounted for 14.47%, while transport-related imports, minerals and agriculture presented smaller shares. Within visible imports, financial services dominated, accounting for 91.92%, 0.51% of total utilization. Business services represented 4.37%, transport services 2.58%, and then communication services 0.84%. The decline in demand was accompanied by weaker activity in the official foreign exchange market, with average FX turnover falling 26.97% to $442 million in April from $605 million in March. Thank you so much for joining us for the news this afternoon. Once again at ConsumerHallaTV. To stay connected, to listen to more news updates, please follow us across all our social media platforms: Instagram, Facebook, X, YouTube, and on TikTok. ConsumerHallaTV. I'm Kike Lomo at Chibola. Good afternoon.
Drop the nylon into the drainage.
Relax now, it's just nylon. Rain will fall and carry it away.
God. Exactly my problem. That's the problem. Everyone thinks that rain will carry it away.
It's just nylon. Is that an issue?
Oh God. One? Oh, thank God. The office manager is here.
What's happening? What's really happening? What's the issue? Good morning, sir. I just nylon. No, I don't know what's the issue. I don't know. You dropped nylon inside the gutter. Yes, no. Just one nylon, you say. One nylon from you. One nylon from another person. Before you know it, the drainage will be blocked.
Exactly the problem. Exactly, and the NIMET has warned that it's going to rain heavily. Where will all this drainage or the water pass through the gutters? Where? Please pick it up.
Straight into homes, offices, and even parked car, and everyone starts blaming the government.
Can one small nylon cause flooding?
Absolutely. A nylon can cause flooding because before you know it, it will trap the bottle and the dirt inside the gutter, and drainage is everywhere.
Stagnant waters brings mosquitoes, even cause malaria, typhoid, cholera outbreaks. Not to mention traffic. Once the roads are flooded, people spend hours on traffic, businesses lost money, employees arrive late at work.
And remember, government spent billions of naira on drainages instead of using this money to build roads, hospitals, schools. So please, let's stop dumping refuse into drainage.
Oh wow, what should I have done instead?
It's simple, my dear. Use proper waste bin, dispose your items properly, avoid littering stuff around, then we are good to go.
Oh, now I have learnt my lessons.
Exactly.
And I promise I will always dispose refuse properly.
Good.
Better, because a gutter is not a dustbin. It's a water channel. And don't forget, dumping refuse into the gutters is prohibited in Lagos State and all other states. You can be fined or prosecuted.
If waters cannot flow through the gutters, it will enter into your offices or homes.
One single nylon can block the entire drainage. Let's ensure that we keep our environment clean.
Let's keep our environment clean.
Right, my name is Corey Debitas and I am a product manager. So this is a very innovative idea, and first off, everybody is a consumer, and so this is the voice of the consumer, and this is the voice that is going to be heard. For the first time, the consumers in this country are going to be able to express their ideas and to get to know your rights, to know what belongs to you. And it's going to change a lot of branding. It's going to change a lot of things, because everybody knows that we're not just getting things out for the consumers. The consumers have a right to accept. You know, as they say, the customer is always right. So the customer is the consumer, and the consumer is always right. So, you know, when there is control, when there is feedback, there is bound to be change. So when, so I said, I'm a product manager. When you develop products, sometimes you believe you know what the users want, and through different kinds of surveys. But when the users actually get the product, they can tell you their mind, how the product is, their feeling about the product. So it's good to definitely change how products are being designed, how services are being given to people, because you can get a feedback, and that feedback can make or mar a company, and everybody wants to have good feedback. So it's definitely going to change the behavior of people that make products. One very good thing is information. Information is power. So the consumer is going to get way more powerful. The voice of the consumer will be heard, the opinions of the consumers will be heard, and that opinion will shape how products and services will be made in this country going forward. Be on the lookout. You are now in charge. Several things coming your way through this station. I'm very excited about it. The things he's already brought out, and there will be many more things. But the bottom line, the consumer is now in the driver's seat. So ConsumerHalla TV, thank you for this innovative work. You're going to keep evolving and just follow the consumers. The consumers will lead you to what they want, and that's how it's supposed to be, always. You're going to have different types of consumers, and you're going to pander to the different needs, but you're going to be making consumers very, very powerful. So thumbs up, keep up the good work. My name is Korede Peters. Thank you very much.
Hey there, do you know in the world today, everyone is a consumer, and as consumers, we all have the right to be heard.
In Nigeria today, as a consumer, you have all right to product information, right to fair pricing, right to return goods, right to product labeling, right to fair dealings, and a lot more.
Well then, have you heard about the new media channel?
ConsumerHalla TV.
ConsumerHalla TV.
ConsumerHalla TV.
At ConsumerHalla TV, our goal is to inform and educate consumers in Nigeria with insightful news alongside development within the fast-paced world of consumers through well-researched, specialized, and analytical content.
Our vision at ConsumerHalla TV is to create an engaging platform that provides right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria, thus creating a more caring world for consumers.
Of our consumer advocacy, informative talk shows, branding promotions, advertising, and lots more. Connect with us via our YouTube channel at ConsumerHalla TV. Follow us on our Facebook page, ConsumerHalla TV, our Instagram page, ConsumerHalla TV, and do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Subscription is free. ConsumerHalla TV. At ConsumerHalla TV, you deserve to be heard.
At ConsumerHalla TV, you deserve to be heard.
Hello consumers, you have the right to be heard, absolutely. So join us on the conversation, share your brand experience, where you tell us all your experiences about brands on the outer world via our YouTube channel every Wednesday from the hour of 4:20 to 5:20. You can watch us via our YouTube channel, ConsumerHalla TV, and subscription is free. Follow us on all our social media platforms, ConsumerHalla TV. Share your brand experience. It's about storytelling. It's about experiences.
Hello consumers, you're welcome to another exciting episode of Consumer Voice on ConsumerHalla TV. I am Matilda Omenai. As you already know, Consumer Voice is a show where we'll be visiting different places in Lagos to check out people's preferences, hear what the consumers have to say about different leading brands that they make use of.
Hello, it's your boy here, Iremofeko Foworola, and you know what? They call me the House General Overseer. Every day is a blessing and it is meant to be enjoyed maximally with AWOOF packages that put a smile on our faces. And guess what? That is why this show AWOOF is for you. You can get to know about trendy market slashes, promos, offers and juicy deals that put a smile on your faces, and you can always enjoy them maximally. And you know one thing that is so interesting about this show? It is a blend of English and Pidgin. As I dey run you English, now I go dey marry am with Pidgin, make am spicy. So catch me every time on the show to enjoy more about trendy AWOOF packages. Peace.
Public service announcement. Hello consumers, I am Kikelomo Ajibola and welcome to the Scam Alert segment on ConsumerHalla TV. Scam Alert educates viewers about various scams affecting consumers. We learn tips on how to identify fraudulent activities and provide advice on protecting our personal information. We aim to raise awareness and empower viewers to avoid falling victim to scams. We cover various topics such as phishing, identity theft, fraudulent investment schemes, and many more. You want to catch up on how these scammers invade our lives? Join us every Tuesday by 12:30 p.m. for Scam Alert on our YouTube channel at ConsumerHalla TV. Subscription is absolutely free. And in case you're not following us across all our social media platforms, follow us on Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok at ConsumerHalla TV. Don't say I didn't do anything for you this 2025.
Bye. Welcome to In the Marketplace. We are taking you on a journey behind the scene of Nigeria's most vibrant market. From the sight and sound of the market to the stories of the people who makes it thrive. We will be sharing the untold stories that brings this market to life. Join us as we explore the history, challenges, and triumphs of the market vendors. We will dive into the daily lives of the people who call market home and uncover the secret that makes this market special. You will get to see the passion, energy, and dedication that goes into making this market success. Tune in to the In the Marketplace on ConsumerHalla TV on Thursday by 11 a.m. to experience the sight and sound. Don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle on ConsumerHalla TV. I am Elizabeth Abefe.
Hello fellow consumers, are you looking for a program where we give analysis about brand and a program where we project the voice of the consumer? Join my team and I on Consumer Analytics and Resolution Box by calling on the program to get your issues resolved.
And in case you are wondering where Consumer Analytics and Resolution Box will be showing, please join us on our YouTube channel at ConsumerHalla TV. Subscription is free by 2 p.m. to 4 o'clock p.m. every Mondays and Wednesdays. Consumer Analytics and Resolution Box will be airing and will be here to provide you any information on brands and also issues that you have pending for us to resolve. Also follow us across all our other social media platforms, Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok at ConsumerHalla TV. And that is why at ConsumerHalla TV,
you deserve to be heard. Hi everyone, I am Iri Ayomikunle Eke. Join me live on Perspective every Mondays to Friday from the hour of 9 to 10, where we have meaningful and engaging conversations about all the burning and pressing issues making the round. Issues related to our economy and consumers. It's conversing, it's relatable, it's beyond interview. We have expert analysts who gives updated analysis about all aspects of a conversation. Join the moving train by subscribing to our YouTube channel, ConsumerHalla TV, and do well to follow us on all our social media platforms, ConsumerHalla TV. Stay informed. Thank you.
I am Matilda Omenai. As you already know, Market Today is the show where we visit different markets across Nigeria, Lagos, to check out the prices of different things, ranging from household items to foodstuffs to cosmetics, electronics, every other thing.
In a world of hustle and bustle, entertainment keeps us alive, and that is why at ConsumerHalla TV, we ensure you enjoy all around 360-degree entertainment program. Screen Time is the show for you, where you enjoy top 5 countdown, celebrity of the week, exclusive interview, and other segments.
Don't mind him, it's just a jealous person.
Oh,
His new movie release, update, and Screen Time. I'm going to enjoy myself because this is my favorite time on the program. I get to recommend good movie for you, and I'm also waiting for you to recommend movies to me also in the comment section. Screen Time is not just all about entertainment, it is relaxing and also educational. So that is why we are bringing to you Screen Time on ConsumerHalla TV. And in case you're wondering where to join us every Mondays by 5 o'clock p.m. at ConsumerHalla TV on our YouTube channel. Subscription is very, very free. And in case you have not followed us across all our social media platforms, please do so. We are begging you, on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and also TikTok at ConsumerHallaTV. What are you waiting for? Click on that follow and subscribe right now.
And from the I to the R to the E to the M to the F to the E, my name is Iremofe Koforola, the man always clothed in wealth and strength.
And I am Kikelomo Ajibola. Toodles!
Hi people, my name is Mo Fakorede and I am a filmmaker and a film director, and you're watching ConsumerHalla TV. ConsumerHalla TV is everything consumer advocacy, consumer rights, everything that has to do with consumers. On this TV, you'll watch, you'll learn, you'll be educated, and you'll be entertained. Keep watching ConsumerHalla TV.
My name is Olubukola Ozone, a photographer and a social media enthusiast. You're watching ConsumerHalla TV. It's a consumer advocacy TV. If you have a problem, anything, any consumer related problem, just holla at them, just like their name implies, and they're going to get it sorted for you. Keep watching, stay tuned. Thank you very much.
Hi guys, my name is Joba Jalabi. I'm a marketing communications professional. I currently lead marketing at Flash Change, a fintech startup. Keep watching ConsumerHalla TV, a consumer advocacy channel.
Hello, my name is Rotimi. I'm an actor and I am on ConsumerHalla TV. Now, ConsumerHalla TV is a consumer advocacy channel. So if you have any issues, consumer-related issues with brands and services, you can reach out to them and they'll be sure to handle it or to cater to you. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Iyebiye Adeton. I'm a film poster designer and illustrator. This is ConsumerHalla TV. It's a consumer advocacy channel. We show content on consumers-based news, entertainment, and all of that. So I urge you guys to stay tuned to ConsumerHalla TV.
My name is Anoluwapo Alao, a sales consultant for Star Times Nigeria. This is a ConsumerHalla TV, where they discuss anything consumer needs and get knowledge about anything about consumer. So keep watching it.
Hi, my name is Adebola Ogushino. I'm a filmmaker and you're watching ConsumerHalla TV. Any consumer related issues, they've got you.
Hi, my name is Stephen Olorunshisi. I'm a strategy and sales professional, currently working with Obey, and you're watching ConsumerHalla TV. I mean, this is one of the channels that you don't want to but stay on. Consumer advocacy, brand promotion, everything consumer, what you need to learn for your business to grow. This is a channel where you learn, where you experience entertainment too, but it's good for businesses, for brands, and for an entrepreneur. If you want to know more about businesses, want to know more about brands, please stay watching. Alright, thank you so much, ConsumerHalla TV. Keep watching.
Hello, good day. My name is Tunde Balogun. I'm the lead pastor at the Kingsborough Church in London. And you're watching ConsumerHalla TV, which is a new initiation into the TV industry in Nigeria, the first of its kind in Nigeria. And I know that it's going to bring value and quality into the service industry. ConsumerHalla TV is here to offer value to service industry and to give a voice to consumers, bring awareness to the brand industry, and also bring education to what it is to have quality for what you paid for. I know that through ConsumerHalla TV, you are going to be able to get what you have paid for quality-wise and also give a voice to you in wherever it is that you do. I am here to support and give a shout out to say that keep watching ConsumerHalla TV and we'll have a better quality for value in Nigeria and in the global space. Please continue to watch ConsumerHalla TV because it is here to make things work better for you. It is on this note that I would like to say a big congratulations to the chairman and CEO of ConsumerHalla TV, Pastor Tunde Olufowora, and all the staffs of this great organization. Thank you for what you do. You are making things happen for us, and I pray that God bless you. Thank you.
Hello, people. Hi, my name is Adioye ID Adebola, business.
Beautiful Thursday afternoon, and guess what? Your Thursday is never complete without your #1 show on ConsumerHalla TV. Yes, you are watching out right now. We bring to you the latest updates about promotions, any deals you want to know about. Trust me, you get it here on ConsumerHalla TV. I am Iremufe Koforola, and on the streets of Lagos and on the global stage, they call me the Awuf General Overseer. And if today is your first time you say they join this show, so you know, saying na blend of English and teaching. So I know they come alone. I guess support system. Maybe say yes, we go they do this show too.
Now me you call support system.
Today now you do makeup, you find your face show, your shoe shine. So I say me I I carry them usually. Introduce yourself,
My people. Let me be Elizabeth Eze, and of course the Queen of Awuf. You all know that every week we bring you guys opportunities to reward your loyalty for patronizing some brands. So that's why we are here, to give you that updates.
You said loyalty. Are you loyal?
Yes, I'm loyal. So
okay, just tell me top 5 brands you are loyal to.
Close up.
No joking. Yeah, I think say you go say ConsumerHalla TV first. You see, when you get money, you don't even remember. Oh, come on. All right, today as usual, we bring to you deals that you get to enjoy. But before we go ahead, do not forget to subscribe across all our social media platforms on Facebook, our TikTok, everywhere you find ConsumerHalla TV at ConsumerHalla. Trust us, we are always bringing fresh and educative content for you all. So let's go to the first promotion today, because I'm eager to see.
I don't know what you guys have for us, but if you're watching this program, please keep up to the promos. Follow all the instructions and their pages, you know, so that you know what is going on, what to do and what not to do.
Exactly.
So that's it. Because so let's get on to
sometimes there are terms and conditions for them. So
exactly.
But we bring to you only legit promotions you should get to enjoy. So the first one, I love this. Checkers. Do you take custard?
Yes. Yeah, the 3-in-1 checkers. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I do.
Seriously, okay, that is good. So this is checkers, my comfort challenge, and this is one thing I talked about this in the last edition when Queen of Awuf was not around. So
okay, it's true. It's true.
So today we bring to you again to remind you that this promotion is still going on. This is something you should enjoy so much. So it has a lot of information you need to know.
Yes, exactly. So how to participate on this? Firstly, you have to follow Checkers Custard on Instagram. Yes, the official page on Instagram. Then join the Checkers My Comfort channel. Okay, since they have a particular channel that's where you participate, where you go and you participate.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so you have to join their channel, write a captivating caption, caution or video with the original Checkers product. The fourth one there is post on your Instagram page. On their own Instagram page. Okay, they tell why Checkers Custard is your
comfort introducing yourself, you have
Yeah,
to
give
like
information
about it. Yes, invite your friends to follow in your entry. That means you're gonna bring people, make people they participate. If not, your like no go grow.
Say now your own hand you go use repair your life.
Exactly.
So if you want me your life better with this challenge, may you do what? May you do the necessary. So we go see the information again.
They get rules there.
Yeah, may tell them.
Okay, the rules where you guys do, where you guys put your ear. Then and here now where some of you not go 1 year what do. No fake followers, other people. Those ones audio followers.
Like you now, the way you get for your Instagram too. So
no do that. Spam a followers. Both or purchase engagements, like all they buy people or they send all these likes and follow. Follow from here. Then spam and incompetent entries will be disqualified. Participants can win a maximum of twice during 6 months campaign. Checkers custard may repost valid entry with credits. Judges decide it's final.
Yeah, so the judges they would be the one to decide which one is final, which one are they going to take, and also do not forget that checkers custard may repost. It is a condition there that they may repost. So the ratio for this is monthly challenge up to a 6 month campaign. So that means you have up to 6 months. So but do not sleep on it. You can follow the official checkers page for more information.
Tell your story, bring your people. If I go bring you enter this one.
No, na me they bring you come here. So na me bring you come Lagos. So they form something now. Alright, so that is for people who want to participate in that. Tell your story in a very comforting way as they've told you. Show why checkers is for your comfort. Actually, this is called my comfort challenge. Alright. So let's move to another promotion. Today on the show, which one is our next promotion? Alright. I love the 5 million naira up for grabs. Now that one I first see. Say, I won't get money.
5 million.
Money? If you want money, hands up, hands in the air,
I want to make we do legs in the air.
No, hands in the air if you want money, hands in the air, if you want 5 million, hands in the air. Alright, so if you want 5 million naira for grabs,
hands in the air,
yeah. Everybody wants this because it is so clean sachet to success
challenge. Wow.
Absolutely, this is beautiful. Elizabeth, knock them out, they go participate.
How would I go participate for this one? Create something original using empty so clean smart sachets.
Yeah. The sachet you just have to
create something original. And if like say they display something, they can use the empty sachet to create. We don't they give our tips already.
Yeah,
see what if you use them create to, if you use them create house, if you use them create clothes, if you use them create anything. See, just we don't give you just be creative with the empty sachet. Wait till you go use that.
Hey, might give it tip. Now that 5 million we they won't give us now.
You go use this guy na real Naija bros with this one. Post the creation on your Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, X. That means now you go still promote yourself. No be anybody go do them for as you create time, you go to put them for your page. Follow So Clean Nigeria, you go follow their page. Tag So Clean Nigeria in your post using the hashtag So Clean Sachet to success. You don't see them. So all these ones now waiting you supposed to do to win all this challenge.
Alright, so the campaign period is from August 5 to September 2026. So do not forget. Don't sleep on this one at all. And do not forget it is 5 million naira up for grabs.
Seed waiting we don't create for now. Which animal be this one?
Man, no, be like saying
we go ask na peacock. We go ask producer. Why producer go they give them tips? You don't give them tips.
No, na nice man now. You know nice for people in the studio, but for us
they give them tips.
Because of that, I don't vex.
I don't vex.
You don't see that one so clean. If you like it yourself, maybe pass for that one. You know pass that one. Alright, let's go to the next promotion. I like the way the guy do.
Oh shit.
Stand on business.
Stand on business.
Look at me. I want to stand on business.
Okay.
Look at me. Because I know mind you. Now only business I can't do for consumer.
I don't keep stress.
Maintain your lane, I maintain my lane.
Okay.
Alright, so let's say stand on business for everyone who loves this. You are winning up to what? 1 million naira. Absolutely.
Now money
fun.
Oh my God.
This one come stand on business because
It's something that is very important.
Exactly.
But tell them how they can participate in all of this.
How when I go take win this one? Create your own video using the Oraimo verse from the new business soundtrack. You can dance, you can sing, you can shoot a get ready with me for all the baddies in the house. Get ready with me to go and see my man. Get ready with me to go to work.
Wait. No follow now. Why be saying get ready with my man? You first say. You say get ready with me to work. Why be saying you know they take anything work?
Please, you shoot your get ready with me, get ready with me work, anything. Then create a vlog. Exactly, you create a vlog. Create your own unique video concept. So everything what you they do for this one now original. Like I love this challenge because people need to be creative with everything they are doing. So now how you go take participate for this one where we they talk?
Absolutely. All right. Entry requirements. That one means say before you feel participate. As Elizabeth don't tell you, but you get levels so you say you feel where you require for you to participate for this one. The first thing you say, may you feature an Oraimo product in your video. It could be anything. Oraimo has several products. I'm not the one to tell you that one. I'm not generous. So find out if you use Oraimo products, use displays, tag at Oraimo Club, then tag at Marvo Swago. Marvo Swago, swag. Use hashtag standing on business, use hashtag Oraimo space bots too, and use hashtag master the chaos. And the most creative entry once again wins
1 million naira. Now money there for grand though, so it got stand on business.
All right. For those of us that me, how much is 1 million naira anyway?
Oh my God! You're afraid to give me 1 million.
Is that something?
You're afraid to give me 1 million.
That's something I spend on. Don't let me talk anyway.
Oh my God! Please, if you're like him, don't fill up the gap. We need space for people like us that need 1 million.
Me say I go jump on the promo. They follow me, They follow me, business. All right, let's go to the next one.
Another one still follow join body. We'll see
All right, let's see. What do you have for us? For those who love to cook, dance, and win. Absolutely, Sun Ola Jungle Challenge. This one has begun already. Do not sleep on it. August 6 to September 11, 2026. So what are you waiting for? This is beautiful, and if you can cook, why not showcase your talents with different creativity that you can get the world to see. All right, Elizabeth.
How to participate in this one? This is where all the chefs, all the bodies, all the queens comes in, because this men cook. I know producer they cook. Yeah,
men said this food for you to know if it's sweet, because it's not about cooking. It's all about this kind of campaign. It's not for men who cook. It's for men who know how to cook. Like
bullets don't hit producer for already. So more I come up producer for this one. So how to participate? As soon as you go follow Sun Ola. Yes, their official page. Cook with Sun Ola Sun Oil. You go cook with the oil. Dance to the official Sun Ola jingle. Okay, be like say they get jingle where you go dance to. Record your video as you're dancing. You have to record yourself. Tag Sun Ola Oil. Use the hashtag Sun Ola Jingle Challenge. Record your video. Post on your Instagram page. Use the hashtag Sun Ola Challenge. Sun Ola Jingle Challenge. Invite your friends to like, comment, and share your video.
Absolutely. So
this one is easy to even do.
Yeah, it's very simple.
It's very simple.
You have prizes to be won. The first prize is 1 carton of Sun Ola 5-liter soy oil. Then we have second prize 1 carton of Sun Ola 3-liter soy oil. Then we have the third prize, which is 1 carton of Sun Ola 1-liter soy oil. So it is very important.
Another one still join body. This one get terms and conditions. Not only for people waiting for Lagos.
Now Lagos.
So everybody waiting for Lagos, come forward. This is for you. So if you're in Lagos, this is your opportunity to win all the prizes. You might be the first runner-up, second runner-up, or the third runner-up. So make we see the one where still join body follow him.
All right. Before we talk this one, they don't sit in our hunger. We won't talk. because if person dey hunger, and if they hungry, now hunger go use what cook food. Maybe say go enjoy.
This one we
before we talk this one, I beg me I dey hungry, I won't go shop. So it's time for us to go and eat some, munch on something, enjoy ourselves for a few seconds. Alright, so you're watching our on ConsumerHallaTV. Do not go anywhere. I'm quite sure you'll be enjoying all of this promotion. But before we talk about the next promotion, let's just go on a quick break and we'll be right back.
Snap.
Stay with us. Thank you for going nowhere. This is our on ConsumerHallaTV, and this is your number one show where you get to know about the latest promotions across different sectors, with different brands in Nigeria. So before the show, before the break rather, we talked about some promotions. We say, go totally your body. Yeah, we talk about them. The first one we talk about
Checkers custard.
Checkers custard. And say they're very important. Say me participate for this promotion. And I think say one of the ones where I see one time they ask questions, say how many color days, something, this one or something. So visit our website, their page, and get more information. Then we talk about another one, which is So Clean Sachet to Success Challenge, which is for 5 million naira up for grabs, which is very good. Then another challenge we will talk about.
So another one we talk about now, Oraimo. We know everybody they use Oraimo. This one are gadgets where in one word or that they use them. So you have to read through their how to participate, their terms and conditions, and stick to their page. Winners will be announced on the 28th of August. So stay glued to their page.
Absolutely, that's the stand on business, and they're standing
on business on this one.
Of August. So the next promotion we talk about before that break was another one that will be displayed right now on the screen. That is Cook Dance Swing Challenge from Son Ola Jingle Challenge. Absolutely, you would love that one. So get to that page and see that one. Then before the break, we were talking about Onga.
They have a song that they normally use for this Onga. But I don't know how to.
I think
they have a song
like
for that. But
so this is for chefs in the house. You have to tag a chef to represent
Niger.
So you have $5,000 up for grabs. So my goodness, who really want to participate in this? You just have to bring the taste home. So bring the taste of home to Ghana. So I think it's something that involves Ghana.
Yeah.
Say they go say Ghana jollof sweet, Nigeria is jollof.
So let's go prove them wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. I nominate on behalf of every Nigerian out there. You know one thing now. On behalf of every Nigerian out there. So this is one thing I go do. And now the simple to say I go nominate you, we go represent
me.
Us. Yes, absolutely. I nominate you, say,
I am going to Ghana.
I say yes, go represent us for this challenge. And
don't worry, I go cook scatter. I go cook scatter. Okay. Producer know what I can do.
I've seen a producer they always call.
He knows. How to participate on this one? Think of a Nigerian chef who can represent Nigeria. You see, say Remofe don't call me out. Say na me go represent to now. And I know people we don't know say I go represent to now where.
Tag the chef you believe should represent Nigeria. Keep tagging all of them. Then encourage others to support your nominated chef. That means as Surimofena don't call me, everybody go wait there on ground, go they support me. Kike now we go take Kike, make Kike come they support me join. We go tell everybody make they come they support me join. All the people when they watch ConsumerHalla TV, tag them, tag your chef, make they come participate for this one.
Alright, do not forget that you have to check the official Hunger campaign platforms for current entry dates and competition details. Absolutely on that. So let's move on to the next promotion that you would love this afternoon. Let's get to see that. Oh, I love the car. Hey, I want car. Oh, Jesus Christ. I don't appreciate me car come this year.
Now this year.
This one. Oh, yeah. Buy text win big, become the latest car owner, and Iremufe is the latest car owner.
Amen. Amen.
So win your share of billions in cash, in airtime, and amazing prizes. Tell them how to participate.
Iremufe, since now you don't put yourself for front, how to participate? Buy any Milo 200 gram. You guys buy. Find the unique code pack. So when you buy, you have to locate your unique code pack. Dial screen *8011 *4#. Enter your code. Stand a chance to win big.
You see winner. You see that na lady old winner. Na man shouts. So you should say na me. Now you help me hold my winner. So,
amen. No. Get your promo pack today.
Alright, buy more, enter more, win more. Entry deadline is September 38, 2026. Time no deal. No they encourage them say time day. Time no
okay,
day.
time
so
no
let's go
day.
to the next promo before this lady says there is more time. No time at all. Alright, so
everybody go shop promo.
You know, this is interesting. We're talking about this on all the episodes.
Close up, yeah.
So it's very simple. If you have not participated in these,
you're losing.
You have prizes to win. You have dinner for two. If it's very interesting. You have mobility data. You have cash prizes. You have bill payments. They will help you pay your bill. So it's very interesting. But tell them how they can participate.
But how to, so these things where you go win, you guys do one or two things for you to participate well. So how to participate on this one? Buy any close-up pack promo. Open the pack, locate your unique 8 digits, dial 8*8011 *5#. Enter your code, stand a chance to win.
Alright, so no cap on winners, open to consumers across Nigeria.
Consumers, people when they watch ConsumerHalla TV, rush out there.
Yeah, alright, rush. So while you are rushing, be careful also.
Make you no go for.
Yeah, no go for. May you no go fall into the wrong, and so read the terms and conditions very well. Visit their pages, their websites, their platforms to get more of all these updates we've talked to you today. Please just comply so that you will not be disqualified. Absolutely. So this is where we wrap up on today's edition.
Exactly.
Or do we have another promotion?
No, I don't think so. And if you have been participating on this, please drop your comment on our page. Follow us. Whether you are participating in the checkers, you are participating in the sun.
Yeah, so please sachet to sources. Or stand up business or anyone, or you are doing Sonola Jiggle challenge, you want to cook, or you want to talk about hunger, anyone you want to participate, or even the middle one you want to make car, or you want me everybody want shop, you go shop last. Just
all you have to do is comment. If you are participating, comment on our social media handles, and also follow us on our social for more promos like this.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you are a brand owner, you want to showcase your promotions, you want people to get to know about your deals,
exactly,
and they are legit. Trust us, ConsumerHallaTV, we are there for you.
We got you. We got you.
Money, the world
we
will
got
get
you.
Because we amplify every promotion you can think of in Nigeria. There's no promotion we don't amplify as long as it's legit. Alright, this is a wrap on today's edition of Wolf, your #1 show where you get to know about different promotions in Nigeria. I am the one and only Iremufe Koforola, and on the streets of Lagos and on the global stage they call me our General Overseer.
And I am Elizabeth Eze, and everyone calls me the Queen of Awoof.
The Queen of Awoof.
Yeah, clock it.
Alright, join us next time. Stay safe and be good. Bye for now.
in the world today, everyone is a consumer. And as consumers, we all have the right to be fair.
If you can dream it, definitely you can achieve it. This is a welcome note to another episode of Market Innovators, the program where we sit down with entrepreneurs, innovators, business leaders, and visionaries who are transforming business industries and creating jobs and driving economic growth through innovation. I am your host, Iremofe Kofoworola. Nigeria's agribusiness sector holds an enormous potential with abundant agricultural resources, a growing population, and increasing demand for locally manufactured products. Entrepreneurs are demonstrating that indigenous foods can become world-class brands through innovation, quality, and strategic leadership. Today's guest is one of those entrepreneurs redefining the future of local manufacturing. She has transformed one of Nigeria's most traditional snacks, kuli kuli, into a premium NAFDAC certified food product, proving that local brands can compete in both domestic and international markets. Beyond entrepreneurship, she is also passionate about empowering women and girls through menstrual health advocacy while contributing to media development as a respected journalist and media executive. She is the founder and chief executive officer of VitaBite Foods, founder of the Pardon Me a Girl Empowerment Foundation, publisher and editor-in-chief of Gatmatch News, and chairperson of the Nigerian Online Media Alliance, NOMA. Please join me in welcoming Madam Teresa Moses. Welcome to the show, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's so good to be here with you.
Yeah.
And before the show, I was telling you that we have so much to, unpack, to discuss and all that. So to begin with first, tell us about your journey. What inspired you, your passion into, several things, including entrepreneurship and agribusiness.
Okay. So, it started... Kuli is a grassroots snacks. It's been on for ages to get it. So I came to Lagos. I grew up in the north, Plateau State to be specific. I came to Lagos 2002. And the next thing, that's a northern experience is not here in Lagos. So 5 years ago, I went to a store to get snack. I was craving for snack and I just saw something in the shelf and they said it's coolies. I said, what's that? And I looked at it and I saw, and I bought it. I was curious to taste it and it wasn't what I grew up eating.
Wow.
I was like, no, and I have a lot of friends that we all grew up in Jos and in Lagos, and I just called one person and the person said, yes, now it's not like the way it has been. And that's said, no, I can prepare it. Because growing up, my mom used to do it as a punishment, actually. She'll send me to go where they produce kuli and keep me busy because I play with the boys. I am the baby of the house and I'm the girl.
Wow.
And I have 3 brothers ahead of me. And my immediate elder brother is 12 years older than me.
Wow.
So I play with the boys more. So I'm more or less a tomboy. So I don't carry babies and all that. So to keep me busy, my mom takes me to that aspect, that place for me to play, to keep me busy. Or not to me, she's training me to, and yes, so many years down the line, I now said, I can do this thing. That's what inspired me to go into production of kuli kuli.
Interesting. Amazing journey there. So this is off camera, please. I love kuli kuli. I mean, there's nothing like our local snack. Absolutely nothing like it. All right, so you wear many hats, and that is so amazing. It's not easy for you to find people who do diverse things yet meaningful. You're an entrepreneur, a journalist, a media executive and all that. So how do you ensure that you create a balance in all of these things to ensure that, yes, you are quite successful?
I think the one I just tell you is what you know. There are still others. I'm actually a mother as well. I have a 17-year-old daughter and 15-year-old daughter.
Amazing.
Yeah. So
wow. Absolutely.
So the thing is passion. Passion for what I do. I love cooking. I love reading. I love media. So all of them put together. So it's not stressful. It's just seamless. It just flows. When it's time for production, I do it. When it's time for media, I do it. You call me midnight and say, oh, you have a job to do PR, I'll still run it.
Wow.
So it flows. It doesn't disturb me. I feel I'm born with it. So it's not challenging. That's why people see that it's stressful. I was like, really? I love it.
Wow.
So it's passion. So I have love for it. And that's, motivated me to do more. And I'll still do more because Kuli is just one aspect of what I'm doing in VitaBite. I intend to do more.
Interesting. So now I was going to ask you what really inspired you to, empower the girls. Now I see that you have, we have girls as well.
Yes.
Yeah, and that might be by the way. So let's talk about, before we talk about that thing, why do you feel the need to, empower the girls? You talk about the menstrual hygiene and all of those things, because I remember I grew up in the midst of girls. I have sisters and I have a lot of female friends.
Okay.
So I learn from them. I know a bit of all these things, and I know how sometimes they experience cramps and all of those things, they're in pain and all. So what really inspired you to say, okay, I want to educate people on this and all that?
I grew up in Plateau State, Middle Belt. And the northern part of Nigeria, life in that side is not as luxury as here in the southwest. So when I was privileged to have that, my first experience, my mom called me to the room and she told me how to use sanitary pad. So my first experience, I started with the sanitary pad, a popular brand, that I don't want to give free publicity. So I started using sanitary pad. I never used tissue. I never used that. So I grew up using sanitary pad. But down the line, I noticed there are people who can't afford it growing up. So when I carry mine to school, I can share to some. You understand? Because I know I have access to it. But growing up, and I realized that. So I thought it was that time. But years down the line, I'm a mother. And I realized that aside I have girls, and I realized that there are still girls in this age and this time who cannot afford sanitary pad. We all focus on those in this place, IDP camp. We focus on food to give them to eat. But we don't care about the girls and their menstrual health. And do you know that because of religion, if you are menstruating, you are unclean.
Yes,
you can't go to school. You can't associate with your people. You are being stigmatized. And again, you don't even have the necessity to keep yourself clean. You see the challenge. So that's why I took it upon myself to, okay, this is what I want to do. And it's been so amazing. I have support. I don't really do it basically here. I go to the north, IDP camp. Being Abuja, during my IDP camp in Abuja, they know us there. Benue, Otese IDP camp, that's the biggest IDP camp in Benue State, and Kadorko in Nasarawa. So we tend to go more.
Wow, amazing. I'm so proud of what you are doing in that, because I know what it feels like when when it comes to menstrual hygiene and all that. So well done on that. So let's look at this. I said earlier I like kuli. So I want to go into that. All right. So I made mention of the fact that at VitaBite you are looking at other products that might be in future. But why kuli? Although you stated earlier that your mom would say go to where the processing, all of those things was taking place then. But why not any other snack? Why do you think, okay, that is what you really want to do? And what other products in future do you have in mind for VitaBite?
Kuli is a product of groundnut. And we in Nigeria happen to be one of the largest producers of groundnut. So we focus on Kuli is actually more or less like, if you look at it, is not actually the waste product of groundnut, but is actually main product of groundnut, because what you use basically is groundnut. Then we can now add the spices to it. So I now look at it, it's something that is in the market. It's something we all know. It's something we are familiar with. But the disadvantage is that they carried it in wheelbarrows, they expose it. It's open, it's unbranded. So people look at it like it's not edible, but it actually is. So I now took it up to say like, it's something that we already know. So what I just did was just make it more hygienic. The processing was hygienic. You know, for me to go through NAFDA to get registration is not easy. To make it hygienic, then make it premium packaging. Then, of course, innovation comes in, branding comes in. Not talking about it. So it's not that you can see the difference. You see Vital Bites kulikuli is different from other kulikuli because of the packaging, the branding, and the process at which we go about it. We don't just pick granite and just do it. The process is hygienic for consumption. And again, the ingredients we put into it, we still spell it out. Even though there are some people who don't want, they will reach out to us and say, oh, we want ours in this kind of flavor. We don't want granola like one of the ones I have in Maryland that I got to supply to Maryland in US. They say they don't want, I did 2 parts. The one with pepper, the one that is spicy with pepper, and the one without. So some people don't want the spicy one, some want the plain one. So it depends on the order, so make it. So aside that, basically nothing really stressful, but it's still the local snack, but we just want to put more premium to it. It's something we are used to. It's not something that we don't know. Basically everybody knows it. Everybody has tasted it. But the only thing that makes you not to look at it twice is because of the packaging and the way it's being exposed. Basically that just it.
I love that. And who could have thought that kulikuli would have NAFDAC number? Seriously. Because men Nigerians just pick it up and eat. And I love the fact that you talk about the innovation you are trying to put in place. You understand, to ensure that yes, it's more edible for people. But let's look at it. It does not mean that the journey, your entrepreneurial journey, just rosy. Even if it is kulikuli. You understand? Sometimes you have the days whereby you feel like, oh, business is not what it is meant to be and all that. So what are the setbacks you face in this business, and how do you always scale through to ensure that yes, you come out better and stronger?
One of the major challenges, like almost everybody face, electricity is major. Then production, we need machines to produce. First of all, you select the granite. Select it because you're going to remove stones. That is the process. It's a very hectic one. The process. So it is easier when you get a machine that will select it, remove the stone, select the stone from the main granite. Then you now process it and extract oil. The extraction process, you need machine to do the extraction. Manually, because when I started manually. I still do it at times. When I don't have major production, I have little, I had to use hand after the grinding of the granite to a paste. You have to use turning stick or petal to start turning it to extract the oil, because it's the oil from that paste, from that granite paste, that you use in frying that's in kulikuli. So you don't buy granite oil elsewhere. So you have to extract it. So the amount of extraction you do, and you have to extract a lot, because if there's a lot of oil in that paste, it will not come out fine. So we need machine to do that for us. Machine, it will be easy. Machine will just extract the oil, dry, leave the paste to a cake. Then you now cut it into various shape and fry. You understand? Frying is not a process. You can get machine to do frying, but the extraction is the most important thing. So the machines basically are expensive. They are expensive. And to get local production, because it's not something that we do. It's not like a grinding of pepper and all that. So the machine to grind is not always available. To get local manufacturers to add, to produce, because there's a time they directed me to go meet all these fabricators to fabricate for me, but they still don't get it. So it's a challenge. And if we get the China produced one, it is smaller one, and you need electricity to still run it. And with our electricity system, that's money. So when you calculate how much you're going to make from the proceed of kulikuli and the machines and the stress involved, it's really frustrating. But the passion keeps you, because if you said you are not producing, somebody reach out to you and said, I want kulikuli, and they want to make orders. What do? You still have to go to the market, get your granite, and run your thing.
Wow. It's a whole lot.
Yes,
it's a whole lot. I'm trying to catch my breath because I'm trying to process everything. Like, nobody would have thought of the fact that we just buy, we eat, and we don't even know that all that premium tasty kuli you see out there, a lot goes into it.
A lot goes into it.
All right, so this is Market Innovators. You've not started at all because you are just bringing the juicy part of this conversation to your screen this afternoon. But before we move on, we will go on a short break right now. Go nowhere, stay relaxed. We are coming back. Welcome back. You're still watching Market Innovators on ConsumerHalla TV, and trust me, this has been an explosive edition because I have Teresa Moses still with me in the studio, and we've she's a woman of many parts. I don't even know which one to actually say with, but absolutely it has been an insightful conversation. And now if you're a lover of kuli, trust me, a lot goes into it. Talking about investments now, because it's stated that it has a lot. You don't just have to do it manually, you understand, a lot has to go into the business and all that. But recently Nigerian media, everywhere went, there was a lot of buzz. And when the first lady stated that a lot of empowerment going on there and people can start business, just to say, and it's not easy to run a business. And if you look at whether akara business, kuli, all of these things, it seems like it's something that is on a small scale, but a lot of capital goes into it. So let's talk about investments in it now. If there are stakeholders who are interested in this business and then I feel like, okay, let's go into this business. For someone who even wants to start, personally for you, how much did you start with? And for someone who's interested in doing that business now, not just because they are not educated or they don't have every other thing, but they feel like, yes, this is a business I can go into. So what's the capital investment like for someone who wants to start?
Okay. Every great business starts small. And one thing with Nigerian factor is we don't believe in we starting small. Believe in hitting big. Starting small and being consistent is one of the major things you start with business before you even talk about the money that comes. If you're starting a business with the intention that you're going to make money from it, you'll be disappointed.
Wow.
Yes. So the most important thing is start a product, start a business with the aim of satisfaction, getting your customers satisfied. If your customer is satisfied, one referral will bring another referral, you will stay in business. So in terms of starting, when I started, I didn't start with any equipment. I started with, I have a blender. So I have a blender that can blend the granules. So I have a frying pan. So I bought frying pan, then went to the market and bought granules. And I bought a little one. I bought, I think, 2 pints of granules, and I did the frying and the cleaning and everything myself. That was how I started. But as production is increasing, I start looking for, and again, I create employment by getting people to do it. I can't be sourcing the granules, peeling it, separating the sand and the dirt from it, then process and fry. And I don't have that long process to do it. I will just end up stressing myself out. So I now do division of labor. I get people to do different parts for me, and I do the finishing. You can select the granite, you can peel it for me. You understand? But I do my production myself when I get people to do all that for me because of what? Because of the process of hygiene I talked about, and quality of that product. I don't want it to taste different. So I know the quantity of things I put into it. So I know what I put into it. I know what comes out. You understand? So you can start small. If you have 50,000, like I said, if you can buy a paint of granules, you buy ginger, buy pepper. You have frying pan in the house. If you don't even have a frying pan, you can use your. Every house have a frying pan, no matter how big or small. You can start with that. So it's not really you have too much. But the most important thing is customer satisfaction. That should be your aim. By the time your customer is satisfied, you get more referrals, you get more people coming in to buy and ask for that product. In that way, don't just rely on what you know. Keep learning, keep improving, and packaging your product is very important. If these two cups here, if one of them, they are two the same cup, but the way you position them matters.
Yeah, so
if one is packaged well, the other is not packaged, and they are the same product, I'll go for the one that is attractive. So making sure that the product inside is still okay. Don't rely only because some people have fancy packaging and deep inside the product is nothing to write home about. So from inside and out, let somebody know that if you eat it from the outside is attractive, the taste is quality and top notch. It will keep you in business. When you get that running, as money is coming in, you keep expanding. As you're expanding, you get other things that you need. But you can't start everything at once. So just start with little. And I don't see the so much agog or bohaha about what the first lady said, because the truth of the matter is, if you had seen me on the street and I tell you I say kuli, you won't believe me, because I don't look like someone that is on the roadside and is on package. You understand? So the difference between all those things is the package. If you see someone on the roadside selling roasted corn, we'll price the hell out of that corn. But if you go to a supermarket and see a roasted corn that is priced, you can't price it. You pick it and go. You value that one. You don't value the one on the streets. So that is why what she said is coming at so many people, and so many people are looking at it. But the truth of the matter is, we have to start small. We need her to tell us, to remind us first before we believe that we are going to start small. And again, if you are starting small, everybody, if you can go to the island and buy akara for 2,000 naira, but you can still go to the roadside and get akara for 500 naira. The two are the same products. The difference is the packaging. Nothing else. It's the same beans. Isn't it? It's the same pepper, the same oil that is used to fry it. So the difference is the packaging. One is on the island, one is on the mainland. So it's the same products, but it's the way you put your premium quality on the target audience and where to go. So no matter how it is, I keep telling people to, no matter how little, brand yourself, improve on yourself. And even if you're frying corn on the roadside, look clean, don't look dirty.
That is a message for someone out there. So, who knows? You are trying to grow your business and you just keep complaining, you are not expanding. It might just be from you. And it's all about understanding the message, the context of the message that was being said. You know, like you said, use 50,000 naira rather than just being idle. And, you know, every day you are going out for interviews, no job is forthcoming. Something you can learn to do. And, you know, before you know it, you grow and become better. So that's just a word for someone out there. All right, so let's look into the world of media, because it's also very important. You are a publisher and editor-in-chief of the Gatmatch News, and you know, tell us about that platform. Why did you create it? What role do you believe that digital journalism should play in shaping Nigeria's future of journalism now?
Okay, I've been practicing journalism for almost 2 decades, for over 2 decades now. So I started from this day newspaper.
Oh, interesting.
So I started from the print. So I've worked on the print, worked on magazine, you know, before I come to online. I've worked on radio as well before coming online to work. So I have experience before coming to set up my own. And I wanted to, the push actually to set up my own was because there are times I realized that I can't say some certain things. I can't do some certain things because I have a boss to report to. And my boss will tell me, you can't report that brand because that brand is paying. And I was like, but I need to talk about it. So that motivated me to like, okay, let me set up my own and do things differently and get a niche. You understand? So basically that was how I started, by having opened registered Gatmatch Media, which produces Gatmatch News, and I still do PR, do consultation, do media, so basically everything. And when I started, the passion for journalism was just what pushed me. I wanted to have my story on the front page of this newspaper when I started there.
Wow.
So the drive has always been there, and I work with credible people who I still have relationship with, the editors, you know, who encourage me more to do. So, and the first major exclusive I did was to disguise myself, went to Kirikiri Maximum Prison 2010 to interview the Hamza Mustafa, retired. Major Hamza Mustafa, retired. He was in incarceration then. And I went to interview him. I speak and read and write Hausa very well. And I did that interview with Hausa. And that was a big one for me.
Interesting.
Came out and wrote the story, and it was on City Mail newspaper, owned by Mr. Muyiwa Adetiba then. You know, so he's a foremost journalist, and he has his own paper. Then I worked for him, and that was where I had that exclusive, and that was how he started.
Wow.
So I always have that passion to do something different, to do something daring. When you say you can't do it, I will tell you that I can't do it. I can. So that was how he started. My editor was telling me that you can speak. I was like, I interview Mustafa in prison. I was like, sure, I will. And that was how it started. So it wasn't about the money. Because now we are thinking about money. There we are not thinking about the money. We're thinking about getting our names on the byline that want to be there. Teresa Moses is the front page of this day. Those are the things we are looking at, and it has, you know, it has shaped us. We had veterans who trained us, so we went through the process. We didn't just jump into media. So because of that, that was what motivated us to set up. I'm the chairperson of NOMA, Nigeria Online Media Alliance. That was where it came about. The media space is saturated. Everybody with a mobile phone and the data call his or herself a journalist, but they are not trained. They don't know the 5 W's and H. And we've even gone beyond that again. This consistency is media. So the nation as we are now, we need more advocacy on some certain issues from the media. Well, we don't really talk about it. The media will just write stories, release them, and there are some core information we don't talk about. Issue of advocacy, we should talk about it. This is the responsibility of the media. We are the fourth estate of the realm.
Absolutely.
You understand?
Yeah.
We don't. At times we need to remind ourselves who we are. Yes, it's challenging. Yes, I will tell you the honest truth. It's not easy, but we still need to keep that job because majority of people are looking up to us. Nigerians are looking up to the media to speak. You understand? So we need to focus on advocacy. Let's leave politics along the line. We are not going to overrule politics. When it's politics, we talk about it. Bring accountability, get our leaders to be accountable for. Yes, but we should do advocacy. Like in June 25th, we did advocacy with the International Day Against Drug Abuse and trafficking. And we brought journalists to talk to them at Yaba Psychiatric Hospital. We partner with the ISOP Nigeria, NDLEA, Yaba Psychiatric Hospital. We brought in people who talk about the effects of drugs in the society and even trafficking and all that. So that is advocacy. We want the media to know what they should report about because a lot of our young ones are into drugs. How do drugs and substance abuse, how do we curtail them? You might not know it is an abuse.
Yeah, so true.
You understand? You might not know you're abusing paracetamol if you overuse it.
Many people absolutely abuse it.
So there are so many substances like that we abuse.
Vitamin C.
Exactly. We abuse them that we don't even know that it has effect on our body, on our health, and it affects our mental health. And you get, imagine my own time, I dare not wake up and say I'm going through a lot, or I have mental issue. I have mental stress, my mental health. You don't do it. Your mental health, when your mom slap you, your brain will reset. You don't need any mental person to check you up. And now you see my teenager that tell me that I'm going through a lot with my mental health. I will just look at her and smile. You understand? So the media have a lot to do. The media is just like a mother. Even if you're working, you still have to take care of your home, you still take care of your children, you still take care of your family, both extended and immediate. So there's a whole lot on the shoulder of the media. So basically, those are the things that made us want to okay, it can't be for everybody. Little by little, let's see what we can do. It's a gradual process. So basically,
I love that. And that is why also at ConsumerHallaTV, we are an advocacy channel. We ensure that consumers need to be heard.
Yeah.
And sometimes you have complaints, you have issues with brands. Who do you run to? So this is just our way of contributing our quota to that space. Advocacy could be different things for different people.
Yeah.
So that is a very fantastic one on drug and substance abuse. And now let's look at the traditional media. We talk about the prints, we talk about television, we talk about all this, and look at digital media now. You look at digital journalism in that space now. Everybody wants to be online. Like you said, everybody has a phone and all that. So when you started out, so out of passion and all that. So what difference do you think you see in today's journalists compared to, permit me to use traditional journalists, because this, we ride on the success of these journalists, but today people just downplay some of their contributions to this space. Without them, we wouldn't be here today. So what do you think is the difference back then and now, and what is actually the future of journalism?
Okay, we started from, like I said, I started from the print from this day. And a lot of people have friends who started from the print, from the radio. You understand? I have a lot of friends who started from the radio. I started from the print magazine before I went to the radio. And the truth is, no matter how important the mobile phone is, we still can't do without a telephone. We can't do without it. It has its own usefulness.
Absolutely.
So no matter how digital we are, we still need the physical paper. We still need the physical print.
Yeah.
We still need the traditional paper.
The television.
Yeah, we still need the TV. Even though we are on YouTube, we still need the physical broadcast TV and the radio station as well. And the essence of it is because, yes, technology, innovation, we might just wake up one minute and we'll just have another tech coming in. We have the social media. We can't rule that out. People are making money from the Facebook, the Instagram, Twitter, and all the social media handles. They're making money from it. So long as these are avenues for people to be heard, that is why we have censorship. People should not abuse it. The difference between then and now is then you can't write, my editor might not like my face, but when he see a very good story, he will like it, he will collect it, and he will use it. You see the difference?
Yeah.
So then it's going to be passed from the reporter to the sub-editor, to the editor. The editor will go through it, will have the sub-editor. So it goes through channels before it eventually comes out on the paper. It's not what you wrote that comes out on the paper. You have to go through others.
Yes.
Some they will add, some they will cut it off and come. So it goes through a lot of channel, professional hands before you eventually come to the public. But now, well, thank God for AI. It's helping us do grammatical correction. If not, the abuse, the negative side of the online media is that it's for all comers. No professionalism.
No gatekeepers.
No gatekeeping. Everybody just come in, have a story. You just, change the headline. The headline is different from the story. But the newspaper doesn't do like that. From the newspaper, you already know the content of that story.
Yeah.
You understand? That's traditional newspaper, traditional news. But now, we are now in a digital era where everything is so fast. Yeah, the traditional newspapers have online platform, but the difference is that this way we don't have channels. Then you have to send, if you have a story about a particular brand, you send message to them, get their own side of the story. But now we can just publish, later we can update. But in newspaper, you don't publish and update. It's gone, it's out the next day. The next you're going to take another 24 hours to get another one corrected. But for now, you can still run it, do the correction later. So it makes things easier. And in a situation where there are things that are so easy, you tend to make mistake and you tend to make crazy mistake. So that's just the disadvantage. Now we don't have professionals. It's for all comers. So we that understand the rudiments, try to make it professional. Make sure that if you must join our association, you must have experience in media. You must at least have 5 years minimum experience in media. That means you must have worked in either the print, the TV, or the radio. You must have experience.
I love that.
So, and with that, we know that you're on board. You can. It's not copy and paste journalism. Yeah, you just go and see something on the internet. You just copy, paste, and run it. No. So that's what we are trying to do. And the future of media, basically, the press has always been suppressed. Yes. To be honest, you write a story and you might be picked, You know, the whole lot of anguna the law uses to catch you.
Yeah.
And they'll just, there's so many things they'll use to get you. So you are now walking on eggshell. You're careful in the sense that you need to deliver more, but you still have to consider the law currently. As at then, you have to pass through your editor. Your editor knows what will go and what will not go. You just sit and write your story and relax. But now, you don't have an editor to go through it. I have a staff that work for me. I don't get her to publish. You understand? I get the story, source it, and give it to her to publish. So what I give her is final. So I don't let her get for me, so that I won't make it. She won't just copy something and make it, but I will not end up being called to come and start explaining a story that ordinarily shouldn't be there in the first place. So that's just the difference. Now we are more careful. Professionals are now more careful. The filter wall goes out. Basically, so the filter wall goes out because the log will pick you at any time you start explaining yourself. So filter wall goes out. And a major challenge is that when you reach out to people, when you reach out to this brand to get their own side of the story, it takes them forever to explain.
Exactly.
And you have to get the news out because time is of essence. The news gets still. You understand? So the time is of essence.
Proximity is important.
Yeah. So if we don't get that feedback, it's a challenging word for us. So it's basically we have a job to do, but you still need the other part to complete it. So if the other part doesn't complete, what do? You have to get your own story done. Then later, you can come to a compromise. But the future of journalism is bright because with what we are going through in Nigeria and the hazard of the job, the family background we come from, our personal life and everything, we should strive to do something meaningful. That means we have a passion for what we do. We are born for what we do. We might not be making, some of us are not making money from media. We are making money from elsewhere. But those of us that are surviving is because we believe in Nigeria, we believe the greater of this country, we believe in the people of this country, and we are in it. We are not going anywhere. Very difficult to see some journalists trying to jackpot. The intention is to go out, learn. So, but I think the future of journalism that we are going to do more of, we're looking forward to, I do a lot of trainings. When I get people, anything trainings, I will go into it. So the future of journalism is bright. We will get there. We'll make our corrections, we'll be great. But you know what? Anywhere we find ourselves in the world, we still outstanding. As a journalist in Nigeria, if you leave the shores of this country, you are doing well. With what we don't, with the limited resources we have, when we go out of this country, we do great. It means we are born for it.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you for contributing your quota in a great way.
Thanks.
Take your flowers, take your garden.
Thank you.
Now, before we allow you go, let's look at it. You are a mother. And, it's also one of the arts that you wear. And, in this time, in this age, it could be challenging with the, technology we have out there. And you mentioned earlier that sometimes your guests talk about their mental health and all that. So how do you ensure that you get to understand them, understand their language, they speak different language from your own generation. So how has it been like being a mother in this age? I would love to know.
Oh my goodness, you want to know?
I really want to know.
You see, the truth of the matter is, the jet age, the Gen Z and the alpha beta and all that is, we keep learning. Mothers keep learning. That's the only way you stay consistent with, that's the only way you understand your children. I have girls, more boys. So it's now double the hustle because aside from providing, you have a responsibility of being positive. They look up to you. You see how double it is. Absolutely. So the job is not easy. So you provide, you look up, they look up to you. So in all you say, in all you do, they are watching. You can't be telling a Gen Z. During that time, our parents can tell us all sorts of things. We know that it's not true, but we absorb it. But now, you tell a Gen Z what you are not practicing, she will tell you, but mommy, you said this. When so person called you, you lied, and you're telling me not to lie. How is it possible? So you see the challenge. How do you start explaining that? So you need to up your game. You need to be 3 steps ahead of them. If possible, 5 steps ahead of them. Because these children, they are smart.
Very smart.
They are smart. What you think you know, you don't. What you think you are, you think you know them. They are ahead of you. So the thing is, God has been faithful. We have everything we everything we need to train these children in the Bible. You understand? The Bible has been a foundation for us to train these children. The Bible makes you understand that you spare the rod, you spoil the child. No matter how big or how grown, yeah, there are times you might not consistently beat them, but there are ways you beat them, not with physical cane, but with words and correction. Yes. So you might be angry. You might want to blow up and tear up everything, but you remember that this is Gen Z, it's not your time. So you calm down and give them a listening ear. In the process of them talking to you, you will understand some things that ordinarily, because if you're too harsh to them, they won't tell you other things. If they have 3 things to tell you, they'll tell you one, and when they tell you one, they notice the way you are coming with that one, they will hide the remaining 2. So you make them feel that we are on the same level, I understand you. What is it now? Who is your friend? That your friend that is calling you. Who is he? It's your boyfriend, right? She's like, no, it's not my boyfriend. It's just a classmate. You will not give them that avenue for them to be free to talk. When you finish, you correct them that I know you have a friend, but don't do this, don't do that. You have your future ahead of you and all that. In a way, that child will sit down and think and realize that, yes, my future is in my hand. Whatever thing I do with it. You understand? But ordinarily, if they start shouting, who is that boy? Why is that boy calling you? Why are you chatting? Why you do this? My sister, we can go enter bush. That's just the truth. But God has been faithful. The job, the work, and the hope front, it's not been easy. It's been God all the way. And we thank God for our teachers. They're doing well in school. Those teachers are amazing. Teachers are amazing. The teachers are doing so well for our for parents like us. So teachers do half of what we do at home because they spend major time in school. You understand? So the teachers will try.
Wow, your innovation has made the media space become better. Even your parenting skill, also the business skill as well. All of the skills, they've ensured that you yourself, you become a better human being, and you also make the society better. And that is the power of actualizing the dream and ensuring that yes, you stay focused, you stay focused, and you keep achieving whatever you set your mind to do. So now, before I let you go, still on that kuli, because it's very important. Your dream is to ensure that globally, yes, we can export more of it. It becomes a snack that is recognized out there. So, what practical steps must Nigerian food brands, even the government stakeholders, everybody, what practical steps must they take to ensure that we can compete, not necessarily competition, but globally, our snack can be recognized?
Charity begins at home. If you accept our product here in Nigeria, if you buy our made in Nigeria products, definitely it will thrive in other countries. It will thrive in anywhere in the world. Like I said, our family and friends tasted my kuli and they love it, and they took it to Canada, took it to Maryland in the US. You understand? My kuli has gone there, and they are selling it there. And the reason why that is thriving is because Nigeria here, we need to accept our product. It is local. We should not look down on our local product. Whatever it is, our groundnuts, our kuli, our sesame seed, everything that we have, we shouldn't look down on this product. Look at it, buy it, eat it. When you eat it, when you are going abroad, take it along with you. And so chocolate started from somewhere. At this point, nobody believed in chocolate. It's a byproduct. But now we can't do without chocolate. It's a major product. So that is how it is with groundnuts. That's how it is with our kuli. Our local snacks, we should not despise it. We should not feel we are made. We don't need it. We need it. It's healthy. It's medicinal. We should eat it. You understand? If you're watching weight and you are craving, kuli will go there for you. You can eat it. You can take kuli with custard. You can take it with pap. You can take it with your oats. You can take it with virtually anything. You can powder the kuli and use it to add to your veggies.
Wow.
You understand? So these are things that we can. So locally, let us embrace our products. If we can love it, it will go far. It is what you present that the international body will take. If you don't value it, they won't take it. So for our product to go international, we need to appreciate it. We need to value it. We need to accept it. If it's accepted, it is valued. And the challenges is that we need support in terms of supermarkets, making it easy for our product to be there. It shouldn't be by connection. that is killing local businesses, because there are a whole lot of wonderful products that we have that we can get on the local store, but they are not in the supermarket because of the chain, the challenges to get through that process. Not everybody will go through that process to get it there. And NAFDAC again should try as much as possible to have a way to reduce the processing for small brands, small businesses to get accepted in the processing, to make it easier. You understand? So because you have intention of getting your product registered, but the process it takes, you should just reduce the process a little. It will be very easy for a lot of people to go get their product registered and get it on the shelf of supermarkets and also get it out. Because if it's not registered, it's difficult to get it out of the country.
Interesting. Interesting. So for a woman who has been in this media space for over 2 decades, and you've done so many things, and you told me earlier that there's so many things I did not even know and that you do about you. So, but a little bit told me something that you have a lot in stock that you want, people to see. So in the next 10 years, where do you see Vita Bites, and where do you see yourself in the next 10 years?
Okay, 10 years is even far. In the next 5 years, we see ourselves in the international markets. We see Vita Bite Kulikuli in the international markets, not competing because we are a product of our own. You don't have a product to compete with. Kulikuli is Kulikuli. You don't have anything to compete with it. It's on its own. So we don't want to be competing. We want to be known that this is a made in Nigeria, proudly Nigerian, made in Nigeria by a Nigerian, and is thriving in stores global and supermarkets. Yes, in Atlanta, in Toronto, in Canada, in Kenya, in African countries, in West African countries, every part of the world. You want to, when you get, because Nigeria is everywhere in the world. So when they get there, they will see their favorite snack in those shelves, in the shelves of those supermarkets. So that is our target, to get there. Then in career-wise, well, media, do journalists retire? We don't retire now. We don't retire. We just decided to just give it to new generation. We mentor them and go ahead. So basically, the next 10 years, I should be doing mentorship, more of mentorship, mentoring the younger ones with the vast knowledge and experience that I have. I can't take it away. I can't take it anywhere. So it's just to pass it on to the next generation. I want to see somebody that is going to do greater things than me. If I've achieved 100, I need somebody to achieve 1,000 in a period of 35 years of their life. You understand? So it's mentorship. I would love to mentor more people, more young ones. And yeah, I won't want to do it for free, because if it's free, they won't appreciate it. But just for a little token to know that that mentorship is worth it and to do more. So it's not only mentorship, because I had people who mentor me and they didn't just leave me. They mentor me and they still carry me to go. So I will mentor and not leave you, but carry you and push you till you get to that destination. So basically, those are the things I want to work on in the next 5-10 years of my life.
Wow. A whole lot. And I pray all these dreams they become reality.
Amen.
All right, so there's a softer part of the show whereby everything is now, you love that. But I mean, it's just to know your favorite quote and your quick win segment. So before we allow you go finally, so let's hear from you, because this is what we do to our guests. We do it for them every time they're on the show. So what is one quote, principle, or belief that's guided you throughout your entrepreneurial journey? Just one quote.
Consistency is key.
Just
consistency. Be consistent. Don't give up. Do it. Keep doing it. You'll break through. Be consistent. Don't do one off and stop. No, be consistent. Consistency. Can be consistent doing one thing for 10 years. The result will wow you. Consistency is the key.
That's the key. Yeah. So what advice would you have given your younger self now, if you were to go back in time and give yourself any piece of advice?
What advice?
Yes, would you have given yourself?
Given myself.
Yeah, your younger self.
Younger self. That would be, well, that would still be passion first. Passion first before the money. Yes, passion first. Get the passion. Whatever then I remember when I would write a story, give it to my editor. My editor will throw it back to me. We say that's not how to write it. Go and write it again. I was angry. I was like, no, I've tried. I didn't know he was mentoring me. I didn't know he was teaching me the rudiments. But with time, I realized how important it is because I can write stories and all that. So it's passion first, then learn on the job. Don't be the knowledge you acquire yesterday is different from today. If you have an opportunity to acquire another knowledge today, acquire it. If you have another opportunity to acquire next month, acquire that knowledge. So passion, learn, be consistent with your education, learning, your trainings, seminars, whether they are paying you, they are not paying you. Go there, you will get one information that you've not gotten before from the previous one. In a month, if there are 3 or 5 seminars in a month on media, on entrepreneurship, on innovation, I will go because it's going to help me. I will learn one thing that I've not heard before and I'll add it to my knowledge to take me far. So learning is very important. Don't just rely on what you understand. Keep learning, read books, read research. Add knowledge. What can I do differently? What will make me stand out from others? We are in a competition. Media space is competition. Everybody, especially in the online segment. What will stand you out is your niche. Create something for yourself. Look for where you will stand out. If it's investigative journalism, if it's consumer advocacy. Advocacy. If it is health. If it is whatever it is, just create a niche and it's your passion. What do you love doing? Use it and put it into it. I believe in solution journalism. I believe in investigative journalism. You understand? So those are the things I believe in. So I work towards that. But learn, have passion. Don't forget, passion first. You bring in money, you will also. Passion first, learn and learn again.
I love the emphasis on the learn and learn.
Very important.
All right, thank you so much for being on the show today. I learned so much personally myself, and I just want to keep going. Because if someone like you can do it, who am I not to do it as well?
We don't have Godfather, but we have God the Father.
Oh, I love
that. So you keep learning and keep learning, you will get there. The doors will open. You don't need to know somebody, but when you know the job very well, doors will open.
Absolutely. So we've been speaking with Teresa Moses, founder and chief executive officer of Vital Bites Food, founder of the Padme A Girl Empowerment Foundation, publisher and editor-in-chief of Gatmatch News, and chairperson of the Nigerian Online Media Alliance, NOMA. So her story is a powerful reminder that some of the world's most successful businesses begin with simple local ideas. Through innovation, quality, resilience, and a commitment to excellence, those ideas can evolve into brands that create jobs, empower communities, and compete on the global stage. Thanks so much for joining us today on Market Innovators, and I look forward to seeing you in future to come.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
All right. I am Irimufe Koforola, and what more can I say? Keep dreaming big, keep pursuing, and one day the world will open at your command. So remember, the future of Nigeria's economy will not only be built on our natural resources, but also on entrepreneurs who are bold enough to add value, solve problems, and transform local products into global brands. And do not forget to subscribe across all our social media platforms on Facebook, X, TikTok at ConsumerHalla. See you next time and keep innovating.
Hey there, do you know in the world today, everyone is a consumer, and as consumers, we all have the right to be heard.
In Nigeria today, as a consumer, you have all right to product information, right to fair pricing, right to return goods, right to product labeling, right to fair dealings, and a lot more.
Well then, have you heard about the new media channel?
ConsumerHalla TV.
ConsumerHallaTV.
ConsumerHalla TV.
At ConsumerHalla TV, our goal is to inform and educate consumers in Nigeria with insightful news alongside development within the fast-paced world of consumers through well-researched, specialized, and analytical content.
Our vision at ConsumerHalla TV is to create an engaging platform that provides right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria, thus creating a more caring world for consumers where business thrive.
And guess what? Our ConsumerHalla brand is the first consumer complaint resolution portal in Nigeria, powered by a 72-hour feedback mechanism. We offer consumer advocacy, informative talk shows, branding promotions, advertising, and lots more. Connect with us via our YouTube channel at ConsumerHallaTV. Follow us on our Facebook page, ConsumerHallaTV, our Instagram page, ConsumerHallaTV, and do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Subscription is free. ConsumerHallaTV. At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard. At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard. Hello consumers, you have the right to be heard, absolutely. So join us on the conversation, share your brand experience, where you tell us all your experiences about brand on the outer world via our YouTube channel every Wednesday from the hour of 4:20 to 5:20. You can watch us via our YouTube channel, ConsumerHallaTV, and subscription is free. Follow us on all our social media platforms, ConsumerHallaTV. Share your brand experience. It's about storytelling. It's about experiences.
Hello consumers, you're welcome to another exciting episode of Consumer Voice on ConsumerHalla TV. I am Matilda Omenai. As you already know, Consumer Voice is a show where we'll be visiting different places in Lagos to check out people's preferences, hear what the consumers have to say about different leading brands that they make use of.
Hello, it's your boy here, Iremofeko Foworola, and you know what? They call me the AUF General Overseer. Every day is a blessing and it is meant to be enjoyed.
Good evening and welcome to the ConsumerHalla News at 4 o'clock. I am Peace Unwoke. The federal government of Nigeria is set to earn about $40.64 million from MTN Nigeria's $406.37 million. Welcome back and apologies for the interference. I am Peace Uwoke and this is the 4 o'clock news on ConsumerHalla TV. The federal government of Nigeria is set to earn about $40.64 million from MTN Nigeria's $406.37 million dividend payout to shareholders. MTN Nigeria is expected to distribute approximately $545.9 billion in dividends following strong financial performance. A portion of the payout will accrue to the government through withholding tax on dividends, providing additional revenue to the country. The dividend distribution also benefits shareholders, including institutional and individual investors, by giving them returns from their investment in the telecommunications company. The development highlights the growing contribution of major Nigerian companies to government revenue through taxes, while also demonstrating the financial returns available to investors in the country's capital markets. The payout comes as MTN Nigeria continues to expand its telecommunications and digital services business amid changes in the Nigerian economy and increasing demand for connectivity. The federal government spent 9.39 trillion naira on minimum wage increases, salary adjustments, and other allowances for public workers between June 2023 and December 2025, the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Taiwo Oyedele, has said. The amount was higher than the federal government's share of the savings generated from the removal of the petrol subsidy during the 31-month period. Oyedele disclosed this at a media conference on Nigeria's reform scorecard. The revelation offers a new perspective on the debate over subsidy removal proceeds, showing that the federal government's additional spending on workers was higher than the 5.4 trillion naira it received as its share of the 15.8 trillion naira mobilized through subsidy removal and foreign exchange reforms. It also comes as the federal government prepares to begin fresh negotiations with the Nigeria Labour Congress next year over a new minimum wage for civil servants. During the briefing, Oyedele said the federal government generated 20.4 trillion naira in incremental resources during the period from subsidy-related savings and increased revenue. It said 9.39 trillion naira, the largest single expenditure item, was spent on wage adjustments and increases in the national minimum wage. The Minister of Finance explained that the resources were deployed to meet rising government obligations rather than left idle. It stated that the government remained committed to fulfilling its agreements with workers while maintaining fiscal discipline. The federal government has said the Dangote Petroleum Refinery would not have been able to commence operations under the petrol subsidy regime, arguing that subsidy removal was necessary to create a viable market for private refining investments. The Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Taiwo Oyedele, disclosed this on Wednesday in Abuja while presenting the government's reform scorecard. Oyedele said the removal of the petrol subsidy and unification of the foreign exchange market had come with high cost, but had also prevented a much worse economic crisis. It specifically linked the survival of the Dangote refinery to subsidy removal, saying the plant could not have been commercially viable if petrol had remained at the heavily subsidized price of less than 200 naira per litre. Oyedele noted that Nigeria was importing refined products and the Dangote refinery would not have been able to start because it could not sell at 200 naira per litre while waiting for the government to pay the balance of over 1,000 naira per litre. He argued that keeping petrol at about 100 naira would not have meant cheap fuel. Rather, the country would have faced a situation where petrol remained officially cheap but became increasingly unavailable, with consumers forced to source from the black market at about 3,000 naira per litre. The minister stated that on the pre-reform path, petrol would likely be simultaneously unavailable at official prices while trading in the black market. He maintained that the reforms created conditions for investments, such as the Dangote refinery, to operate and contribute to the economy. For many Nigerians, dining out is about more than just the food. Taste, cleanliness, customer service, affordability, and the overall dining experience increasingly influence where people choose to eat and whether they return. ConsumerHalla TV's Elizabeth Abefe reports.
Busy schedules and the convenience of eating out continue to draw customers to restaurants, while food quality, cleanliness, and the dining environment also influence their choices. Beyond the food itself, the quality of service, ambience, affordability, and consistency can determine whether customer returns or choose another restaurant.
Okay, first thing is cleanliness. Like sometimes some restaurants have entered, you start seeing flies, and anytime I see these blue lights, you see that blue light that I used to have it. Okay. I don't like going there. Also, I always check anytime, if I check the service, how am I received over there? Also, the quality of the food, the taste, yes, because I know the difference between fresh and frozen food, yes.
Why good food attracts customers, taste, flavor, and convenience are key factors that influence the choice of one restaurant over another.
Their customer service and the taste of the food, because the flavor that I get from the food, if I prepare it at home, I'm definitely not going to get it. Okay, if I want to eat at a restaurant, they should have what I want to eat, like what I'm craving. And then I look at the sitting, decor, the ambience, exactly, like how aesthetic is this place, something like that.
Good food may attract customers, but consistency and value for money are important in building loyalty. Poor service and long awaiting times can, however, determine whether customers return.
Firstly, the quality of the food, because not everybody that has branding has quality. So I'll say the quality of the food and the waiting time too, because I consider waiting time a lot. Not like I say a lot of people, I'll just go outside. Like sometimes when you get there, like there'll be too much customers. So some people, like instead of them to attend the quality, like two people can be attending to one person instead of one per person. So you just be there waiting time.
As competition in the restaurant sector continues to grow, maintaining high food standard, providing excellent customer service, and creating a positive dining environment are essential to attracting and retaining customers. Elizabeth Abefe, ConsumerHalla TV.
Thank you, Elizabeth Abefe. Moving on, petroleum marketers have thrown their weight behind President Bola Tinubu's determination to revive the nation's moribund refineries, rejecting former President Olusegun Obasanjo's position that the facilities will never work again. The Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria and Petroleum Products Retail Outlet Owners Association of Nigeria supported Tinubu's position that the refineries would work again. The national president of Petran, Billy Gillis-Ari, said he believed Tinubu would succeed in restoring the refineries, arguing that Nigeria should not abandon strategic national assets because previous rehabilitation efforts failed. The marketer's position comes amid a renewed debate over the future of the Port Harcourt, Warri, and Kaduna refineries, following Tinubu's recent declaration that the facilities would return to operation and would be made profitable. The president had, while receiving the leadership of the Nigeria Union of Petroleum and Natural Gas Workers at the presidential villa, said the refineries would be revived, but stressed that mere operation would not amount to success. Tinubu stated that an ordinary flame and smoke of a refinery does not mean it is working until it becomes profitable. The president also said he would not dwell on the circumstances surrounding previous rehabilitation efforts, accepting responsibility for the inherited assets. He noted that the government was building a very firm research and structural reworking of the economy of the refineries. The marketers expressed confidence in the administration's commitment to ensuring the refineries operate profitably and contribute to national energy security. The federal government has commenced the construction of 250 units of two-bedroom bungalows for federal civil servants under the renewed Hope Civil Service Estate in Gwagwalada, Abuja. The Minister of Housing and Urban Development, Mutaka Dama, said the project was part of the federal government's broader housing intervention across the 36 states of the Federation. Speaking at the groundbreaking ceremony on Wednesday in Abuja, Dama said the Civil Service Estate was designed to provide affordable housing for civil servants while improving efficiency within the public service. Dama stated that the ministry has projects in all the 36 states of the Federation and that this particular one represents one of the many projects in Abuja. He noted that the Civil Service Estate has a unique character as a wider housing intervention with a focus on the people who are providing this housing unit. The minister also emphasized that the government was bringing efficiency into the civil service by providing cheap and affordable housing to civil servants. He called on consultants, supervising teams, contractors, and stakeholders to ensure that what they are providing today stands the test of time. Dama said the project would contribute to making the civil service corruption-free by improving living conditions for workers. The housing estate is expected to enhance productivity and morale among federal civil servants. President Bola Tinubu's new tax incentive for deep offshore oil and gas projects could unlock about $50 billion in investments and add nearly 1 million barrels per day of crude oil and condensate to Nigeria's production within the next 4 to 5 years. The Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission has said. The Executive Commissioner for Development and Production at the NUPRC, Enorese Amadasu, disclosed this during an interview on NTA, where he represented the Commission Chief Executive, Orishimeyiwa Eyeson. According to a statement issued by the NUPRC's Head of Media and Corporate Communications, Eniola Akikwotu, Amadasu said the executive order could accelerate investment decisions on major projects. The Deep Offshore Oil and Gas Projects Incentives Executive Order 2026, recently signed by Tinubu, has the potential not only to unlock $50 billion in investments, but can also create an additional 1 million barrels per day of crude oil and condensate from deep offshore fields. The executive order, also known as Executive Order 9, is designed to improve the economics of deep offshore oil and gas projects by providing tax incentives and a more predictable framework for investors. Amadasu said the reform could open a new phase of investment in Nigeria's offshore petroleum industry. He noted that as of today, Nigeria has mined over 4.6 billion barrels from deep offshore assets, which in cargo terms is about 5,000 tankers. The commissioner stated that the country is on the right path thanks to the president. He explained that deep offshore projects typically require billions of dollars and several years to move from discovery to production, making the incentives crucial for attracting investment. And that is all on the news at 4 on ConsumerHalla TV. Do follow us across all social media platforms on ConsumerHalla TV on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, X, and YouTube. I am Peace Onwoke, and this is a good evening to you.
Good morning, Nigeria, and welcome to your favorite consumer awareness show on your consumer-centric TV channel, ConsumerHalla TV. This is Consumer Watchdog, the program where we examine issues affecting consumer rights, public safety, and everyday life. If you're just joining us on the conversation, it's so good to have you there watching us. This is Consumer Watchdog, where we inform consumers about their right. I am Ire Ayomikole Eke. Good morning.
Good morning, and I am Elizabeth Eze. And like Ire Ayomikole said, this is a show that we had to discuss probably issues that concerns humans, consumers, and the way you can, achieve a whole lot of things. That
Absolutely. You're very, very right. All right. Good morning, Elizabeth.
Good morning.
It's so good to have you on the show. And
Thank
you look good, I must say.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Now let's begin the conversation this beautiful Tuesday morning. A case in Delta State involving the death of a 20-year-old young woman or lady has raised concerns about social media safety, sexual violence allegations, and the risks associated with meeting people through online platforms. The lady reportedly recorded a video making an allegation of rape against the popular Asaba-based content creator before her death. Following the allegation, the suspect was arrested by the Delta State Police Command, which said an investigation was ongoing. At this stage, it is important to emphasize that the rape allegation remains an allegation. The circumstances surrounding the lady's death and the event leading up to it matters for investigators to establish, while criminal responsibility can only be determined by a court of competent jurisdiction.
Beyond the intermediate circumstances of the case, the incident raises important questions about Nigerians' use of social media. To find jobs, mentorship, modeling opportunities, content creation opportunities, and professional engagement. What happens when online connections leads to an offline meeting? What legal protection exists when allegations of sexual violence arise? How should evidence from social media and digital devices be handled? And the precautions can individuals take before meeting someone that they first connected online?
It's absolutely, Elizabeth, that's a whole lot for us to have on the show this beautiful morning.
We have a lot on our plate.
Absolutely. But before we get into today's discussion, here are some of the latest consumer-related development making headlines. I'm giving you the headlines about it. The petrol price drop expectations. And there are expectations that petrol pump prices could move towards 800 naira per litre as independent petroleum marketers secure direct supply arrangement with the Dangote Petroleum Refinery, potentially reducing the cost associated with third-party depot arrangement. For consumers, the key question is whether these direct supply deals will translate into sustained reductions at filling stations and provide some relief from high transportation and living costs. Away from that, another headline says the Nigerian Consumer Credit Corporation, Credit Corp, has expanded its consumer financing program with the launch of the CLICK initiative. The program is designed to give working Nigerians and fellow access to flexible credit for purchasing locally assembled laptop and smartphones. The initiative could make essential digital devices more accessible to consumers who may not be able to afford the full cost upfront. And away from that news story, another headline says the fake drug market alarm. And health watchdogs and consumer protection groups are raising renewed concerns about the continued circulation of counterfeit medicines in major European drug markets, including Idumota in Lagos and Onitsha Bridgehead. The concerns some despite previous seizure of counterfeit and substandard medicines running into the billions of naira. For consumers, the warning is clear: buying medicines from unverified sources, which can carry serious health risk, making it important to purchase medicines through the legitimate and unauthorized channels. Away from that, those are the latest consumer stories we're tracking on Consumer Watchdog this beautiful morning. And now let's return to today's main discussion. On today's Consumer Watchdog, we examine these questions from the perspective of Nigerian law, public safety, digital evidence, and consumer protection. And to help us examine this tacky issue, we are joined by a Nigerian human rights lawyer, activist, and public commentator, a very respected one at that, Barrister Deji Deyoju. We have him joining us virtually to shed more light about this conversation and to see the legal perspective of this present issue at hand. Good morning, Barrister Deji Deyoju. It's so good to have you on Consumer Watchdog on ConsumerHallaTV. Okay, that is our guest. Absolutely, he's with us, and we hope to have him very soon, Barrister Deji Deyoju, to shed more light on this conversation. Elizabeth, we can't wait to have his insight
Deji
about
Deyoju
this.
is packed. He's well loaded.
I love that word, packed.
He's well loaded. So
Absolutely.
I can't wait as well to hear what he has to say
Mm.
as regards to this issue, because this issue has to do with a lot of human interest issues. Consumers can be involved in this, and individuals, we have thousands of individuals out there that are seeking mentorship and people that are willing to go into businesses. And when we need to know if there is a guideline that will guide them into all of this. So that's why we have our experts on ground.
Absolutely, Elizabeth, your point, you're right about that. And a lot of ladies are facing issues like this, and it's so sad that 2026, the issue of rape is still happening. So we need to talk about it. And I'm very sure we have Barrister Deji Deyoju on board. Let's go on a short break. We'll be right back. It's the Consumer Watchdog on ConsumerHallaTV. Alright, it's still your favorite consumer awareness show on ConsumerHallaTV, and I'm sure we have Esquire Deji Adeyanju joining us on the conversation. Good morning, Deji Adeyanju. Thank you, Adeyanju. Thank you so much for joining us on the conversation.
Yes, good morning. Thank you for having me.
Good morning, sir. Thank you for joining us.
Yes, indeed. Thank you.
All right, now let's begin. It's so good to have you.
Yes.
Let's begin this conversation because it has sparked a nationwide concern, and a lot of Nigerians are on their toes to know what will be the fate of the person that did this illegal thing. And we were talking about this issue of rape. It has been so worrisome, and this is 2026, and it's so sad that we see.
Allegedly did the illegal thing. Allegedly.
Okay, allegedly. All right, because we know that the investigation is still going on. And as we speak right now, the Delta State Police have arrested a suspect following these allegations. But based on the Nigerian law, what offenses could a suspect face in an alleged rape case? And are there additional criminal charges that may arise depending on the outcome of the investigation? Let's begin our conversation from there.
Yes, basically, under the criminal law, which applies in Delta State, the offense of rape you can face offense of rape. You can also face under section 357 of the Criminal Code Act, which has been domesticated in Delta State, and that section defines rape. And for there to be rape, there must have been penetration, as defined under the Act itself.
Then also indecent assault can also be one of the charges that can be filed against. Then you also know that Delta State has also domesticated the Violence Against Persons Act, that's VAP. So that's the 2015 Act. So since it has been domesticated in Delta State, that's also an offense that he can possibly face. Additionally, you know, Section 24 of the Cybercrime Act, the much talked about cybercrime, has criminalized certain offenses because the disease was allegedly lured through social media. So the alleged offender can also face under Section 24, 1B, and also 1 itself, substantially, of the Cybercrime Act. So I think basically, to my mind, those are some of the fragmented offenses that he could face if charges are brought by the direct prosecution in Delta State or the Attorney General and Commissioner of Justice of Delta State, in my view.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Deji Adeyonjo. Still on investigation. A week today, it was all over the social media that the body of the deceased was exhumed for an autopsy to proceed to commence investigation. So how do police typically investigate allegations of rape and sexual violence? What kind of evidence do they have to give to avoid compromising the case, to avoid delays? Because going back and forth, somebody is already down and you are bringing back to, you know, conduct an autopsy. It can prompt delay, and people are questioning, like, oh, do they want to compromise this alleged case? So what are the typical investigations that police need to commence forth to proceed with investigations?
You know, the direct medical.
All right, Mr. Deji Adeyonjo is no longer here with us, and we hope to have him back on this conversation, because the question you asked Elizabeth is a very important question.
It's a very important
and
question,
we need his
because,
legal insight on it.
Yes, because it was stated that, because if you read comment sections there, people are, oh, are they going to delay? Is there going to be delay, you know, bringing back the body for an autopsy? So this should have been done before she had been laid to rest. So that's what we want him to, you know, enlighten us on the typical evidences and investigations that would have been prompted up before that.
Okay, all right, interesting. One right there is Consumer Watchdog, your favorite consumer awareness show, and we hope to have Mr. Deji Adeyonjo back. Let's go take a short break. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, and we still have Deji Adeyonjo with us. And the question we have here is, how do the police typically investigate allegations of rape and sexual violence? What kind of evidence investigators are likely to gather to establish facts on this particular alleged case?
Yeah, so basically, you know, you require direct evidence for offenses bordering on rape. That's why you need not only oral evidence of the victim, you also need medical evidence. And that's why immediately rape is suspected to have occurred. You're expected to visit a hospital. You're supposed to do tests. And government hospitals are what is acceptable in courts. So you visit the hospital, the necessary test is done, a report confirming rape. Then, because these things are going to be put in the case file, and it's going to be filed with a charge, with a proof of evidence. So aside that, you also need at least direct evidence from the victim. Unfortunately, in the instant case, the victim is now dead. The victim died as a result of suicide. The victim, however, has a video recording of what had happened. Yes, so in law, there's a principle that is known as dying declaration. It can be used by the prosecution in the instant case to show that yes, truly the rape occurred. But again, you need direct evidence. But when direct evidence cannot be gotten, the court may rely on circumstantial evidence, as in the instant case, because such a dying declaration may become circumstantial evidence. Again, the police, it is possible that they could get the defendant to confess to the crime. So, and if the defendant confesses to the crime, the evidence is very strong and potent evidence as well. So, but these are some of the things that the investigators, the police must look into to make sure that all loose ends are tied, to make sure that the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed, in order to have a watertight case for the prosecution.
It's so sad that a life was lost in all of this, but we have to talk about something that is very, very important. Because when someone invites another person through social media for mentorship, content creation, or work opportunities, so what legal duty of care or responsibility do they owe that individual?
Yeah. So basically, there is an implied fiduciary and the duty of care that must be discharged by someone who has given invitation to treat by somebody for a job employment is very high. The threshold is very high. That whatever happens to that person in the course of such an invitation, that as long as it does not happen, as long as there's no break in causation, and when I mean causation, there's no the person had gotten involved in an accident on the way heading to Delta. So I've been a different entirely. The person has arrived Delta. The person is now in your custody. Then you decide to and rape the person. Then you are liable for offenses, rape. Also, offenses bordering on assault or by the prosecution. You also be on the issue of Section 24 of the Cybercrime Prevention Act. The offenses are very strict and they are very obvious. Section 24 sub 1B, that the person can be held liable for breaching the violation of the Cybercrime Act in that regard as well. So these are some of the offenses and charges that may be brought against the alleged offender in the instant case. It's important to know that the members of the public must know that when you invite somebody for a job interview, if they sleep, if the interview, maybe because the tiles is bad, or maybe the step is steep, or anything that happens within the precinct of the work environment where they have been invited. So not to talk more of a grievous and a heinous allegation and crime like rape, you'll be held liable, even if they fall while in the vicinity and the precinct of the office, you'll be held liable for such an accident. So the law places a duty and an obligation on you as the person who has put out the invitation to treat, that, come interview, come to my office for this, that you must do everything within your power, that harm must come to the person. But in this case, a grievous harm has come to the person, and unfortunately, the victim in this case has passed on.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Deji Adeyonjo. Many Nigerians travel to meet people for the very first time for mentorship, business transactions. Like, I'm a journalist, we are reporters, you go, you meet people. So what precautions do they have to take before making such movements?
Yes, this
or
is
before
why
accepting such invites?
Yes, yes. You see, it's both ways. Due diligence is both ways. You have to subject the people that are inviting you to scrutiny. You have to subject them to due diligence. You must tell friends, you must tell family members. Sometimes you may even call, the police. The Nigerian police have emergency response numbers, state by state. And all the public relation officers of all the commands, their phone numbers are on the internet. So you may even call the public relation officer to say, I've been invited to so state. I'm going to so state. So you report that, in case I don't call back tomorrow to give update that this is the person, is the detail, is the contact of the person. Also share live location with your lawyer. This is why we tell people, most Nigerians, that they should have a lawyer, a family lawyer, a personal lawyer, you may share the contact with your lawyer. You may even let the person know, the person inviting you, that, oh, I've informed my lawyer, lawyer, that I'm coming here. So the person will be very careful and very cautious. Even if sometimes you may tell them that my family is aware that I'm on this trip. I've told them, I've given them your number, I've given them your details. So it gives safeguard for the person. You cannot just show motor on your own, just go on the frolic of your own, travel without anybody knowing your whereabouts. Then something unfortunately happens, then there will be no recourse. The only option will be for the security agencies to use service providers to track your number. And sometimes the person that is there may not have been the person who made. So the security agencies now have a cumbersome task of going through your phone logs and checking all the people that have spoken to you, sequel to your disappearance. But things will have been made more easier. You may even have been rescued if you had told somebody or shared your live location, or you had communicated to your lawyer, and you also told the person that you're going to see that, oh, I've informed my lawyer that I'm going to have this meeting with you. So, when people hear that a lawyer is involved, they become very cautious. When people hear the family members told about, there's not you, somebody you're going to meet, that, oh, I've told my parents, I've even shown number of my parents that I'm coming to meet you. Or I've told my lawyer that I'm coming to have this meeting with you, and I've shared your contact with you. You can even get the lawyer to put a call through to the person that, oh, my client is coming to have a meeting with you. I'm aware that my client is coming to have a meeting with you. So the person becomes extremely cautious, and the duty of care that is placed on them by law, they will now take it more serious to make sure that no one's to you.
All right. We know that there are new development or other development about this issue, and we could see that Mr. Ogbonna was pleading with the family of the deceased and her twin sister. So beyond seeking justice, what legal rights and support services are available to victims' family during the police investigation and the court proceedings? Because it's very important for us to know the stake.
Yeah, so basically, I've not seen the police investigation report. And I've not seen whether a charge is there. I do not even know what will be contained in the evidence of the supposed charge that is eventually filed. A video recording of the alleged perpetrator pleading with the family does not really give me a good, vivid picture, because, as lawyers, we deal with evidence. We don't deal with conjectures. We don't deal with insinuations. We don't deal with suspicion. And, the Supreme Court, in a plethora of cases, have ruled that no matter how grievous or how grave suspicion is, suspicions cannot replace evidence. That evidence is the only credence, is the only bedrock upon which convictions can be secured. And sometimes, I think the Nigerian police, they get too excited over some of these things. I do not have the facts of the matter, but what is going to determine this case is the evidence that the prosecution and the Nigerian police put forward before the court. Yes, the public opinion at liberty to draw insinuations and to arrive at conclusions, but the court does not work like that. The court deals with raw, direct evidence or credible circumstances to secure conviction.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Deji, for that. To the next question, what are the roles agencies such as National Agency of Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons, NAPTIP, and state-based violence agency, what roles are they to play in such cases like this?
Yes, our nation generally is under police, manned by security agencies, and our nation does not have the capacity. For instance, if you go to Paris, or you go to Germany, or you go to the United Kingdom or the US or Canada, they have systems in place. Majority of the streets have cameras. You can prove that, oh, so person came on so day to visit this man. So if, for instance, the man is denying that, oh, this person never arrived, the person never got here, so how could I have raped the person? Just pull up the camera and see and get direct evidence to show that, oh, this person actually arrived and got to the office of the person. So, and the person stayed for 3-4 hours in the office. So it's possible that rape occurred. But here we don't have those facilities. So what we can say, yes, agencies like NAPTIP, all they can do is campaigns and advocacies. But however, the duty of ensuring that citizens are safeguarded is a collective one. Like we have seen in the instant case where it's now basically the word of the disease versus of the alleged perpetrator. You understand? And the disease is not even here to testify. All we have is a video evidence of the disease, and also hearsay evidence that we may hear from the parents, because the disease allegedly recorded the video before the suicide in the presence of the parent. But the parents were not in Delta when the alleged offense occurred. So there are mechanisms of, for instance, maybe as the victim, he put a call or a video call, I've arrived here, or recorded a video to say, here, and sent it to the parent or to the best friend or to the lawyer. Direct evidence. You understand? So in our daily lives, the lessons to learn from the Delta alleged rape case, the lessons to learn vis-a-vis social media and safety of social media relations, the basic lesson for all Nigerians to learn and take away from this case is that we must be extra cautious about interactions on the internet. And this is a global pandemic. It's not only related to Nigeria alone. In the US, a lot of cases of disappearances occur from relations on the internet, interactions on the internet. So people just, see someone, trust the person, goes to meet the person disappears. And some of these disappearances, the person have disappeared for 25 years, 15 years. So people must be cautious, and people must go the extra mile to make sure that in all that they put safety and mechanism in place. Yes, NATIP and other agencies like the police, they should do more awareness for people in this regard.
Thank you, Mr. Deji. Regarding to the last thing you just said, we have 36 states altogether in Nigeria, and from my research, 10 to 15 only have these agencies in their states, and it's not good for like a lawyer that you are now. You are in a state and you can't seem to find such agencies in that state. So what message do you have to put out there, both to the federal government and the state government?
Yes, there are critical agencies in every nation, and NAPTIP, NAFDAC, some of these sundry agencies that citizens cannot do without are some of those relevant agencies. The police is in every locality. Then even if they have restraints as to funding of some of these agencies, some of these NAPTIP agencies at the police or at the DSS office or offices adjoining to that of the police. So, but agency shall to prevent violence against persons in the country, violence against children, child molestation, child slavery, enforced disappearances, and sundry issues. So, life. The primary government is and government that fails to protect the primary responsibility of governance and of all citizens in the country. So government at all levels, we must stop paying lip service to some of these issues, that these are life-threatening issues. Now we have lost a precious life because of inadequacies of systems that should be put in place to checkmate excesses of deviance in the society. But if these systems had been put in place, then we may have been able to save. But we very regret that this incident has happened. As citizens, we have a collective duty and responsibility to take lessons from this and prevent this from happening. Government agencies at all levels, and I mean at all levels, both federal, state, must be in place, made and things like this from happening. These are avoidable deaths.
All right. As the creator economy continues to go in Nigeria, what legal responsibilities do you think this body should have for welfareism and safety? Because it's important. A lot of Nigerians are now diving into content creating or content creation.
Yes, basically because we have an unemployment problem in the country. So anything that people can lay their hand on, people will just do. The burden, even in the US, these challenges also the employment rates are good. These challenges also persist in the US and in developed societies. Sometimes when you travel abroad, I was in Canada a couple of months ago, and I was following the news, and something like so reported. So it's not because we are battling unemployment; it's because government cannot really regulate social media like that, because social media is not a visible object that you can regulate. Even if you put mechanisms in place, the onus still lies on the citizenry to ensure that we self-regulate, that we ensure that the social media that should be a positive tool does not be a negative tool. And we witness another unfortunate death or an unfortunate incident like this. So governments have a bigger responsibility in this regard. For me, I believe that yes, government and government agencies must do their part to ensure that they put in systems. I've given you technology country, because for instance, if the cameras commit crime, because they know if they commit crime, it can easily be detected. Aside that, if we have more boots on the ground, to apprehend perpetrators of heinous crimes, then the possibility there'll be a drastic reduction in commission of crime but alas, we do not have the manpower required, neither do we have the technological advancement or gadgets required to prevent commission of crime in the. So now citizens must take extra measures to ensure that they are safe and that they do not become victims of criminals.
Okay, Mr. Deji. My question again is it important to say that Nigeria should introduce a framework that will, protect people in recruitment and in training? There should be a framework when you see such regulations, you know that, okay, this person is real, for consumers also to protect them.
Yes. You see, because you cannot really regulate social media, yes, we must now find, like in situations like that, where we have companies that can actually fact check whether this is a genuine recruiter or a fake recruiter. So we can have, and there's a large vacuum for innovators, investors to apps that can verify. For instance, I agree that the FCCPC should be doing more in this regard, but they are not. They are not doing anything significant at all. I also believe that we can have some agencies to try to regulate and maybe we can have mechanism for reporting social media handles that are dubious in nature or are fraudulent in nature, but the responsibility still lies largely with the vast majority of the citizenry, in my view.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Deji. I want to ask, can VAPP be applied in these alleged incidents? Violence against person and prohibition.
Delta State, it can apply in the instant case. It definitely should apply. And charges can be brought against the alleged perpetrator and offender in this instant case. Also, the Criminal Code Act will also apply. I also believe that Section 24 of the Cybercrime Act should apply in the instant case. At the top of my head, I can see 3 to 4 count charges against the alleged, if charges are eventually brought against him.
We know that this case has sparked a nationwide call for justice with, online safety, and there is a whole lot attached to this issue. So what key legal protections and personal safety measures do you think Nigeria should keep in mind when seeking jobs, mentorships, modeling opportunities, or content creation collaborations online? And what warnings or signs should never be ignored?
Yes, basically, I've just said it before, that people should ensure that they do due diligence. Also, people should ensure that they tell family members. You can tell a lawyer, you can tell somebody like your parents, And when you tell the person that, oh, I've informed my parents about me coming, and the person starts acting dodgy, then that's a red flag that you ignore. So I believe that we must self-regulate, like I've said. We must take responsibility that in every society there are evil people. And this is not to say that I've prejudged the alleged offender to be guilty, because I do not know the facts. I don't know whether he's innocent or he's guilty. But I'm just speaking generally now that we must assume that there are bad people looking and hunting for good people, and that they want to take people good. And we must ensure that we look for the red flags. Don't just hear, oh, there's a job opportunity in Delta, and you shut your brain from what if this is a trap to get me killed? What if this is a trap to get my organs harvested? What if this is a trap to get me trafficked? What this is a trap to rob me? What if this is a trap for me to be raped? So you must keep your mind open to the what ifs in situations like this. And that is what will really save us at the end of the day.
It's so good to have you, Mr. Deji Adeyanju, on the conversation, and we hope to see that justice is being served. And before we let you go, finally, let's have your parting shot.
So basically, my parting shot is that citizens should be wary of everybody they meet online. They should consider that everybody they meet online is a potential serial killer, a potential murderer, a potential rapist, a potential armed robber. And they should put mechanism in place to protect themselves. People should stop easily trusting people they meet online, because you don't know them. They're not members of your family. They're not your childhood friend. You cannot vouch for their character. You cannot vouch for their mental health. You shouldn't put your life into the hands of strangers. People on the internet are not your friends. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Deji Adeyanju, for joining us on the conversation.
The pleasure has been all mine.
Please do well to enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you, Mr. Deji.
And you too. It's been a privilege. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, that was our guest on the conversation, Consumer Watchdog this morning, Mr. Deji Adeyanju. He's a Nigeria and human rights lawyer, activist, and public commentator, joining us on the conversation about social media safety and the law lessons from the Delta alleged rape case. Elizabeth, that was a whole lot Mr. Deji Adeyanju gave us on the show.
At least people out there will know that the case is ongoing and the investigation is under control. But he sent his message that you do not believe people you see on the internet because they are not your family members.
Absolutely, I agree with him over and over again. And millions of Nigerians are eager to know where this case will end, and we hope justice is being served. Actually, as the investigation into the Delta State case continue, it is important to distinguish between allegations and established facts. The allegations reported in connection with the case must be properly investigated, and any criminal responsibility must ultimately be determined through due process and by a court of competent jurisdiction. And this case also highlights the importance of understanding the risk that can arise when online relationships, professional opportunities, or invitations move from social media into physical meetings.
For Nigerians using social media to seek job opportunities, mentorship, modeling opportunities, content creation, collaboration, or other opportunities, personal safety should remain a top priority. Vary distance and opportunities where possible. Tell trusted family members, like what Mr. Deji Adeyanju said, that people on the internet are not your family members. So you tell people where you're going, trusted family members and friends where you're going, particularly where meeting someone for the very first time. Consider meeting in appropriate places or locations. Warning signs or situations that make you uncomfortable should be put into consideration when you start saying things that are out of control. You know, when you get there and people start prompting conversations that are not in the same. I'm here for mentorship and you're deflecting. That's the red flag. So where concerns arise, perceive relevant digital communications and other information that may assist a lawful investigation rather than deleting or altering personal relevant evidence.
All right, Elizabeth Eze, thank you so much for that. That was a very beautiful piece. And the broader lesson is clear. Social media can create valuable opportunities, but online connection also require caution, verification, and awareness of personal safety and legal right. Thanks to our guests for sharing the legal insight and helping us understand this issue raised by the case at hand. I'm Irihayomi Koleke. Thank you for watching Consumer Watchdog, and please follow us on all our social media platforms.
I am Elizabeth Eze. Stay firm, stay vigilant, and stay safety always.
All right, we join you again next week Tuesday on another edition of Consumer Watchdog. Good morning. Thank you for joining us in your favorite consumer awareness show. And do you have anything that you want to say? Please drop it via the comment section. Good morning.
Hello lovelies, and welcome to Screen Time, where stories come alive, stars shine brighter, and every frame has something to say. I am Iremofe Koforola, the man always clothed in wealth and strength. So if you are very familiar with this show, you know I do not do it alone. I do not come alone because I'm always with the amazing Kikelomo Ajibola.
Thank you so much for joining us for the program this evening once again on ConsumerHallaTV. I am Kikelomo Ajibola, and Screen Time is that particular entertainment program for you. In fact, it is the best entertainment program out there for you to listen to actually know what is going on, and some information that regards to the entertainment industry in Nigeria. And also we give new movie release updates right here, where we recommend movies for you to watch throughout the course of the week. And in case you have other films that you think we didn't recommend for you after the program, please let us know in the comment section, and do not forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel ConsumerHallaTV on all our social media platforms: Instagram, Facebook, X, ConsumerHalla, and also on our TikTok account at ConsumerHallaTV. Welcome to the program.
Alright, yeah, welcome to the program. So because it's very important that you subscribe. Alright, today we are doing something many of us don't do often. We are pressing the rewind button, and not on a remote control but on our memories actually.
Before streaming, before binge watching, before a skip intro, there was appointment television. You didn't watch television when you wanted, you watched it when the broadcaster said it was time, and somehow we loved every minute of it.
Yeah, exactly. We loved every minute of it. Entire families planned their evenings around one program. Dinner had to be ready, homework had to be finished, the best seat in the living room was already reserved. If you understand what this means, you get to know. And it even helped the person who changed the channel in the middle of such episode.
You remember those moments now? The opening theme song began, conversations stopped, neighbors become unusually quiet, and for the next 30 to 60 minutes, the only thing that mattered was what happened on that screen.
Whether it was Nigerian classics, The Village Headmaster, Cockcrow at Dawn, Mirror in the Sun, Checkmate, Super Story, Fuji House of Commotion, Tinsel, our international favorites like The Bold and the Beautiful, Days of Our Lives, Dallas, The Young and the Restless, Prison Break, Desperate Housewives. These weren't just television programs, they became traditions.
Well, they gave us unforgettable characters, villains we genuinely disliked, heroes we rooted for, theme songs we still remember, cliffhangers that kept an entire country talking until the next episode.
Absolutely. So tonight we are asking, this evening we are asking you, today we are asking you, what makes television series and soap operas so timeless? Why do some stories stay with us for decades? In today's streaming era, have we gained convenience at the expense of shared television moments? So let's begin this conversation as we look at first television series versus soap operas. What is the difference? So because you look at it, most times people say they watch soaps, people watch television series, and I grew up. We all grew up watching all of this. Do you have any favorites at any point in time?
I think Baba Jasko.
Yeah,
it was so funny.
Yeah, so
and I
funny.
think a particular film, like I can't remember the name right now.
Okay.
It's in my head, but I can't say it. The one Funke Akindele featured in. I can't remember.
Series.
Yes. I can't remember the name currently.
It was. I know she featured in some series.
In a soap opera like that. I think that was even her first.
I need to know.
I need to know. Oh my God!
Goodness.
Yes, it kept on coming to my
That's
head.
true.
I forgot. Yeah, those were my. I think Super Story. This is Super Story. Yeah, I love Super Story. I love Desperate. I love Prison Break. Yeah, I think I loved Dallas too at that time. But I didn't really get much screen time when I was younger. They were always saying, "Go and sleep. It's time for school." Yes, like. But those stories, I can never forget one. Papa Jasko and Company.
My patrol by Wale Adenuga product.
Oh my God, those were those days. They were memories that were beautiful. Like this is like 20-25 years ago, and then you can still clearly remember most of these songs. They are very beautiful.
I'm definitely of nostalgia. You just have to remember. You wish you could just go back.
Oh my God, and watch it. And sometimes I feel like, why are they not? Why can't they keep on showing this particular production? And I think I love Tinsel. Tinsel is quite, close by, not too far off. I love Tinsel. I loved
Men's Club.
Men's Club.
Yeah,
I love Men's Club too.
Yeah,
I think it's the same people that were producing it and Tinsel. Were they not the same people?
No.
Oh yeah, but they were like those. They were beautiful. They were beautiful.
Yeah,
Can I say this particular one that they are doing early in the morning on African Magic is also
African Magic.
Yeah,
that's also
I love
series.
I love God Rest Her Soul Adame's movie.
The
Johnson. Oh my God! I think I
African
watched.
Magic even gave it a lot.
I watched more than 1,000 episodes of the Johnsons. The character, the cast, everything, the story is just very beautiful.
I think there was a time they celebrated their 1,000 episode.
I think I watched over 1,000 episodes. Those are movies. Those are series that I can watch over 1,000 episodes. By the way.
Interesting. I share same sentiments, especially Super Story.
Yeah, Super Story.
So, in case you are wondering, okay, soap operas, television series, what is the difference? So, let us get into it right away.
Let's clear up something first. People often use television series and soap opera interchangeably, but they are not exactly the same. A television series usually tells a complete story across a limited number of episodes or season. Every episode pushes the narrative towards an ending. Yeah, that's very beautiful.
Yeah, because people just think everything is soap, everything is series. At the end of the day.
So we would now say Wura is a soap opera or a TV series.
Wura is a series because if you look at it,
it's only one direction.
Yeah, one direction.
Those other ones they can be from any other.
Yeah, even sometimes they can bring another character.
Yeah, that's
it's open-ended. It continues.
Yeah.
But if you look at Wura, even when this other season continues, they could have ended it anywhere they wanted.
Yes.
So
that's
they are
true.
always closing that narrative.
That's very beautiful. Yeah. So that's like the other ones that we're talking about. They're not TV series. Because the Johnsons has too many. Like you'll be like, okay, what's going on today? What's going on? But then they make sense regardless.
Yeah. So they continue in a way, and you understand. As long as you have the episode, and at the end of each episode, there is something the narrative they're trying to close at the end of the.
So when you say Jennifer's Diary is a soap opera series,
it's a series.
How do
because
you mean?
If you look at the direction of it's
about one person.
It has diverse characters in it, but each episode has its theme. Each episode has what it's talking about.
Oh yeah, that's
you understand.
True.
So for soap, it's long. It's just continue. But for series, each episode has what it's talking about.
I think I get it.
So soap operas are built differently. They are designed to continue for years. Characters evolve, families expand, secrets refuse to stay buried, someone presumed dead, some are returns.
Yes.
And just when you think it's over, another storyline begins. So that is the beauty of this soap format. So
I think just something comes in my head. Z-word. Oh my God.
Now you see for Jennifer,
yes.
Once one character
dies. The movies in Z-word, they are not series, they are soap operas because somebody will die today. Yeah. They will tell you, they just they did not cremate the person magically returns. They cannot.
Or somebody shot. You saw that the person was shot.
Yes.
And the person died. Then
and
all of a sudden.
oh my God, yes. That I understand the reasons why Z-Word sometimes piss me off. But I feel like Nigerians do better. We pull off soap operas better than Z-Word. I'm not even hiding my mouth to say that. I feel like Nigerian soap opera pull it off better than Z-Word itself.
Yeah, so let us go into segment 2, why we become so attached, to series, to television, to all of this. So because at some point we got so attached to it.
Yes.
And that's how we could remember all our childhood memories now. So television has become one of the world's biggest entertainment industries. According to leading media analysts, the global television and streaming markets now generate well over $300 billion annually. That tells you one thing: people love long-form storytelling, and that is interesting to know.
That's because television gives characters something films rarely can. Time to grow, fail, fall in love, make mistakes, and enough time for audiences to feel like they're part of the journey. That is why fictional characters sometimes feel like people we've actually met before.
Interesting. So let us look at the secrets of soap operas. Soap operas mastered emotional storytelling long before binge watching became fashionable. The Bold and the Beautiful, for instance, has produced thousands of episodes since 1987 and remain one of the world's most widely distributed television dramas.
And here at home we have Tinsel, which has achieved something equally remarkable. Premiering in 2008, it has surpassed 4,000 episodes, making it one of Africa's longest running television dramas. Longevity like that doesn't happen by accident. It happens because audiences keep coming back.
Alright, so you remember when, okay, let's just test your memory. Let's get to see. As audience, let's get to see. So do you remember who remembers so many things? Although so many stories could have, popped up and all that, but do you remember you rushing home because your favorite program started at exactly the same time every week?
I remember.
Yeah, I definitely remember too. So everybody just knew it was time to watch that particular.
I think one of those I wouldn't even know if like a soap opera or something. Let's quickly digress. Was Nkombe, Kola Olawe, and Labion. Those particular television shows were those shows that, even though I freaked out a lot when it comes to Labion, I was always watching. I think about 10 p.m. in the night at that time. I think AIT. MITV, yes, 10 p.m. and I think Labion was 2 on Sunday.
Labion
was 10 p.m. in the night. Yes.
Then Nkombe was. I used to watch Nkombe on Galaxy television.
I think it was at 2 p.m. in the afternoon.
Yeah.
Yes. I remember us. When it comes to Labion, you will see everybody running. When my mom we went out together, my mom, everybody would just be rushing home, like, oh, Labion is about to start. And then, even though it's so freaky, it's so traumatic, we still enjoyed those shows. Like, it was so interesting. I think when I cut off Nkombe, it was a lot of a mixed feeling. People were like, why did they cut it off? These are things that open people's eyes to what is happening, even beyond the ordinary eyes. So these are things that we can never forget. I remember running home to watch Super Story. I remember always wanting to even sit down and watch it. I think they give us the whole episode that we watch throughout the week on Sundays, or probably in particular days, and then we'll be like, oh, even though you've watched them, you still want to.
It's like a rewatch. You rewatch now, you have these days now that are on YouTube.
Yes.
That way they gave us that rewatch.
I feel like they probably create a YouTube channel for Super Story and start uploading all that. They would. I feel like a lot of people will watch it.
Yeah, Super Story. I always say we can't forget Super Story. We can't forget. It made our childhood very memorable.
We cannot forget about Jasco. Please bring them back. If there's a way you can bring them back.
Alright, so yeah, it's a lot of things to know. And Kike, sometimes you just want to ask how those things stayed with us, how we're able to just remember all of those things. So it is what it is. Or you could ask someone the next day, please don't tell me everything, just tell me how it ended. Sometimes I just want to know, because missing one episode felt like missing an important family meeting.
Oh my God, that's so true.
That's so true. And then where you have cases whereby NEPA just disappoints you. You feel like crying.
You don't have a generator in your house.
Oh my God. I remember those times on Thursday Super Story.
Yes.
I think it was NTA. If you dropped a pin, you would hear the sound
yes,
of it.
Yes, everybody's inside. And I can remember even when there was no lights, we used to go out to where they used to do all those screening. You know, when they sell the cassette, they used to tune into that. Everybody would go and line up outside and say, as soon as they carry that light in that house, they never take off their light. Everybody's running out to that place where there's a generator already on standby, and people are even watching through your window. That's how interesting a lot of people. That's how invested people were in watching soap operas during those times.
What do you really think changed? Because children of this generation, I don't think they
did not enjoy. I'm telling you.
They did not.
I think they still have the Johnsons, Tin
But it was like the way we always like you anticipated so
much.
Sometimes the lights disappeared, and that's when the most dramatic moments begin. And you never knew whether the hero survived or the villain finally confessed. You simply waited patiently and sometimes painfully.
Not sometimes, every time painfully. And the next morning was always entertaining, whether in schools or in office, market, bus stops. Everybody suddenly became television critics. Everyone had a theory. Everyone had an opinion. Everyone insisted yes was the correct interpretation.
Absolutely. One way or another, we are all correct. Arguments back and forth.
Yeah, everybody has to their opinion.
Just like when you go to the newspaper stand, people always having one commentary or the other. All right, so let us see how streaming changed the rules, because we still have the series, but something has definitely changed. Yeah. So fast forward to today, streaming has completely rewritten the television experience. Entire seasons arrive at once. Viewers decide where to watch, how many episodes to finish in one sitting.
Which has also changed the way stories are written. Modern series rely heavily on binge-worthy pacing. Episodes ends with powerful cliffhangers because producers know the next episode is only one click away. Nigeria has embraced that evolution, and streaming originals and digital productions such as Baby Farm, King of Boys, The Return of the King, Covenant have shown Nigerian televisions can compete globally with cinematic production values and layered storytelling. At the same time, Jennifer's Diary continues to prove that homegrown television favorites can evolve while maintaining their authenticity. And when you talk about Jennifer's Diary, I feel like Jennifer's Diary is one of those most talked about series when it comes to the nowadays generation. They always want to watch Jennifer's Diary. I think when you're in a gathering of young people, they're like, oh, Jennifer's Diary is training today, Jennifer's Diary is doing it. A lot of people want to watch Jennifer's Diary. And I'm somebody that I've watched, you can attest to it. I'm somebody that I've watched Jennifer's Diary from season 1 to, I think it stopped at season 28, episode 2. Before she now dropped the Everybody Love Jennifer, and I don't know if that is the concluded part or she wants to continue the production. But right now on YouTube, I think we're about season 25. So I've watched Jennifer's Diary from season 1 to season, I don't know if it's 27 episode 7 that I stopped, or season 28 episode 2, I can't remember, but I know I have watched the whole episode more than 30 times during the course of when it has been released, because whenever I feel like I'm bored, I don't have anything to watch, I start from the beginning all over again. And now I'm very excited. I think you saw me starting about 2 or 3 weeks ago, and I'm already at episode 25. But then I stopped it because I wanted them to, bulk up the upload so that I can be able to watch. So during the course, I feel like a lot of people talk a lot about Jennifer's Diary, especially children. My younger ones love Jennifer's Diary. They always want to watch. Mommy, Jennifer's Diary is showing Jennifer's Diary, and it's now on DSTV. So a lot of people are watching it there. I don't think a lot of people watch the Galaxy or AIT or MITV anymore like that. They've all even moved to the DSTV now. So yes.
Absolutely, well, I agree. So the industry has responded to changing audiences. Streaming continues to grow. Production quality has improved. Stories now travel across continents almost instantly. Yet there's an interesting contrast here. Classic television taught us patience. Today's audiences can finish an entire season before the weekend is over. Different generations, different viewing habits, but the same desire for compelling stories. Whether it's Checkmate or Tinsel, Baby Farm or King of Boys, Jennifer's Diary or Covenant, great storytelling will always find its audience. Absolutely, and I agree.
What about series? Why are we not talking about it? To Kill a Monkey.
Well,
those are beautiful productions.
Yeah, that is more recent, and if you look at the ones we've highlighted,
they were a little bit.
And compared to before this time. Understand? There's no way you talk about series in Nigeria. We not talk about Kemali's.
That's what I'm saying. Like you have to talk about it. I feel like that's a production that everybody should have seen in one way or the other. This is a production that taught us a lot of lessons. You know, yes, there is a big contrast in what's happening with how viewing habits has evolved over the years, but that doesn't change the fact that our stories have really evolved, because I'm very sure that the most production that we had during that time where we enjoyed were cause of our youth, and there are stories that can still follow us to today because they were very relatable. But this storytelling of today has really evolved. Nollywood is doing so much better than the way it was in those days. It's not because we want to downplay the role, but something has to give. You cannot say you want to be stagnant in that way. Something has to be better. We're in 2026, not in 2002 or 2008 or 1997 that these things were raving. It has to have changed, because if you are a producer of this particular film and you feel like they are downplaying them, that means you don't want the progress of Nollywood in the first place. If you don't want them to say, okay, this has evolved, because definitely storytellings are really evolved, and that's why Nollywood is top 3 now all over the world, and we want to be top 1. So why not make our stories better and more relatable outside of our comfort zone?
Yeah, I quite believe so, because at the end of the day, it's not as if the stories have changed.
Yes.
When you talk about something evolving, it is just the old giving birth to the new. So definitely both old storytelling format and new storytelling. That's why you see audience even challenge the producers or scriptwriters these days. They tell them, no, you could have done better. And because of that constructive criticism, it has made the storytelling better and better.
Tell you, we're not in 2027, we're not in 2022. What are you writing? Because people's habit and growth it's evolving. You can't give them what. I can't be this age and I'm watching something that's supposed to be playing back as 2020, 2008. I'm like, what are you giving me? So, and we can even see these stories. We can see how they have evolved. But then our culture, our tradition, our religion, our view, belief, how we view life, it is still glaring in our productions.
Absolutely. So are today's shows better? Let's find out if they are better. Because that is a difficult question. Today's productions benefit from bigger budgets, better visuals, global audiences. But classics gave us something technology cannot manufacture.
No.
That is shared moments, watching together, laughing together, arguing together, waiting together. Television wasn't simply entertainment, it was an event.
And it was bonding. Now everybody has their phone. I can watch my movie in my house. But before, it was like family bonding time. Daddy's already sitting in a special chair. Mommy is sitting in her own place. Everybody's sitting on the floor. Your neighbors, if you don't want to have television in your house, your neighbors are in the house. Everybody's shouting. But still, those moments are something that nowadays cannot recreate. That is something that we cannot take away from the old. It was just the moment that gave us this nostalgia. If you talk about it, I can remember the setting in my grandfather's house in Agege. Everybody was always, it was just very, and it was also, this box TV where if you go black, you just start the end. Bam! You will come up again. It was really beautiful, honestly.
Maybe that is why those shows remain unforgettable. Not just because they were good, but because they became part of our lives. Absolutely, I can attest to that. It became a part of me. So whether it is a classic soap opera or a modern streaming series, one thing hasn't changed. Great storytelling always finds a way to connect with people.
The screens may be better or smarter. The technology may be better also, but memorable characters, compelling stories, and unforgettable moments will always keep audiences coming back.
Perhaps that is why we never really outgrow television, because every great series leaves us with more than entertainment. It leaves us with memories.
That's why these make great television timeless.
All right, so it's beautiful to have this conversation, and absolutely, I can't. If I could only turn back the hand of time, I think I would want some series to be back. Anyway, but with better production, better camera,
visuals, cinematography.
Because if you look at it, some of these series you talk about, they still have some themes, some related story, relatable
I
story.
feel like they should have the most relatable story, because those were the times where it wasn't really fancy. It was what Nigerians wanted. So
absolutely.
it would be very, very relatable. And you can see me cheesing, because it's a very, very interesting topic to talk about today.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's move to another segment of the show that you would love to, watch. This is Top 5 Countdown. Today we are looking at TV characters Nigerians will never forget. From old to present to any moment, we are bringing it all together. But it's as a particular timeline or period we are looking at, not the most recent ones, but the ones we grew up to watch and all that. So some characters don't just entertain us, they become part of our everyday conversations, and we've talked about that. They gave us catchphrases, life lessons, unforgettable drama, and moments that stayed with us long after the credits roll. So countdown today, we celebrate the Nigerian television characters whose stories have stood the test of time. Before we go into this, which character do you think that character is?
I can never forget.
Yes, Papa Jasko.
I am telling you, I can never forget Papa Jasko. I love that drumming of the head. I feel like those times where no matter what, I always never ever miss an episode of Papa Jasko's production. It was just very, very beautiful. And I think I loved, I really can't remember, maybe when we have, I think also Fuji House of Commotion, there was somebody I really, really love. I can't remember the
character, the particular character.
Yeah.
Okay, alright, so coming on number 5 spot is Chief Fuji himself for Fuji House of Commotion, and this was played by Kule Bamtefa. I remember in Chief with many wives.
Yes, oh my god.
So interesting anyway.
And then we have Abike Super Story, O Father, O Daughter, played by Buki Wright, the legendary actress.
Yeah, I remember watching O Father, O Daughter, and one thing that even made a character kind of compelling was because she had a cheating husband.
Yes.
And at the same time, she still gave him a lot of grace. And,
yes.
So that is quite relatable. And coming on number 3 spot is Fred Ade Williams for Tinsel, played by Victor Olaotan.
Yes, yes.
So that is very remarkable.
Very remarkable character.
And it's so sad that Victor Olaotan is late now, but he gave us something we will never forget.
Now we have Eniola Salami, King of Boys, Return of the King, played by legendary actress Shola Shobowale.
Amazing, yeah. She actually killed that, and it's one character we always keep talking about. Always keep talking about. So coming on number 1 spot, which other character would have made that, or would you want to make a guess about this? Definitely, it is not that than Jennifer.
So Leah Adedeji.
Jennifer Zari, and played by Funke Akindele. So this is something that we will never forget. One character.
I feel like that character is golden for the rest of time. As long as Nigeria stands, as long as the movie industry stands, and may she grow old, well, and more beautiful. Even though today, maybe in 100 years of time, everybody is gone, Jennifer as a character will still be something I know people are going to talk about for a long time. Because if you're talking about Super Story, Fuji House of Commotion, all of those things, till now, Jennifer Zari has to be that character that will stand. That character is such a rich character. I don't think people really understand the job of that character, because speaking like that for that long has to take a lot of work. There was never a lapse. You can never catch her lapsing. You understand? I feel like she studied that language, and that language really, really befits that character called Jennifer.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. So before we go to the celebrity of the week, it's better we go on a break right now. And I know some people have been like, they didn't mention my television series, they didn't say my character.
Say your own in the comment section.
Yeah, let's get to see, and we will definitely respond to you. Alright, we're going on a short break right now. Go nowhere. This is still Screen Time.
Hey there, do you know in the world today, everyone is a consumer, and as consumers, we all have the right to be heard.
In Nigeria today, as a consumer, you have all rights to product information right to fair pricing, right to return goods, right to product labeling, right to fair dealings, and a lot more.
Well then, have you heard about the new media channel?
ConsumerHalla TV.
ConsumerHalla TV.
ConsumerHalla TV.
At ConsumerHalla TV, our goal is to inform and educate consumers in Nigeria with insightful news alongside development within the fast-paced world of consumers through well-researched, specialized, and analytical content.
Our vision at ConsumerHalla TV is to create an engaging platform that provides right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria, thus creating a more caring world for consumers where business thrives.
And guess what? Our ConsumerHalla brand is the first consumer complaint resolution portal in Nigeria, powered by a 72-hour feedback mechanism. We offer consumer advocacy, informative talk shows, branding promotions, advertising, and lots more. Connect with us via our YouTube channel at ConsumerHalla TV. Follow us on our Facebook page, ConsumerHalla TV, our Instagram page, ConsumerHalla TV, and do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Subscription is free. ConsumerHalla TV. At ConsumerHalla TV, you deserve to be heard. At ConsumerHalla TV, you deserve to be heard.
Welcome back. In case you are just joining us, you are watching Screen Time, your number one entertainment show on ConsumerHalla TV. And today's conversation has been very entertaining, educative, talking about television series and soap operas. And before the break, we were talking about the celebrity of the week. So, in case you want to know, the celebrity of the week is not that person than the legendary filmmaker Wale Adenuga. He's one of the pioneers of the modern day television.
Yes.
And he has a lot of productions to his credit. We have Papa Just Go and Complain, we have This Life, we have Super Story.
It's beautiful.
Yeah. We have In and Friends.
Yes.
So amazing production. So we can only pray that's more inspiration for him. And now he has a television, WAP TV.
WAP TV, yes.
So it's so good to see that, yes, he has become a pioneer, and what he has done, it's actually outlives him. Alright, so let's go to Kike's favorite segment of the show.
Alright, so guys, welcome to the new movie release update on Screen Time on ConsumerHalla TV, and this is the segment where we talk to you about movies that are what they watch on YouTube. And this movie is, it ranges from 5/10 to an 8/10. You should probably see these films because these are movies that you would learn from. And for the first recommendation this evening, we have Dead on Toby Makinde TV on YouTube, featuring Toby Makinde, Debbie Felix, Juliana Oloyede, Jide Awobono, and we have Awe Ayobami.
Yeah.
Is that Ayobami, right?
Yeah.
So I remember having Awe on. On the program when it comes to talking about his role in Articulate Monkey, and then now we have him here, and he played a very huge role. He was also a detective in this particular film. That is a psychological thriller, and people are talking about it on TikTok a lot. I feel like this is one movie that Toby Makinde put his soul into this film. Like, it's not easy to be like 4 characters in a person. Yeah, like it is like so you're talking about mental health, talking about the dissociative identity disorder. These are disorders that have been linked to a lot of people that they can switch to one character because of trauma. But this particular one, it is told in a different way. Somebody mastered this act of psychology and they pulled it off really, really well. And the ending is like a cliffhanger. What are you gonna do? I remember the Felix face was like this. I caught you, but how am I going to prove that I caught you? It's a very interesting story. You should go watch Dead. And I think it stands for something. The D is discovery.
I know it's...
Something is at the discovery. Something like that. I can't remember.
It's like an acronym.
It's an acronym about Dead. Just go and watch Dead on and I think it befits this story. Yeah. Then we have This Is Us Now on Biodo Stephen TV, starring Debbie Felix again, Taye Arimoro. This movie talks about exploiting of domestic violence when love is never enough. People don't even understand that saying, and it's a very, very true saying. But then forgiveness comes in this movie. You need to go and find out yourself. Then we have Picture of You on Chike Daniels TV, where we have the beautiful star Nadia Buhari and Chike Daniels, the one and only handsome Bobo. This particular movie, Picture of You, Chike Daniels love stories. So in case you haven't, it tells quite well. It's such a lover guy. Such a lover guy. Go and watch Picture of You on Chike Daniels TV. I'm very sure you're going to be cheesing the way I'm cheesing right now. Then we have Behind This Laugh on Morisam TV, featuring Morisam, Shazne, Okawa, and Real Judy. When it comes to Real Judy, you will laugh your ass out. My dear, you know Real Judy is not about to play. She's such a funny character. And this character talks about I suppose a little bit of mental health, not really pretentious mental health, child trafficking, human trafficking, not extensively, was mentioned bit by bit, family drama, you know, God, please don't let us be in family drama because there's one going on online right now. So, yes, this particular story explores that theme. You're going to enjoy it. Let me know your thoughts on this particular one. And we have Remember Me on Frederick Leonard TV, the god of screen himself. This particular movie, you know, very Leonard doesn't really come and drop nonsense for us. It tries with his production. The productions are really, really beautiful, and we have the beautiful Lota Chukwu. It's not why we saw this particular lady, and she's a fantastic actress. Lota Chukwu and Frederick Leonard stars in this film. And what does it mean by Remember Me? Go and watch it though, you will enjoy yourself. Once Upon a Village on Mama Ruth TV, on Ruth Kadiri 247 on YouTube, starring Prisma James, Deza the Great, Fessa Ajoku, Annabelle Akpara, Eronini Osinachi. And I think this film has a part 2.
Oh wow.
Yeah, go and watch it. I don't think we actually mentioned CBA last week. It was something that we didn't mention. I wasn't on ground last week, so in our conversation I didn't tell them to mention Sibe. So go and watch Sibe on Biodun, on my favorite.
Bimbo.
On Bimbo Ademoye TV. This is my favorite. And this particular movie is comedy. It is very, very emotional. It's a movie that explores great themes. I don't think people really understand the beauty of this film. This movie is a movie that speaks about not only rich people's children are brats. Even poor man's child can be a brat. A brat to the extent that she doesn't even understand life. She doesn't even care remotely. How can somebody have over 22 jobs and you an adult, you cannot keep a job, and then you are somebody that does not even think about life, and then you got to meet a ghost. It was it was told in a very beautiful way. Go and watch Sibe on Bimba Ademoye's TV. And then we have another season that is out for us. Season 9 of Visa on Arrival. I don't know why I've not been talking about Visa on Arrival since we started the new season. You know I love Visa on Arrival, and I recommend Visa on Arrival a lot for you guys. Visa on Arrival is a very beautiful production. We have great characters. I feel like this is one of the movies that series that we're going to talk about for a long time. This series is very, very beautiful, and Bobby is absolutely doing fantastic when it comes to this particular production. So Visa on Arrival season 9 has started. If you're not started from season 1, I promise you, you're not going to regret starting this particular series. It's a very, very beautiful production. Go and start Visa on Arrival if you have not started, and if you have already started, if you're not started season 9. Go and start it. You will enjoy yourself.
Go and start it and let us know what you feel about Visa on Arrival.
And if there are any movies that you want to recommend for me, or you think I've not spoken about, or you feel like there's one that is underwhelming in what I've recommended, please feel free to talk, my dear lovelies. Let me know in the comment section what you think about these movies that I just dropped, and let me see your own movie recommendation for me. I'm gonna watch it definitely. I will not really watch it, but me, trust me, I got you. I'm gonna watch it.
Anyway, it's fine. She has nailed it. Maybe I don't watch it. Maybe I watch it. Until when you engage me, that is where you know if I watch it or not.
Okay.
Alright. So that is where we draw the curtains on this week's edition of Screen Time. It has been another exciting ride through the stories, stars, and moments shaping the world of film and television.
And from celebrating the remarkable legacy of Wale Adenuga to counting down unforgettable performances that continue to redefine Nigerian screens, we hope we have entertained you and perhaps inspired you to revisit some timeless classics.
Absolutely.
Ooh.
They should revisit.
Please do.
Get to watch it.
I'm gonna revisit something tonight.
Oh, interesting. I would love to know. Alright, remember, great stories don't just make us laugh or cry. They preserve our culture, challenge our thinking, and connect generations.
Thank you so much for spending part of your day with us here at ConsumerHalla TV. And you've just finished watching Screen Time on ConsumerHalla TV. Keep supporting Nigerian creative. Don't be part of those people that say, oh, Nollywood, what are they doing? They're doing nonsense. My dear, we're not doing nonsense. We're just telling stories that are for us. Keep watching great content. Keep the conversations going. Thank you so much for joining us this evening once again.
And I am Iremufe Koforola. You always call me man clothed in wealth and strength.
And I'm Kikalama Ajibola. Thank you so much for joining. Good evening.
I'll see you next time on Screen Time. Bye for now.
One of the biggest expenses in Nigerian households, and as the rising cost of living continues to put pressure on consumers, the question of how much do we spend to put food on our table remains an important one. According to the latest figures from the National Bureau of Statistics, food inflation rate in Nigeria rose up to 17.52% in June 2026, up from 16.96% in May, with staple foods like yam, beans, rice, and fresh produce contributing to the pressure of household living. So what does this look like in the market? And how does this rising cost of living affect buyers and sellers alike? That is what we're here to find out today at Ilepo Market. My name is Peace Unwake, and this is me on Market Today for ConsumerHalla TV. Let's go.
Ile-Epo Market remains a major food trading hub in Lagos, with traders dealing in everything from fresh produce to tubers and other staple food items. But with rising food inflation and the cost of transporting goods, how much are these commodities selling for today? And how are traders coping with the rising cost of doing business? Let's find out.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
I'm fine.
All right, can you tell me your name?
I'm Steven.
All right, Steven, what do you sell in Ile-Epo Market?
I'm a trader. I sell food stuff. I sell gari, beans, rice.
Okay, so let's talk about what you sell here, because you have gari, you have yellow gari, you have white gari, you have beans, you have rice. Do you have different types of rice here?
Yes.
Okay, so let's start from there. Can you mention the different types of rice you have?
Like this one, I have foreign rice. This one is small green. That one is my choice rice.
Okay.
It's different from each other. But that one is big one.
Okay. Okay, so how much is the small grain? How much is this other types?
Is it for Derica or for paint or bag?
For Derica, let's start with Derica. How much is it for Derica?
This one now is Derica 900, 850.
Okay.
That one is 1,1. Why that one too is 1,1?
This is 1,100. Then this one is 900 naira for
900,
Derica.
yes.
Okay, so let's talk about the paint. How do you sell in paint?
I sell paint here 4,500. That one 6,000. That one 6,000.
Okay, 6,000, 6,000, 4,500 for paint.
Yeah.
All right, let's move to gari. We have the yellow gari and the white gari.
Okay.
Yes. So how do you sell?
Is it for the bag or paint or which one?
Bag, paint. If you sell in cups, you can tell us. If you sell in Derica, you can tell us.
This one for the bag is 22. That one is 22 also. For the paint of this one is 1,2. That one is 1,500 for the
This
paint.
paint is 1,2.
Yes.
The paint of that is 1,500.
Yeah.
The bag is 22,000. The bag is how much?
22,000 as well.
22,000 naira. So how is the paint different? Because this one is 1,200 for paint. The bag is 22,000. That's the bag is 22,000, but the paint is 1,500. So what's the difference? What
This one now,
causes the difference?
the paint in the bag. This one is 20 paints, but that one is 15 in the bag. 15 paints.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So is this gari and this gari the same thing?
They are the same thing. They are the same thing. Yes.
They are the same thing. Okay, so let's move away from gari. Let's talk about beans. What type of beans do you have available in this shop today?
I have only drum and oloyin.
Drum and oloyin. Okay, so how much do you sell drum and oloyin?
For the paint, that one is 5,000. While the oloyin is 6,000.
5,000 and 6,000
yes.
naira.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me ask you, that's in amongst the beans, which one do your consumers, your customers buy more? Which one do they like more?
The both.
Both of them. So they don't have a particular preference.
No, except if they want to use it for like akara, they'll just buy this drum. So they want to but I sell both of them mostly.
You sell both of them.
Yes.
Okay, so the small grain and the long grain, which one do they like more?
The small grain.
The small grain. Why?
I don't know, maybe it's because it's cheap. I don't know,
yeah, I get that. Okay, so let's talk about, based on the food prices. Let me ask you, from June to this present moment, we say that the prices of food items has increased.
It has increased, yeah.
So how has it increased?
The price of this, like beans and gari, it had money on it, so it increased.
So did it increase from the supplier, or was it when you transported it to this place?
From the supplier direct.
From the supplier direct.
Yeah,
so
it increased.
That's from June to this period.
It was even recently.
Recently?
Yeah.
Oh, how recent?
Like this one I increased last month, beans. This gari increased this week. That yellow gari
increased this week. How much was it before?
I was selling 19,500. Well, now I'm selling 21,500 now.
Wow. You said that the beans increased last month. How much did you sell it last month?
The beans I was selling 4,700, but now I'm selling 5,000. That one oloyin I was selling 5,500, but now I'm selling 6,000.
Okay, looking at the fact that you said the increase came from your suppliers, so does that affect how you make profit and how you even sell to your customers?
Yes, it affects how I make profits.
In
Yes.
what way? Can you explain better?
The profit it decrease, so it does not increase, it just decrease.
It's just there. You're not getting as much profit as before. Okay, so my last question for you: are your customers still buying in bulk, or they are just buying in little portions?
No, they are still buying the same way they are buying.
They are still buying the same way they are buying.
Yes.
Wow, that's nice. Do you have an idea why they're still buying? You say they're buying because you mentioned there's an increase. So
most of them they used to go and resell at home. So once they go and resell, they'll tell the street people that there's increase in the market. So I think those street people they don't have options, so they'll have to buy like that. Buy some, they'll just buy it for like home use.
All right. Thank you so much for your time.
You're welcome.
Hello, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
How are you today?
I'm good.
All right, so can you tell me your name?
My name is Francis.
All right, Mr. Francis, what do you sell in this market?
Foodstuffs like Gary, beans, and co.
Gary, beans, and co. We'll start from the Gary first before we move to the Anko. So, what type of Gary do you have in your store today, and how much do you sell?
I have yellow Gary, and a paint costs
1,600.
Yes.
Do you have white Gary?
Yes, a paint costs 1,300.
1,300.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's move to the beans. How much do you sell beans?
A paint costs 6,000.
6,000 naira.
Yes.
Okay, so what type of beans are we talking about?
Oloyin beans.
Oloyin beans. That's the only beans you have right now.
No, I have drum also. That one costs 5,500.
5,500 naira.
Yes.
Okay, so let's move to the other ones. The ones that are Anko. What are the ones that are the Anko?
The co consists of egusi, ogbono, pepper, crayfish.
Egusi, ogbono, pepper, crayfish. Let's talk about that. How much do you sell egusi?
Egusi costs 9,000 naira.
That's for paint?
Yes.
Do you sell in cup?
Yes. A cup costs 1,800.
1,800.
Yes.
Okay, so let's talk about the ogbono. How much do you sell ogbono?
A paint costs 25,000.
25,000 naira.
Yes.
Do you sell cup?
Yes. It also costs 1,800.
1,800. Okay, so let's talk about the final thing, the pepper. How do you sell pepper? How much is it?
A paint costs 10,000 naira.
10,000 naira.
Yes.
Cup?
A cup costs 2,000 naira.
Okay, so let's talk about what your consumers or your customers buy. Between the drum beans and the oloyi beans, which one do they prefer? Which one do they buy more?
They prefer oloyin beans.
Oloyi beans, do you know why?
Because it's honey beans.
It's honey beans. Good. All right, so let's talk about the food prices. Do you think food prices have increased? Has it increased?
Yes, it has increased.
Like say how many months or weeks now?
2 months.
2 months. So like from June it has increased.
Yes.
Okay, so has it affected how you sell to your customers?
Yes.
So how did it affect your business?
Because the consumers are not coming like before. They buy in smaller quantities.
Oh, they don't buy in bulk anymore.
Yeah.
Wow. So still talking about the food prices. Where do you buy your supply from? Where do you get them from?
On the northern side, actually.
Okay, will you say that transportation costs also affects your prices, how you sell to your customers?
Yes.
Or is it also from the supplier? There are so many factors to this. So will you say it's from the suppliers or the transportation cost, or both affect how you sell?
Both affect how I sell.
Can you explain more?
Because the rate of the transportation is high, and we have more consumers, but there's not enough goods.
Okay, so there are more consumers, but there are no goods.
Low production.
No production. Wow. Okay, so my last question for you. Do you think that in few months to come that the inflation rate or the prices might increase more than this, or it could be lower?
It might increase, but we pray that it should be lower so that we sell in bulk.
So that you'll be able to sell in bulk. Okay. So what you're saying now is you don't make profit as much as before.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much for your time. good morning, ma. Good morning.
How are you today?
I'm fine. You?
I'm good, thank you. All right, so can you tell me your name?
My name is Ogochukwu Arochi.
Okay, Mrs. Ogochukwu, what do you sell in this market?
I sell vegetable.
Vegetable. Wow. Okay, so let's talk about what type of vegetable you sell. What type do you sell?
I sell ugu, curry leaf, scent leaf.
So where do you buy from?
We buy from the wholesalers.
Where is it? Do you buy in this market or you have another market?
At times we used to go to Imba and buy. At times we buy here in Ilekpo.
In Ilekpo. So the one you are selling now, the one you have available, where did you buy from? Do you buy from Ilekpo?
I buy from this Ilekpo.
This Ilekpo.
Yes.
Okay, so will you say that the prices, how you sell, has it increased? Because even if it does not increase in price, maybe the quantity as the price is increased, where you buy from?
Due to the situation of things now, the way we used to buy vegetable formerly is not the way we are buying now.
Yes.
Due to that, everything have increased. So we used to buy a big bunch. We'll have the one of 25,000, 30,000.
That's the bunch.
That is the bunch.
Yeah.
We'll have the one of 3,000, 4,000.
Yeah.
But the way things is now, due to that, this is the vegetable, that is pumpkin leaf, ugu.
Yeah.
This is the period of it.
Okay.
So this is the season.
So it's a seasonal.
It's up to, yes, it's seasonal, yes.
Okay.
Now, we'll buy it like 3,000 in a small bunch. We'll come to resell. But due to the situation of this place, we used to pay the price of, let's say, 2,500 every day here.
Why?
So by the time people of all this Owoda, they used to come to collect from us 500 different places in different group. They will form and come. And by the time you will make all these expenses to see the what outcome of your sales every day, you will not meet up. So things are very, very expensive.
Things are very, very
yes.
Talking about, there's a way you sell vegetable. When the price increases, you have to reduce the quantity, so at least you'll be able to meet up with what you sell. Are your customers complaining?
According to the demand in the market, that they say the law of demand make us know that the higher the price, the higher the lower the commodity demanded. Then the lower the price, the higher the commodity demanded. So you will place your market that when customer come, they will be able to buy, because if you increase the price, they will not buy. Like this one now, you are seeing it.
Yes.
We used to sell it like this 500. So when people come, they used to ask us 1,000, 300, that is 3,900.
Yes.
So it's not easy for us.
So how much do you now sell it now?
We sell it like this 500.
This is 500.
It's 500,
But
yes.
since that's the seasonal produce, why is it not cheaper or lesser or more affordable?
Due to the things is not the way it's supposed to be. Formerly, we used to sell it like this 200.
Yes.
But the price of things is not stable again.
Yes.
Nothing that you can say this is the seasonal something.
Yes.
Nothing like seasonal something again. So everything seems to be up. So it's just vice versa. The way you sell, the way you go and buy. We sell vegetable after selling. We enter market to buy food stuff. They will not reduce money from us for us. So that is why it's like that.
All right. Thank you so much for your time. Hello, good morning, ma.
Good morning.
How are you today?
I'm fine, thank you.
All right. So can you tell me your name?
My name is Winner.
Miss Winner. Yes. All right. So, Miss Winner, what do you sell in this market?
I sell stockfish here. Okay. These are my goods and this is what I sell.
Okay. So, let's talk about the prices. How do you
Good evening and welcome to ConsumerHallaTV News Highlight. I am Elizabeth Abefe. Here are the major stories making headlines this evening.
The federal government is set to earn about $40.6 million from withholding tax on MTN Nigeria, $406.37 million dividend payout to shareholders. The telecom giant is expected to distribute about 545.9 billion naira in dividends following strong financial performance. The federal government says it spent 9.39 trillion naira on minimum wage increases, salary adjustments and allowances for public workers between June 2023 and December 2025. Finance Minister Taiwo Oyedele says the expenditure exceeded the federal government's share of savings from petrol subsidy removal during the period. The federal government says the Dangote Petroleum Refinery would not have been commercially viable if petrol had remained at the heavily subsidized price of below 200 naira per litre. Finance Minister Taiwo Oyedele says subsidy removal created the market conditions needed for private refining investment to operate. Petroleum marketers have backed President Bola Tinubu's plan to revive Nigeria moribund refineries, rejecting former President Olusegun Obasanjo's position that the facilities may never work again. Marketers says the Port Harcourt, Warri and Kaduna refinery remain strategic national assets. The federal government has commenced construction of 250 two-bedroom bungalows under the renewed Hope Civil Service Estate in Gwagwalada, Abuja. The government says the project is designed to provide affordable housing and improve the welfare and productivity of federal civil service. The Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission says new tax incentive for deep offshore oil and gas projects could unlock about $50 billion in investment, an increase in Nigeria crude oil and condensate production by nearly 1 million barrels per day within 4 to 5 years. Demand for foreign exchange by end users fell by 35.23% to $3.42 billion in April 2026. Central Bank of Nigeria data also shows that Naira strengthened modestly, with monthly average exchange rate improving to 1,361 naira per dollar from 1,379 naira in March. The Transmission Company of Nigeria has upgraded 4 transmission substations in Lagos, Apapa Road, Ijora, Lekki and Alausa to strengthen electricity supply. The Apapa Road substation now has capacity of 180 MVA up from 60 MVA. The Nigerian Data Protection Commission has warned that states with weak data protection and privacy system risk losing investment opportunities. The Commission says stronger compliance with the Nigeria Data Protection Act could improve investor confidence and facilitate international business partnerships. The National Onion Producers, Processors and Marketers Association of Nigeria has lifted its suspension on onion export to Ghana. The decision follows consultations between Nigeria and Ghana authorities and other stakeholders over challenges affecting cross-border trade. Emzo Pharma Funding SPV has raised 26.7 billion naira through a 5-year bond to support working capital and expand pharmaceutical manufacturing. Part of the funds will go towards completing Africa's first full-scale anti-malaria active pharmaceutical ingredient manufacturing plant. Filmmakers and creative industry stakeholders are calling for stronger government support for artificial intelligence adoption in Nigerian film industry. The appeal follows the production of a Yoruba sci-fi film that reportedly used AI for about 80% of its visual, demonstrating the technology potential to reduce production costs.
United States President Donald Trump has threatened severe economic consequences against countries, businesses, and financial institutions that continue to provide economic lifeline to Iran. The warning comes amid renewed tensions following the expiration of a 60-day ceasefire. Beyond food quality, consumers are increasingly considering customer service, cleanliness, affordability, and overall experience when choosing restaurants. ConsumerHalla TV examines how service quality is shaping restaurants in Nigeria. Those are the major stories making headlines this evening. For more details and analysis coming up on ConsumerHalla TV. Good evening and do have a lovely day.